Somerset, it hasn't got the same low roof. joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Somerset. A reminder, this match has been designated as our annual schools match. Day 1 to 3 of this game will see schools from across the region attending a match for 3 special fun challenges which take place on the outfield during the lunch interval. Today, this will mean that there will be no public access to the outfield at lunch. That's until tomorrow. So, no public access to the outfield until tomorrow. Over at the Mountain, children will be visiting the ground each day. The old Darchi stand and Trade Nation stand will be reserved for the school's day attendees, as will be the Darchi toilets. And once again, we hope you all have a fantastic day with us here at Somerset. For an evening with Kate Cross and Alex Hartley coming up very soon on Monday, July the 17th, the night before the Ashes ODI in Taunton. We've got a very special audience with event. Current England international Kate Cross and World Cup winner Alex Hartley will be joining us. They, of course, host the No Balls Cricket podcast. They'll be hosting the audience with event on Monday, July the 17th. Tickets for the event are available now from cacgsomerset.co.uk. They cost just £10 for adults, £5 for juniors, with 10% of all ticket revenue going to the Sporting Minds charity. Don't forget that our ground-wide Wi-Fi network is fully operational. The Wi-Fi is completely free of charge. To connect, all you have to do is select the option _We Are Somerset in your settings and enter a valid email address. You can also update your preferences or unsubscribe at any time. With the new Wi-Fi, you can browse the internet around the Cooper Associates County Ground. This means, for example, that our matchday live stream can be accessed without using your data. Instant replays of all the action on the field are available at no extra cost to you. A wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks will be available from the following outlets today. Stragglers Coffee House is open, and the Botham Bar in the Lord Botham stand is open as well. Each concession is fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount on concessions in the Cooper Associates County Ground. association with Virtue Motors, Somerset County Cricket Club will be providing radio earpieces to enable members and supporters to enjoy our live ball-by-ball match commentary. These are available to purchase from reception in the Marcus Triscothic Pavilion at a cost of £12. These earpieces will last you for the whole season.
Morning and welcome to an overcast Cooper Associates County Ground. Should suit the bowlers for Somerset. Somerset got wickets for the first ball of the innings, and the first ball after a rain delay yesterday. Weatherly and Middleton going, replying Hampshire to an incredible 500 all out. James Rew's double 100, we can talk about that forever. His partnership with Aldridge, his partnership with Bess, and then his remarkable partnership with Shoaib Bashir, who, a bit harsh to be back number 11, but we'll talk about that later on. Stephen, first of all, how good a day was yesterday as a whole for Somerset's batting?
Absolutely fantastic, and something anybody who was here, and there were quite a few people in, will remember for the rest of their lives, I guess. The double 100 by James Rew you mentioned. I was lucky enough to see the previous one by Marcus Triscothic in 2016 up at Trent Bridge. But for a teenager to do it, I mean, so many superlatives about James Rew. I just hope that he's nurtured and looked after as he goes forward into his 20s, because he has got a fantastic future. We should mention Casey Aldridge as well, just 12 away from his maiden first-class century.
Well, he got one at Old Trafford, didn't he? But there's a bit of a star to that because of Vilas and Bell bowling at him. But yes. Yeah, and we should mention Triscothic was the game at Trent Bridge where he barely was off the field for pretty much the whole 4 days. James Rew has not had much of a rest, but at number 6 they were 80 for 5. He was 41 for 4 when James Rew came in, so he's not had much rest and he's got to keep, so he'll be a little bit tired. I know he's young and fit.
He will. He looked pretty good though when he came out to keep wicket, and we had that dramatic start, or two dramatic dismissals. First ball of the innings and then first ball after the restart. How will it go today? Well, 2 important wickets in the bag already, but the caveat, the wicket is quite batter friendly.
Yeah, quite a flat deck. The key thing we've just been talking about, Liam Dawson, quality spinner, should be playing for England in the test matches in the Ashes, really. Don Bess and Shoaib Bashir against Dawson and Felix Organ, who's a bit of a part-time spinner, Offie, who bats. That's going to be the key battle, isn't it? Who can bowl the best spin to... Can Somerset's 2 spinners win them the game? Can they get Hampshire to follow on?
Yeah, well, we haven't seen either of the Somerset spinners yet. Don Bess, who's got experience of bowling on this ground, of course, and Shoaib Bashir, his batting was quite a revelation yesterday as well.
Yeah, but he got runs in the 2s as well. I think he should be batting number 9.
But we've not seen either of them yet, so much interest when they come on, and I don't think it'll be long before they do.
Morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm Harry Everett and Vic Marks is alongside me as plenty of children are in for day 3 schools day again of this fixture against Hampshire. They're going to wave the players onto the field. Paul Tweddle's just marking a couple of the run-ups, making sure we're ready to go, and then the players and the umpires will be out shortly. But Vic Marks, what an incredible day's cricket yesterday for Somerset.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we'd have settled for at the beginning of the day. I guess we'd have thought, well, we'll take a couple batting points, 300 maybe. It'd be a bonus if we get 350. And we got 500. And we didn't get the 5th batting point, but we won't quibble about that.
No, let's not be too picky.
And James Rew, well, he looks like he's been playing this game for a decade, and he's sort of matured how to bat. You know, over most people it takes years to get the balance of risk reward, when it's time to defend, when it's time to open up a bit. Well, he seems to do that automatically at the age of 19. I mean, how's he going to follow this season?
Don't peak too soon, some people would say.
Well, anyway, it was a beautiful innings that had various tempos. As I say, on the first day, I wasn't here on the first day. Were you here on the first day, Harry?
Yes, yep.
But I think I'm right in saying that he really took his time.
Yeah. Get in.
He just made sure he got in. No frills, no great aggression. But the confidence to say, I can defend and not get out here. Not all young players think like that.
Trust his defence stoutly,
Yeah,
doesn't he?
exactly. And it's a great asset to have, to be able to trust your defence, because then you can feel you can give yourself time to get in and then blossom. If you're not quite so confident, you think, oh, hang on, if I start blocking you, I'm going to get out anyway, so let's play some shots and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Which in a way is the weaker option, the strong option he demonstrated yesterday, or the first day. And yesterday morning, for an hour, they both batted with great sort of restraint. They played everything on the merits. No, the first frivolous, well, not frivolous, it's not the right word, the sort of slightly unorthodox shot, but not by modern standards, when he was on 147, he played a reverse sweep against Dawson. He hadn't played one of those beforehand. He'd played everything sort of in the V, just waiting for the ball. Beautiful little silky cover drives when it was over pitched. Awfully good off his legs too, through the onside. But there were no frills until he got beyond 150, and then when he had the tail with him, he started peppering that short boundary.
Off Mohammed Abbas of all bowlers who...
Yeah. Well, he looked pretty tired by then, and he does sort of bowl a length.
He wasn't great on day one, actually, by his standards. Bowled a few short balls, which you wouldn't expect from Abbas.
Yeah. Well, and also there was not much hope for him
Yeah.
after the first session, perhaps. But Rue was astonishing, and in his wake, I mean, Casey Aldridge probably kicking himself. He didn't get 100. Actually, got quite a good ball. There were a couple of balls that turned a little bit and got wickets. Don Bess back here. Everyone was hoping he did quite a nice little vibrant half century. And then 392 for 9. We're all sitting pretty, thinking, well, that's not too bad, is it? And then, I met Sherwood this morning. Poor boy. I say boy. I'm a bit older than him, and I'd not met him before.
You can call him a boy.
Yeah. And I felt a bit sorry for him, because I ambled up to him, or wandered up to him. And, you know, it's not a great opening line, but I just wanted to say hello. I said, I used to bowl off bench here about 50 years ago, I said, or 40. Or...
He didn't know who you were, did he?
I should think not. No, there's no reason why he should. But I just wanted to say good luck. I think I've been very impressed so far. Good luck, carry on. But I've never seen a bat like that before. Actually, I haven't seen a bat very often. But the bits I've seen, I thought, well, he's a dogged sort of number 11 who can block a bit. But he kept peppering the ball into that short boundary Somerset stand.
He was actually robbed of a 50 in the second team against Sussex the other week. Dare I say? That. Him and Alfie Ogborn were playing for Sussex, and they were batting really nicely at the end of their innings.
Right.
They were 335 for 8. And they declared to have a few overs at them before the end of the day. And then Somerset went on to lose the match by 9 wickets.
Yeah, well, this declaring... I mean, I don't want to make a big point here, but declaring when you're 8 down is not necessarily a good thing to do.
No.
Whether you're playing county cricket or indeed test cricket.
Well, exactly. Well, talking of Alfie Ogborn, yeah, he got those few runs. But I'll give you the exact details. Ogborn got 39 not out. Bashir was 24 not out. Not quite what he managed yesterday, actually. But Alfie Ogborn is going to take first over of the morning with Jack Brooks helping him loosen up at mid-on. Yeah. That's pretty good, isn't it, for Alfie Ogborn, to have someone of Jack Brooks' experience to talk him through it?
Absolutely, an ideal man to have there, who would be right behind him. I don't imagine he'll be saying too much, but it would just be encouraging him along, and he's there if he wants any advice. You don't want to sort of overburden someone like that with all sorts of advice at mid-on. I'll go and tell him what to do. Yeah. You've got to give him a bit of freedom, but I'm sure Jack understands that. And he's just a reassuring figure to have there at the mid-on. Like a dad, really.
The daddy figure, wow, Alfie Ogborn. Bit of a full toss to start with. James Vince is going to get 4 through it. Third slip, can't quite stop that. Not the perfect start for Alfie Ogborn.
No.
He did tell me the other day, actually, he got whacked a bit of Radlett by Stone and Robson and some of the Middlesex first team was playing in the second team during the blast. He said he has not actually been bowling his best. He's got his chance here. Bowled quite nicely yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He bowled fine. He sort of looked the part. And it's great, actually, that he turned up against Middlesex and ended up bowling against a first-team batting lineup.
Yeah.
And actually, there were quite a few first-team bowlers playing in that side, I think.
Roland Jones.
That's where Umeed got 200.
Yeah.
Isn't it? That's better. He's given it. He gets it. Test.
George Bartlett chasing well. Yeah.
He just got the one now. But he'll look to bowl full. That's just slightly over pitch, but. If it swings, he's dangerous. The left arm is dangerous, especially early on in an innings. Just get that front pad into play. So it's a good fault to overpitch.
Yeah, I had a good chat with Alfie on Friday night, actually. He said he hasn't been bowling well in the twos. He's not been happy with how he's been bowling, or for Bridgewater either. So it's funny, you talk about picking a bowler on form, but
I suppose once they decided they were going to rest, well, obviously Overton, Henry and Gregory's not playing.
He's the only option in the contracts in the squad. He's the only.
The rest, I mean, there's a couple injured, and that's it.
Yeah, Ned Leonard had a concussion scare the other week. So.
But you know, bowling is a bit like batting. That sometimes, certainly batting, I think you can be out of nick and feel everything's not wrong, and then suddenly you play cover drive or whatever it is. Everything clicks.
Yeah. You get a wicket with a bad ball or something.
And everything, you just relax a bit and you wait a bit longer as a batsman. And you're not fretting about, how am I going to get a run here? And I think the same is true of bowlers. You know, even the best bowlers in the world, Jimmy Anderson, he's a better bowler when he's got an early wicket from somewhere. It's just even someone like that sort of relaxes a bit. You get one in that final column.
Even if he thinks he's bowling on kryptonite.
I'm not sure he'd enjoy bowling on here that much if he wouldn't swing.
Well, he didn't enjoy it a few weeks ago when he was here and he dropped an absolute dolly. Didn't go down too well either. He didn't massively enjoy the response he got for that.
Well, some of the guys, Hampshire guys yesterday, I mean, obviously Abbott got all those wickets early on, but they were looking a little bit weary come to finish.
Yes.
Oh, he's got it. And he's got his first wicket, and it's typical Vince dismissal. Just outside that off stump, he fends at it, or he sort of pushes at it. It was a poor shot, actually, because it wasn't really an aggressive shot. And it was wide of off stump, and Alfie Ogborn has got his first wicket, and it's the most important one, you think, from a distance in the Hampshire lineup.
Absolutely brilliant for Alfie Ogborn. Yeah, just away from the right-hander, that angle. James Vince, we know, a bit like Tom Westley when he played for England, loves a drive, does flash at a few. Good catch in the slips. Bit of pace on that third slip, was it? Tom Lammonby, I think.
I expect it's Lammonby.
Yeah, Tom Lammonby. Good pair of hands. But how big is that for Alfie Ogborn? I was literally just talking to Anthony Gibson downstairs and saying, get Vince early and this game's right on. Maybe can enforce a follow-on. A bit optimistic from Somerset point of view, but
Harry, you're always looking a long way ahead.
Well, hopefully Alfie Ogborn can look a long way ahead in his career now. Great to see a youngster, 19 years of age, to come in and.
Well, you're right about Alfie. That we were talking about it. Get one wicket, and suddenly he will relax now. Maybe he might get that ball swinging back in. He's got a terrific wicket, and very important wicket, because Vince has tormented Somerset in the past. I can remember a big double hundred he got here to probably save a game or win it, one of the others. And he is a quality player. Ben Brown comes in at 5.
Yeah, I said yesterday, or Monday, I said on commentary, I think Ben Brown's perhaps one space too high at 5. But when Liam Dawson has got 141 in his last game, then he's a perfectly adequate number 6.
But I suppose you look at that lineup, and in a sense, they've got all-rounders from 5 downwards.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because we've got the 4 specialist batsmen, of which James Vince is one, and he's gone. Ben Brown is obviously the keeper, very capable batsman. Liam Dawson, he kind of started his career as a batsman who bowls, and he's a proper all-rounder, Liam Dawson. Felix Organ, he's opened the batting, hasn't he?
Yes, he's a funny one. He either opens or bats 8 or 9.
Yeah, well, he's obviously, perhaps does he come in after Keith Barker? Then we'll wait and see. Hopefully,
I think it's more situational.
Hopefully we'll find out soon, but I'm not looking too far ahead. He's got an extra catcher in there. 3 slips and a gully for Alfie.
Yeah, Andy Ameed joining the cordon.
It's all right. That's in the right sort of line there.
And that's
Tom Abel's thrilled to bits, clapping his hands, setting off on a little sprint down to the slip at the other end. He gets a little touch of the fingers from his dad. No, it's Harry Brook. Harry Brook, not Harry Brooks. Jack Brooks.
You're stuck in test match, mate.
Yeah. Who's now going to bowl from the River End? I mean, not really his dad, but you know, he's old enough to be his dad. And his old advisor, who's at mid-on, and Jack Brooks is going to have a go from the River End. So, I mean, logically, you think this is a flat pitch and it'll be hard work. But we were saying that, of course, against Notts.
And suddenly, all out.
They were all out. Mind you, they were bowled out by Overton and Henry initially, anyway. But,
well, maybe today's Ogbourne and Brooks.
Yeah, you've got good odds on that. Anyway.
That ball, though, that last ball he bowled, I thought was actually much better than the previous balls he bowled in the over. Getting that wicket gave him the confidence.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
That one across
we'll see. I mean, it was a poor shot from Vince.
Yes,
it was a perfectly good delivery.
Loose drive.
Oh, and he's got him. And he's off again. He's off. Jack Brooks is off. He's heading towards us. They haven't caught him yet.
It's not Alan Shearer.
They've got him now.
Taking off the flight, isn't he? Jack Brooks, yes, caught behind. Nick Gubbins gone for 14. Hampshire, you could almost say in disarray here. 64 for 4. Suddenly, the 2 wickets yesterday, first ball after delays.
Jack Brooks' first ball again.
Alfie Ogbourne's lost his hat in the celebrations.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's got his necklace.
I mean, you were looking far too far ahead when you said, you know, bowler man, make him follow on.
Well,
and I'm not going to say anything now, but who's coming in next? Well, Liam Dawson.
Only 141 last time out.
Yeah, but he's due to fail then.
Wow, absolutely.
So calm down. But you know, it is the perfect start. I don't know. That was just a ball in the channel, whether it moved. It just carried.
Well, that was the other thing. People said, "Oh, Nick Gubbins bats long. Nick Gubbins bats deep. Got to get Vince and Gubbins."
Well, you've got to get him early.
Couldn't think of 2 better players to get early.
No, absolutely. I mean, there'll be a few people scrambling in the Hampshire dressing room just to get the kit on. It doesn't take so long though. Now you haven't got buckles to do up.
See, Dawson will be in next, but I wouldn't be surprised if they put in a Felix Organ at 7 ahead of James Fuller.
Yeah. Well, James Fuller, you will know, but he's a sort of aggressive, dangerous. A bit like his bowling, really, which is aggressive, dangerous, but can go anywhere.
Yeah.
And I suspect his batting, he's a fourth right cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, what a start.
Jack Brooks, he's brilliant to watch him celebrate.
I wonder if he's going to do that every wicket.
He'll pull a hamstring, won't he? One time.
I mean, he's got.
We can't lose another.
We've only got 3 pacemen out there. He's got to keep a bit of fuel in his tank. Go rushing off. He must have travelled, about 50 yards. I mean, he's not quite as exuberant as Imran Tahir. Not quite.
No, Imran Tahir left the stadium once.
Well, he stayed on the ground, and he's not quite as old as Imran Tahir, but he's not far off.
He's playing in the Stoke League this summer. Imran Tahir, over the age of 40, playing club cricket in the Staffordshire League, somewhere around there.
He's played for more teams as a professional than I think
Tiger Woods has clubs? Or,
well, more than that. Yeah. Now, there's a 4th slip on this flat pitch, brown pitch, for Jack Brooks. 4 slips.
I suppose Brooks will bowl tighter line, so Amid was a gully for Ogbourne, but he's a 4th slip.
Well, it's a super.
Brooks. Not the left arm angle, is it? It's the right arm straight.
Well, it's on target. It's a good firm push, but it's hit. Sure, Bashir's onto it.
Long limbs, doesn't he, Bashir? Feels well, actually. Saw a good diving stop yesterday.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I was trying to sort of say to him. Well done, you really look the part out.
You're bigging him up.
As I was spluttering along. Well, that's true. He hasn't got any brilliant figures to show, but I've watched him, and he looks the part.
What was his response?
Well, he was gracious. Possibly a bit bemused who this old bloke wandering, shambling up to him.
He's probably twice your height nearly, isn't he, as well?
Well, I did have to crane a bit to look him in the eye.
Yeah, dare I say.
Anyway, I presume we'll get to see him bowl before too long, but...
Well, not if these 2 keep bowling so well, keep taking the wickets.
Well, it's great to get... I mean, I give you 41 for 4 about 2 days ago, Harry, before you get overexcited.
Yes. Good movement.
I haven't actually seen the replay, but I expect...
we got a bit carried away watching Jack Brooks rather than the replay.
We got kind of...
I'll get it up for you.
Well, I expect our all-knowing director might be listening. and he'll pop it up at some point, just for me. Well, and anyone else who was overexcited at the dismissal. Ooh, that's a good line, just testing him there. We want to see, what we're hoping to see, Harry, I think I'm right in saying, is we just love to see we got distracted by Jack Brooks starting to sprint round the ground, so we missed the replay of the dismissal of Gubbins. So that's what we'd like to see again. It might be that the odd viewer does. How about it?
How about it? Indeed. Solid from Liam Dawson. A little bit of a step down the pitch.
No
into
ball,
that.
I think. No ball. He's overexcited now, Jack. Thank you very much. We'll be all geared in for a little look at the Gubbins dismissal. I mean, I think it was not quite so blameless as more blameless, actually, than the Vince one. Vince was prodding at a ball that was about 12 inches, 9 inches outside his off stump. He wasn't really attacking that ball. It's a good shot and a good piece of fielding. So, if you're going to go for those, you might as well go hard or leave it. But he was kind of prodding almost defensively.
Didn't really go hard, no, indeed.
No. I think also he might have been kind of, because Ogborn had bowled 2 or 3 pretty ordinary deliveries,
yes.
Big full toss, he was thinking,
I'm going to cash in here.
What's this pup?
Yes.
No trouble here.
I'm going to take him to the cleaners.
So I reckon we'll have a look at the replay. Here's Jack to Gubbins, and that he's got to play at that. I think that's, that you can look at that and think, well, Gubbins hasn't done so much wrong there. He had to play that. It was full, a roundabout off stump, and just did enough. Let's have another look from another
agree,
angle.
less blameless than Vince.
Yeah.
A little bit out in front of his body. Those hands could have been slightly further in.
But first ball, so we see the defensive prod, and then we see Jack Brooks going walkabout. He's clearly not played many games this year because he's expending so much needless energy.
Now, just talking about fourth slip or gully. Amid is now out of gully into fourth slip. Proper cordon this to Alfie Ogborn. That's a lovely cricket shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's not the worst delivery. That he's searching for a bit of swing, but it's not really there. So it becomes just about a half volley, and he's put it away. But it's an aggressive length at this stage of the proceedings. I'm sure Jack will be playing. Don't you worry about that. You only need that ball to swing or hold its line, and we could be in business. So it's not a problem.
No,
it's part of the deal. If you want to allow that ball to swing, you're going to bowl the odd half volley, and a swinging half volley, of course, can be quite a dangerous ball. But we haven't seen a great deal of swing in this match, actually, let alone in this innings.
No, he'll keep looking for it, though. That's probably a little bit too wide. You're looking for a lot of in-swing there.
Yeah. Fact is, he's got a wicket. His first-class wicket. James Vince, Test player. Danger man.
Yeah. He swung one through my gate 2 seasons ago, Vic. Swung one beautifully in between my bat and pad, didn't he? Yeah.
Well, James Vince was lucky that the ball wasn't swinging so much. Did he?
Yes.
Through the gate, was it?
Yeah, I faced 6 overs of him and Will Williams.
Right.
Didn't get a run off Alfie Ogborn. Will Williams, I got 2 scramble singles, and then he got the Championship 3 for the next week. So, yeah, that's my little claim to fame.
That was playing against Bridgewater?
Yes, for Sanford in the National Cup, that was.
For Sanford?
Yes.
Down at Crediton?
Yep.
Is that your regular haunt or not?
It has been the last few years, actually playing in the Whipple Somerset for Wemden this year.
Okay.
Slight change of scenery. But
yeah. A bit like Don Best, really. Just play for anyone, is it?
Yeah, I do get that. Said that to me a few times. But no, it's safe to say that's the best opening pair I've ever faced.
Yeah. Well, no, they're both. Will Williams has had a great season for Lancashire, isn't he?
He got Hayne, Sibley, and Davies out the week after getting.
You keep a note.
Oh, 100%. Their 2 careers I follow so closely.
That's great fielding there from George Bartlett.
Don Best, actually.
Oh, of course. Beg his pardon.
His short haircut these days.
Yeah.
No, it's funny though, because I've almost became friends with Alfie Ogborn on being his bunny. It's funny how things like that, you form a relationship based on playing and missing for 3 overs. The staff really always laughs at me every time he sees me.
It might, significantly broaden your friendship group.
Keep getting out to professionals.
Yes.
Lovely.
It doesn't have to be professionals.
No,
anyway. I mean, you could be non-professionals, bunny, as well.
Oh, that's definitely true. No, Polly Rose, the scorer, sponsors Alfie Ogborn for this year as well. And
Yeah, well,
she's delighted with his first
well,
class debut.
he's got his first wicket, and he's not looking out of place. He looks young, and he's young.
Yeah.
And he looks very lean. And he may not be in perfect rhythm, but you can see why he's on the staff. Left armers, when it clicks, they are like gold dust, because they can, when it swings, they can get wickets in batches when that ball is swinging. LBW, off you go. Umpires looking for LBWs from that ball swinging into the right hander. That's the right area, but it's not really swinging dangerously at the moment. But he's on target. I remember it was before your time, but after mine actually. But a guy called Matt Bulbeck who played here in the sort of mid-90s probably. And he had injury issues, but for a while he just got a stack of wickets. And then actually in my time, someone who's familiar over the airwaves, Mark Davis.
Yep, he was here for the T20 the other week.
Well, skidding left arm over. But
well, he would have coached Alfie Ogborn at North Perrott.
Would he? Yeah.
Oh, a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Well, he bowled left arm. He was slightly different. He was more of a skiddy left armer, Mark Davis. But when he got it swinging, he had a magical phase in about, recently as 1984, where he got about 50 wickets in 3 months, or 2.5 months. You know, he was getting that ball to swing LBW, and then the next one wouldn't swing, caught behind. Didn't really sustain it for very long, but ooh.
Chad Brooks' follow through is getting shorter. He's expended too much energy celebrating wickets. He's only getting 3 steps past the popping crease.
Well, it's a terrific start, and well, there's obviously it'd be interesting to see how Tom juggles his attack. It's got a very, if you like, old-fashioned attack. 3 seamers, 2 spinners, and your choice as captain is this. If you really want to sustain your seam attack, it's pretty obvious this, for longer, you need to take one of them off quite early so that he can come back. And then you can sustain your seam attack for about 90 minutes, let's say. But the alternative, and it doesn't matter which way he goes here, really, you can just bowl these out naturally and just replace them with a Aldridge and a spinner. The spinner, in one sense, that might be the way to go. If they're both looking dangerous, keep these 2 going. Aldridge and a spinner, and then you'll probably have a spinner on. I was going to say most of the day if Somerset find themselves bowling for most of the
Liam
day.
Dawson bowled 38 overs. Felix Organ only bowled 4, but he did go for 29 runs.
Yeah, but a lot of those that was surprising.
Because when Rue was sort of in, wasn't it?
It was towards the end of the day. He bowled a couple overs early on, not very threateningly. And then he also bowled a couple overs later on, probably in the last wicket partnership.
Yeah.
And it was strange, given the nature of the pitch, where it's not vicious turn, but there was a little bit of help for Dawson. It was strange that he didn't bowl a little bit more, a little bit earlier. Spinners hate it when they become the bowler of the last resort.
Yes,
and it becomes obvious. I mean, Dawson wasn't, but Organ sort of was, and I thought that was a mistake.
I had exactly that yesterday. That was why I wasn't here yesterday. I was playing for Somerset Stragglers against Free Foresters, the oldest touring side apparently up there after the MCC.
Where were you playing there?
At Seaton.
All right.
And it's this, they're 170 for none, chasing 190.
Yeah.
Oh, now we'll give the spinner a bowl.
Yeah, I mean so
It's not right, is it?
no.
And then I come on and
Peter Anderson there, our old.
no, but there was a good story. You like this? Jason Kerr played for Seaton in the 90s.
Yeah, yeah.
And Andre Van Troost was asked to play for Seaton.
Yeah,
played
yeah.
a couple of friendly games for
Well,
Seaton.
that's because chief exec needed a few.
Yes.
a bit of firepower.
But then Van Troost wasn't allowed to play on the same side as Jason Kerr on a Saturday in the 90s. They couldn't
only
both
have
play
one.
for Seaton, only one pro.
Right.
So then Van Troost played for, I think it was Torquay or someone else, against Jason Kerr at Seaton. And Jason Kerr whacked him all around the ground, scored 120 before drinks. Well, that's quite a good story.
That is, yeah. Who told you that, Jason?
No. Guy is one of the.
I mean, Van
Troost,
Troost, you will find, if you talk to a few select players, including Graham Gooch, and 1 or 2 others, Mark Butcher, I heard on Sky, I think, talking about Van Troost.
Yeah.
They always remember Van Troost because he was from Holland. He played here for several years, much liked, and he was 6'5", and he was quick. He was genuinely quick, quicker than as quick as anyone in the country.
Yeah.
But he didn't really know where it was going,
which made it more scary.
Yeah. So Gooch, you would hear to Gooch and a lot of top players recalling the day we played Van Troost, and it was a bit scary. Partly, as you say, because it wasn't quite obvious where the ball was going to go.
I feel like
he got it right. He was quick.
I feel like, did Jamie Overton have spells like that at times? I remember him getting 5 from the T20 Blast where it was a bit all over the place, and it was rapid. He'd go for 40-50 off his 4 overs, but I think Van Troost was quicker again, wasn't he?
Well, I think he probably was. I think Jamie, I mean, he's... I think if you took Van Trooster's quickest deliveries, they might have been quicker too. They're both similar height, which helps. And Jamie, I think, well, he's making his way back. He bowled yesterday, and Jamie can bowl fast, obviously. He can swing the ball away when everything clicks too. I'm not sure Van Troost was looking to swing the ball much.
Sean Tate,
so Jamie is more classical, if you like. Van Troost was just far. Oh, that's a good. See, that's just
good area. Yeah.
Not quite offering, but just half threatening to come back in.
And Vince might have had a go at that. That was a similar sort of area.
Yeah. Well, I think he was a bit wider when he nicked it. The ball that he nicked actually did have a bit of bounce on it because it carried quite nicely.
It did actually. Yeah, it was a reverse cup catch, wasn't it, from Lammerby, Australian style. Well, he did grow up in Perth, I suppose.
No, he didn't. His dad did.
Oh, dad, you know, born and bred father.
he was brought in an extra.
Actually, of course he was. Yeah, playing squash.
But his dad came from Perth originally, Glenn, who played a lot of cricket in and around the West Country and elsewhere.
Definitely.
He's one of those guys who was obviously a very good cricketer. He came over as a youngster to a season or two playing club cricket and getting a job somewhere, and probably never went back.
Yeah, no, he's a talented brother as well.
Was he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Robert Lammerby's always talking on the YouTube comments on the Twitter, watching from Perth.
Where? Oh, he's in Perth.
Yeah, I think there's a brother and a cousin.
Ah, right.
I think 2 of them played in the Devon League. Tom, of course.
Tom was played for
Exeter CCC. Yeah. He's got a few open ball and then the batting last season in a couple of games. Not played yet this year.
Well, in a sense, I hope he doesn't.
A division now, of course, so not Premier Division for Exeter.
I know. I've got a son-in-law who plays for him now. They call him Dad too.
Why is that?
Well, because he's about 40 and the rest are about 22.
Is that the big money signing I heard about?
I don't think he's the big money signing, but he's moved down from London.
Yeah,
he was another guy actually. Well,
I forgot he's related to you.
He's he's not
just about.
But he's a South African who came over many years ago to play a bit of club cricket and have a summer here. Who stayed?
Yeah, I've seen his name on a few scorecards.
And he's a left entrepreneur. He's a little bit around. But he's he is the old man in the Exeter side as they try and get back to where they probably think they belong.
I've got to write a match report on their T20 Cup game against Paynton on Sunday morning. They weren't best.
I don't know whether he plays in those.
Well, first team T20 Cup, they probably should have got him.
Well, he might do. I don't know.
They weren't best played Saturday night that they had to be in Paynton for 10 o'clock Sunday morning.
Oh, it's an early start.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he plays T20, but he's certainly played in. He's part of their spin.
Lots of spinners. Yeah, Sam Reed, of course, playing for Devon. Yeah.
Yeah, he plays. Anyway, and Ben Green, of course, was Exeter. Don Bess went to Exeter.
Yeah, well, Ben Green's at Taunton Dean this year.
Is he?
Yes.
Does he play for them?
I think he has played a couple of games, during the Championship when he wasn't picked, yeah.
Right, okay. Well,
Dean got Bashir, of course.
He's living up here. Who's got Bashir?
Dean as well.
Oh, right.
And Brooks was playing for Dean last year, but I don't think he's this year.
So when they played Bridgewater, well, mind you never know who's going to be available, do you?
Yeah, there's a few good pros going around. Yeah, St Andrews, Dean, Bridgewater.
Well, in a way, that's good, I think.
Yeah.
Some people might gripe, but it's actually great if you can play club cricket and then, as you've done, and come across players who are playing first-class cricket or have played or are about to.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah, that connection is a good thing.
I was told yesterday I might be playing cricket with James Rue on Tuesday. He's made himself available for Somerset Stragglers against the MCC at Bridgewater.
Well, I think that's. I think he should have a lie down himself.
Well, yeah, he loves the game.
Well, I know, but he's been on the field since about, I don't know, since the first hour.
He didn't play on Saturday, though. We know Dom Best.
Dom Best played at
yeah, 70-odd. Got a couple of wickets as well. Only bowled a couple of overs, though. Saving himself for this week, Dom Best.
Well, I don't think at that stage he knew he was playing it.
It was all a bit last minute, wasn't it? Yeah, 6 o'clock on Saturday night, apparently. After my game was rained off, I went to watch Andy Hurrey's Wellington, and he went off for a phone call round the boundary at Wellington at 6 o'clock, and I think that was the phone call to Dom Best to sort out the deal.
Right.
So I saw him on the phone, but didn't know what was going on.
Well, it sounded like they were saying that Dom knew that he might be going on loan. He thought it was because obviously he's in that situation. He played a game for
Was it Warwickshire? Yeah.
And he sort of thought he might be going to play for Worcester.
They've had a few loans this year, Worcester.
Without any, because he doesn't really. He knew he was going on loan, but he didn't really know where. It was like an old footballer. You are going to go and play for
like Harry Redknapp on transfer deadline day.
Shuffle there, as you often see from today's batsmen against bowlers of Jack Brooks' pace, trying to perhaps negate the LBW or muck his length. I don't think he's bowled nicely this morning, obviously, but I'm not sure there's much swing there. This Kookaburra doesn't want to swing.
No, I'm just surprised if Casey Aldridge has a go.
Well, he will do.
Or too long. A bit more bounce.
Given that Harry, I don't want to undervalue that observation, but given that he's the only seamer left.
Well, the thing is, they do often undervalue. Casey Aldridge seems to have played a batter in the T20. He was in as a batter who fielded. He's got bucket hands, as we know.
Yeah. Well, he got a very good wicket yesterday. Another first delivery on the resumption, which was a classic sort of fast bowlers, tall bowlers into the chest. Got tangled up and he gloved it. Just ballooned to third slip.
Bit of an effort ball there from Brooks, last ball the over.
Yeah. Well, we've had 25 minutes, a couple of wickets. Not that much happening out there, but they snaffled a couple vital wickets. Essentially been on target. Since he got his wicket, Alfie Ogborn, he's not got that ball to swing much, but his control has improved. He looks the part. He's getting that ball round about a couple of inches outside off stump. He'd love it if the odd one would swing back in, but it hasn't happened yet. Tom Abel's just had a word with Jack Brooks. As I say, it's an interesting challenge because Tom Abel this season, I think he's used, although he can't bowl himself, he's used to essentially having a 4-man pace attack with a bit of spin.
Oh, we're back to 3 slips in the gully now. That 2-yard gap between 4 slip and gully seems to be changed every other ball.
Well,
Subs Law will go through the gap either way in a minute.
I don't know. I think it's hard to know. I think if you really think the ball's moving and you're going to get a genuine edge, then you tend to have your slips all together and may not have the gully. But if you think that maybe you're more likely to get a catch more or less off the face of the bat because it's not moving so much. Then you're probably more likely to have the gully. That would be my guess.
I think Dawson's very much rebuilding in his shell, playing defensively. Don't think he's going to slash at a wide one and bring gully into play as much.
Well, yeah.
I think, as you said, that 4th slip, pushing forward, a little bit of nibble, might be more the way to go. Ben Brown and Liam Dawson are proper players who they won't be doing any of this baseball nonsense. They'll be serious, solid rebuilding for a while here. And we'll need a good ball to get them out. Don't see them throwing their wickets away. I'd like to see Tom Abel bowl a bit more, and Lammonby, really.
Well, I don't think Abel. When you get, so will we all. But I'm pretty sure that Lammonby's not really fit to bowl still. He's had this long-term, is it
ankle injury? Yeah, he had surgery in the winter.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Tom Abel, given the state of the season as well, I never got one because I never bowled cricket. But these side strains are really difficult, and it's very hard if you're a proper sort of out-and-out pace bowler to get the confidence to go through with your action and to bowl at full pelt. Now, Tom's not a regular, obviously, so I don't think he'll want to risk it. Ooh, that's off the pad, I think. So I don't think he would want to risk it especially just before this weekend coming up as well.
Well, talking of Abel himself, brilliant bit of fielding there to save 2, sprinting after it, diving. Not quite dive on his side, but good stop there. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Josh Davey had the side strain. Still a bit of a race back to fitness whether Josh Davey will play on Saturday. But obviously there's different degrees of side strains, of course.
Yeah, we'll see. But you're right. I mean, Aldridge didn't play in the quarter-final. They got the balance has been such that essentially they've got 6 people who can bowl.
Yeah.
Which is handy.
And Brooks only bowled 1 over, didn't he? Went for 13 runs.
Yeah.
Didn't need him to bowl anymore.
But it's it makes captaincy a little bit easier. You've got a little option, space if someone's having a difficult day, or conditions dictate. But we know what sort of balance they have. We'll wait and see. They might play different. Well, who knows?
Who knows? Well, I do know it's last ball of the over. I'm going to make way after Alfie Osborne, sees if he can get rid of Liam Dawson. No, he can't. Nice little punch into leg side. Good diving stop from Sean Dixon at mid-wicket. Could potentially have been a 1 to the diving stop, but he turned it down to be sensible. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Stephen Lamb for the next half hour, Vic.
Thank you. And it's been a good half hour for Somerset. I mean, there's not any great demons in this pitch for the seamers, but they've managed to winkle. Actually, they didn't have to winkle very hard. Before the batsman had settled, before James Vince had got in, he faced Ogborne, got a nice full toss, which he sort of sliced down to third man for 4, another over pitch delivery. And then he just prodded at a ball that certainly wasn't worth defending, it was too wide. And he wasn't really attacking it. Anyway, the outside edge flew to third slip. Tom Lammerby did the rest. That's a big wicket for Somerset. And then Jack Brooks, just a better delivery, really, and probably a better dismissal if you're a batsman, but still you're out. Getting that ball to leave Gubbins right at the start of his day. First ball from Gubbins. And then we retreated to Jack. He's going to be a tired man if he always celebrates like that when he gets wickets. Hello, Stephen.
Morning, Vic. I think he should be taken off at the end of the over in which he takes a wicket.
Oh, right.
There's a guarantee that when he comes back...
Yeah. Well, yes, you just for 1 over take him off. I know that's highly superstitious, really, but yeah, I get your point. Good searching full length there.
Don't you love the celebration, though? Both times, yesterday and this morning.
I know, it's great, isn't it? He's been a terrific cricketer and much admired wherever he's played. He's been, well, not exactly around the houses, but he obviously started at Northants and Yorkshire, and they came down here in the autumn of his career. And he's been off playing the odd game as a loanee because he loves playing, I guess.
It's great the way he's come back from injury as well, because he had that Achilles issue, didn't he, a couple of years ago, and had that operated on, and it's given him an Indian summer.
Yeah. And he so obviously loves it, even though I think he's 38 now, isn't he?
39, I think.
Oh, he's 39. Well, you might as well keep. Once you get to that age, I think you've got to keep bowling, because if you stop, then you might not get restarted. Well, that's a good short arm pull from Ben Brown. Just a bit short, not a rank long hop, but short enough. And it sat up. And he actually clipped that away effortlessly, really.
He's just turned 39 years, 38 days.
Right.
Jack Alexander Brooks.
Okay, well, he's a bit younger than Jimmy Anderson then. But he's just bowled probably the worst ball of his spell. And he comes in. It's better, a bit more zip. Pull that one if you like.
Talk about a dream start, both yesterday and this morning. Extraordinary. And
yeah, well, I mean, you can get people out on good. I mean, batsmen make mistakes. Actually, most wickets fall from batsman error rather than unplayable deliveries, even at county level. And it sort of reduces a bit more at test level, you think. Well, you're not so sure now sometimes.
it looked like a rather indeterminate shot from James Vince.
Yeah. I think Gubbins might have got a good delivery, perhaps. It still doesn't seem to move that much, but Vince didn't need to play at that ball. Either he should have gone after it with vigour, or he should have left it. Looks like Josh Davies come on as sub. So that's sort of good news. Is that Josh Davies?
It looks, I think that is.
Where's he going?
The coat hanger shoulders.
He's gone to slips. I don't see him there very often, but the slip cordon keeps changing. They're just trying to get themselves organised.
I think it may be a little bit tall for Josh Davies.
Well, who is it then? I'll leave. We've lost Harry, who's always got Hawkeyes. You might be right. Take that back. It's probably not Josh Davies. It's not Craig Overton, is it?
But it could conceivably be. I mean, he'll be fit to field, won't he? It is Craig Overton. Being confirmed. Well, and very useful substitute to have to come into the slips.
Yeah, how did I mix up Craig Overton? It's now obviously Craig Overton because he's the same height as Casey Aldridge, who's in second slip.
They're both broad of shoulder.
Yeah. Oh, right. Well, who better to have as a sub-fielder than Craig Overton, given his record this summer in not just the Blast, actually, but in some championship matches. He's taken some brilliant catches.
Nicely played, but straight to the man at mid-off. Yeah, Craig Overton at the extreme end of a slip cordon of 4.
Yeah, well, it's Abel. Aldridge, who's got great hands as well. Somerset seem to specialise in tall slip fielders. Because Jamie Overton actually had great hands as well. Tom Lammonby, who's making a mark in that cordon. He's caught most things that come his way there. And Craig Overton, who's usually at second slip, but because he's come on as sub, he's at fourth slip. It's not a great delivery, but it's only going for 1.
Yes, found the fielder, the one man, out deep on the leg side behind square, straight to him.
I think I might be tempted now. I mean, to toss the ball to one of my spinners, get him in the game relatively early. He's obviously got Aldridge up his sleeve, whichever end he wants to bowl. But I think, given the nature of this attack, you've got to get your spinners involved relatively early. And I think about now would be right. But we'll see. He doesn't always like to turn to spin too early. I suppose there is this notion that, the Kookaburra ball only does much for the seamers early on, so you've got to keep them bowling for 25 or 30 overs, but it's not doing a great deal now. Ogborn's bowled perfectly well, but the ball's not jagging around a great deal.
What a day for Alfie Ogborn. He'll remember that forever, won't he?
Well, what a great first wicket, isn't it? And caught third slip, that's just classic manner. And he's bowled perfectly well since then. Having had a slightly ropey first few deliveries, got that wicket. He's been on target more or less. Given it a chance to swing, it hasn't really done so. But he's kind of asked a few questions, and he should be, at this very early stage in proceedings, content with his start as a first-class opening bowler.
Yeah, 1 for 26 in his 10th, and his economy rate is marginally better than that of Jack Brooks.
Yeah. He quite like that. He liked that. It was just a flicker perhaps, of movement back into the right hand. A nice full leg, barely chance to swing. Now then, I think we are going to see spin, and I think it's going to be Shoaib, because he's taking his sweater off. And there's a helmet coming on, and there's Craig Overton going off, and it's usually George Bartlett, isn't it, forward short leg, unless the low knee's got the job. But I think it is George. I'm looking to see Don Bess is at mid off. Got to wait his turn after Shoaib. And this will be interesting, just to see whether there's any spin for him.
And absolutely, as predicted, Vic, Tom Abel obviously has a radio in his ear.
I don't think so. I remember being at the game at Hove in the first World Cup match where Hansi Cronje and Bob Woolmer were linked up, and then so that Bob Woolmer, the coach, could send messages and pieces of advice to Hansi Cronje. And I don't know whether they just told us about it or everyone. Anyway, after that, it was decreed that this was not permitted. But whether they might not be able to link up to the coach, but perhaps they could link up to the stream. Oh, that was an ambitious little bit of batting. First ball, he came down. Him on the pad. If he got past that pad, there was a stumping. It was a very odd piece of batting. First ball, it just got body on it. If he hadn't, he was. Hello, he's gonna.
Caught! Yes!
Where is that Harry Everett? He kept saying, "Oh well, Dawson and Brown, they're not going to try to play any big shots. I promise you."
Wow.
That's an amazing piece of cricket from an old pro, Liam Dawson, seduced by the short boundary. He was trying to do that first ball, and he decided, I'll do it second ball anyway.
And he would undoubtedly have been stumped if
first ball
had got through.
Yeah, he got a bit of body on him. And then second ball, staggeringly, given the situation, he decided this boundary is too short for me. Without having a look at Shoaib Bashir, who's got his first wicket at Taunton, Alfie caught it, I think. It's a 19-year-old. He's only 38 years in this dismissal. I think I'm right in saying, we'll see.
Took it very comfortably. Didn't really have to move very far.
I think it was Alfie.
I think you're right.
And, it was a fairly straightforward catch. But, you know, you're on your debut. You know this is a potential bonus wicket, and he was quite relieved and delighted, and why not? So that's caught 19-year-old Ogborn, bowled 19-year-old Bashir.
He's not having a bad morning, is Alfie?
No. And, you know, it's a great moment. I mean, it's a terrible piece of batting, really. It's okay if it goes over the rope. You think, well, what daring do, or some such thing. But if it doesn't work, for goodness sake, what are you doing? It's 80 for 4. We've got all day to bat to save this game, and you've run down the wicket twice, swatted the ball because the boundary's a bit short, and holed out. New batsman is Fuller, who likes to play a few shots himself, we were saying. Where is Harry? He said, I can guarantee you, Dawson and Brown, they won't play, they'll grind it out.
And would you believe it, Hampshire are in exactly the same situation
so
Somerset were in, 80 for 5.
So do you think they'll get 500 then? Probably. Well, who knows?
That would be quite something.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put money on it though.
So, what a start for Shoaib Bashir. I mean, it's a real bonus there. I mean,
it's two gifted wickets this morning. Really, there was the
the Vince one wasn't great, but Liam Dawson, who kind of we all regard now as close to a gnarled old pro as we get. He's off. Has played, a shot that will haunt him, I think. I mean, you don't quite know where to look when you go back in the dressing room.
It was a howler, wasn't it, really?
Well, it was. I mean, it would have been okay. It would have been a bold shot, even if it had gone for 6, actually. You'd be thinking, what's he doing? But to miss-hit it to admittedly, that short boundary, and off you go. Caught Ogborn, bowled Bashir, 8. Don't quite know where to look when you get back in that dressing room. Sorry, lads. No, that's not quite cutting it.
No, you go and sit in the corner for a while.
Well, I mean, in the old day, I don't know if it still applies. There was this ridiculous ritual if you were the 12th man. Oh, that's close. He wants it. He's not going to get it. That's turned. Maybe a little bit high. I don't know. We'll have a look in a minute. But that did spin. He bowls at a good pace, too.
Yeah, we've got another look here. Yes.
Maybe a bit high.
But it
did turn.
It turned in on him.
But we got him up, above the knee roll. He'll probably have a slow.
It'll encourage Bashir.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, he's got a wicket maiden. Gifted a wicket, but then he's got one to turn. Here it is again. I can't quite Let's see whether that's. I mean, it's online. It's on the line of the stumps. So
Height must
probably
have
a
been
bit
the issue.
an issue, but he wanted it, and why wouldn't you? But yeah, going back to the old days, 12th man, there was this sort of ritual. If you were 12th man, especially down below in the old dressing room, you couldn't see what was happening. But someone got out. One of the rituals you had to go through is to go and get them a drink of orange squash or something. So he's sitting there with his pads on, wondering what's gone wrong. And you come in as 12th man with, well, there's your orange squash. And what do you say? I mean, bad luck doesn't cut it, really, does it?
No, you can't say you got a good one. Not in those circumstances, anyway.
Bit unlucky there? No, it doesn't work. I think you just plonk it down and go away and say, I think I'll be playing in the next game. But we probably don't say that, you just think it.
Yeah, times when it's best to remain taciturn.
Yes. Now then, we've got Casey Aldridge is going to have a go.
Yeah, double bowling change.
Yeah, well, yeah, let's get these.
Here's Casey's first ball of the day. He's already got a wicket. It'll be a dot. 1 for 17 from his 4-over spell yesterday evening.
Yeah.
So he's loose now. It was the wicket of Fletcher Middleton yesterday.
Yeah, well, that was again on the resumption, wasn't it? After they'd gone off, and Middleton was not quite on the ball, but he bowled a serious delivery that was short, came into him, round about almost shoulder high, and he ended up fending it, and it spooned to the slip cordon.
That's full and played.
It's slightly odd shot,
Yes.
sort of flat bat.
Nothing elegant about it.
No.
From Ben Brown. 82 for 5, Hampshire, in reply to Somerset's 500. Three wickets gone today. Nice looking stroke, but won't bring any reward.
No, a little bit loose maybe. He's opening the face quite a lot. Bowling very full with him, not too bad. I mean, he'll pop a shorter one in a minute. He needs bowling, Casey Aldridge. He's had such a good season all round. He catches brilliantly. He's got lots of runs, and he's picked up a few wickets, but a few more would be nice. It should relax him, the fact that he's contributing as an all-round cricketer. That's nice.
It's such a help, isn't it?
Yeah.
To practice both disciplines.
Well, I gather, you know, they and he worked really hard on his batting because everyone recognised that there was potential there. And he's obviously done a lot of work, and he batted yesterday in terms of strategy like a batsman. He took his time. He bided his time. He was 30 odd or whatever it was when the day started. That's a great delivery.
Beauty.
And he was so measured, you know, a bit like Roo. I can bide my time, wait until I want to attack. I won't get out. I trust my defence. Just play everything on its merits. It's terrific.
Yeah, it makes you start wondering about a nudge up the order at some point. Maybe too early at the moment, but something for consideration.
Well, yeah.
That's how the
What
old
it
stone
does,
left alone.
it just gives you possible options. So there are times where you think you might have 3 number 7s that can bat 6, 7, and 8. If you get my drift. So
yeah, well, if you've
got
maybe Gregory and Overton in the same side as well.
I mean, Overton's got to just improve his batting to be thought of as a number 7. I mean, this is highly hypothetical. If Don Best was around still, you might think he can bat 7. So you could have a 6, 7, 8 that is, say, Aldridge, Gregory, Best. Which is not much weaker, if you like, than having a specialist at 6. You'd have James Rue then at 5, actually. Anyway, that's too much detail. Let's look too far ahead. But we'll look at Shoaib Bashir instead. 1 for 2. Ooh, that's Slight misfield there.
I think he'd have been home anyway.
Yeah, he probably would, but he hit it very firmly to mid-on. I mean, I think Fuller, we were surprised by Dawson. I think Fuller is instinctively inclined to be aggressive with the bat, and if that's the way he plays, he should sort of play like that, whatever the situation, really. Some players can't defend well, or they don't move as well if they're thinking defensively. I've got a feeling Fuller might be one of those. Just a little bit of spin there, that was just a bit short, but there's something there, I think. It'd be quite a thing to see. At some point we might see it. 2 off spinners in tandem at the county ground.
Yes, that would be a good moment. It's the most pleasant day of the 3 so far here at Taunton. We've got some blue sky around the place and sun coming through a bit.
Oh, how's he popped that there? That's not quite good. Just in the air for a little bit, and I think, oh, it's short mid wicket, but you can't follow the ball like that. Don't quite know how he got that one there. It might have turned a fraction, but he's
Played it too soon, maybe.
Yeah.
This is an encouraging start from Bashir.
Yeah. Well, I've been keeping an eye on him. Usually following the magnificent stream. He bowled quite a lot at Chelmsford, and I think I may have said yesterday. I think the grapevine said that he bowled a lot at Alistair Cook, which is a grand experience. And I think someone has mentioned the fact that Alistair Cook was really quite impressed. And Alistair Cook is a good judge in the sense that he plays, one of his great virtues as a cricketer is he played the ball, not the man, the ball. So he played the ball, and what he saw was pretty impressive, and he played him on merit. He didn't sort of go after him because he's a young pup. He just played the ball on its merits, and there were a lot of merit there. He didn't actually get, he might have got 1 wicket in the end or something. He hasn't got the figures to back anything up at the moment, but all I can say is he looks as if he belongs out there to me.
So
and he's strong too. He can vary his pace. Ooh.
New over from Aldridge, and that's well stopped. That's saving.
My goodness me.
What a ball that looked destined for the boundary.
Well, that wasn't a half volley. It was beautifully struck. It just happened to hit the field. And I think we know now that what Fuller's response is to this situation, or any situation, is that he's let his juices flow and trust his instinct. That was hit on the up, I think, and it was gloriously struck, but well fielded by Bartlett in the end. But what a free shot.
Aggression again, and Bartlett again.
Yeah, well, he's come out and he's timed the ball beautifully. So far, he's sort of hitting the field, but he has actually, even that ball he hit off Bashir to mid-on, he absolutely crunched it right out the middle of the bat. So this could be interesting.
Yes, particularly how Fuller plays against Bashir will be intriguing to watch.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's Aldridge to Brown. Be another single here. Just nudged it backward a square to leg. .85 now for 5.
That Dawson dismissal was a remarkable dismissal given the state of the game. But it's also a consequence of the short boundary. Just too enticing. It's great. It's great fielding. It's a lovely shot again. He's timing the ball exquisitely. How's he only got 4?
Yeah.
He could have had 15, 16, 20. So the short boundary can work both ways. He thought, I can miss it over there. Surely that's what he must have thought. And sometimes you can miss it that far, but not. He didn't quite get hold of it enough.
And when you've been on the field for nearly a couple of days watching
and
it
he's
being
been
peppered.
splattered. He's been splattered there a few times.
Be a couple here probably.
I think at least. Jack Brooks is after it. And it'll be 3, I think.
Yeah, comfortable 3 in the end. That's
But he's timing everything, Fuller.
that's the longer boundary side of the ground, so more of a chase.
Yeah.
Fuller's on to 7. Single here? No, he was thinking about it. 2 fielders converging on it. In the end, not there. So at the end of Casey Aldridge's over, 1 for 22 figures overall. That's the second over of his spell today concluded. Now Bashir has 1 for 3 in the meantime, and will now bowl his 3rd.
Yep. Well, I think you're right there. The impending duel between the spinner, Bashir, and Fuller will be interesting. Because he's timed the ball exquisitely so far in his brief innings, and he's looked aggressive. He hasn't done anything too rash, but he must feel, I'll be a good nick here. I can restore the situation.
Defensive first up.
Yeah.
He's got a slip and a short leg for company, as well as the double centurion behind the stumps.
Well, that's turned. It's not out, but it's turned.
Yes, there was a touch of optimism about the appeal.
Well, that's interesting, though. The fact that it's taken the pad towards Bartlett's. Pretty close there, forward short leg. He's bowled him. Off stump has gone back a little bit quicker. He's got a strong arm, this Shoaib Bashir. I think it's turned a little bit, but I still wonder whether it went past the outside edge rather than the inside one. I think it was more a change of pace than spin. Let's have a look. It's a great sight for him. I still think it went past the outside edge.
Pretty much held its line.
Yeah, but it was a question. I don't think it was a straight ball. Well, it was an off break. He bowled an off break, but the key factor, I think, was a misjudgment by Fuller about the pace. He changed it, but he does vary his pace.
He may have been expecting a little bit more turn as well.
Well, maybe,
than he got.
But the length, he misjudged the length and the pace. So he was back when he should have been forward. It was a quicker ball. He knows he's going off very slowly because he must have felt, well, I feel $1 million today. I may have not got my due rewards because I've been timing the ball beautifully in this brief stay. But he misjudged the length. It was a bit quicker. He was back when he should have been forward. And the off stump goes back well. Get Don Bess on the other end, see what happens then.
We can have another look at this.
Let's have a check here. I think it went past the outside edge, but he's gone back to a full but significantly quicker ball. And one of the things I like about him, he's got such a strong action show. He's a tall man with, as they say, long levers.
Side on.
Yeah. Again, I think that tells us
outside edge.
Yeah.
Missing the outside edge.
Misses the outside, but he should have been. He misjudged the length, partly because Bashir changed the pace. He was going back when he should have been going forward, and it's a great sight. He's got another wicket. He's got 2 for 3. And who have we got now?
Well,
Felix Organ.
Yes, there isn't going to be a 6th wicket partnership to match the one Somerset had.
No. Well, it's a great sight, that.
And
I mean, poor old Tom Abel, I just feel sorry for him. Decision after decision. I'm sure when he set off today, he thought, well, I was thinking, if we get him out for 300, we've done well. It's a flat pitch. And then we'll probably have a bat again. He might have think, well, follow what he got. He's got at the moment. He's got no force to follow on.
He has. It must be going through his mind now with the fall of Fuller.
Well, you don't want to get ahead of himself. Where was Harry? He's having a sort of mixed day. He told me Dawson was going to block out of this crisis. But then he said, well, Somerset, we think about X, Y, Z, and they'll be thinking about the follow-up. I said, don't get ahead of yourself, Harry. He might be quite right.
Bashir again, and that's safely defended by Felix Organ, so he's survived his first ball. But Hampshire are in deep strife at the moment at 88 for 6.
In deep strife, yeah. And the other thing that happens, I think, is that when one of your number, especially one of your experienced players, gets out, second ball running down the wicket, slogging it to the short boundary, being caught, it sort of deters anyone further down the line. I don't suppose they didn't seem very pleased with Liam's shot. I don't think I won't be too aggressive. You know, I don't think we can have 2 or 3 people doing that. And also, I think Felix Organ has, although I'm not an expert on him, if he's opened the batting a bit for Hampshire, he's probably going to play in a traditional manner. But the pressure's on there. I mean, it's not doing that much, but show him. I mean, give Dom a ball.
Well, I was just going to say, it can't be long before we see Dom
Well,
Bess.
we want some healthy competition. And he's a combative boy, Dom Bess. He'll be up for it.
In the meantime, it is still going to be Casey Aldridge. This will be the 3rd over of his spell today, finding the fielder Ben Brown at mid-wicket this time. I guess, well, maybe a couple more overs in this spell for
Yeah.
for
Well,
Casey.
I think the pattern, and it's gone incredibly well. I mean, and when it's going this well, you've got options available. So he could go for Dom. He could have 2 spinners. Why not? Just for a little while. If he doesn't, he wants to have lots of options available to him. He might want the option that we hadn't considered at the start of enforcing a follow-on, in which case you want some fuel left in your pace bowlers. That's another reason for maybe I'd be tempted to toss the ball to Dom Bess, even just see what happens when they're bowling together. 3 or 4 overs. If not, he can always bring back one of his seamers. But I think he wants to keep plenty of fuel in those. He's only got 3 seamers. They're pretty raw, apart from Jack, who's pretty old. So. And we'll see, but I mean, he's suddenly got options galore. With an attack that he must have thought, well, this could be a bit of a captaincy struggle here. You know, second, sort of, almost a second team attack, or minus your superstars anyway. Yeah. And it's 8 for 6. I mean, how can they leave any of these boys out for Northamptonshire when we go there?
It's a good problem to have, isn't it?
Is,
as skipper. I mean, that was one of the good things. As this is paddled away to deep square leg, there'll be a couple in this. Yeah, fielded on the boundary by Bashir. So comfortable too. But that was another good thing. I mean, tremendous to see Ogbourne's first wicket in first-class cricket. But that extended Tom Abell's options, because Ogbourne had his tail up. He bowled a decent spell this morning, it adds to the confidence of the side, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know, it's great. I mean, we love it. Who's on? Who is? Oh, that's a good delivery. I nearly got the shoulder of the bat. I don't know who our statistical guru is. And we've had lots of potential records this match. But I've got another question. I mean, when did Somerset last field 3 19-year-olds? I ask you, Stephen.
Very good question.
In a first-class championship match.
That's as far as I can go, Vic, at the moment.
Oh, thank you.
It's a question of great sagacity.
well, I'm going to leave you, actually, and I'll let you answer that. But
I think I'll just
there will be
Harry.
A guru. I mean, I don't know who the guru is. And we've got a team of researchers at the back.
We haven't
somewhere.
really. There may be 1 or 2 people next door, but one who'll know.
Well, let's pretend we've got.
But it's quite a thing.
Well, it is, and they've all done some marvellous work. One's got a double century,
which is pretty marvellous.
Shoaib Basher currently has 2 for 3 off 3, and Alfie Ogbourne has got the best player out in the first over. And then, although it wasn't that difficult to catch, it was up there long enough for him to know, hang on, this is James Vincent. If I drop this, I'm going to look stupid. Yeah. And he caught it. And he celebrated quite a lot, actually, almost as much as when he took the wicket.
It was a lovely side-on view.
Anyway, here's Harry, who's been a fount of wisdom most of the time so far. He was the only one this morning talking about follow-on possibilities. But he also promised me that Dawson was going to block it like fury.
See you later, Vic. Good note on which Harry Everett comes in beside me. And yeah, he's being played Bashir now with considerable caution, as you might expect.
It's got him a bit nervous, hasn't he?
He has, indeed. And Organ, who's just come in at number 8. Hampshire in dire straits.
That's a band, isn't it, Stephen?
It's a difficult walk of life for them.
Oh, that's before my time, you can't.
Yeah, showing my age, I'm afraid.
Well, no, I dare say you and Vic have got some different memories than me. Charlie will come on shortly and help me with the...
Brothers in Arms, the album was.
Very good. Well, talking about Brothers in Arms, are we going to see two slips in together? Nice little segue, that, Stephen. That, yeah.
Absolutely.
I think these two, Casey
Brothers,
Aldridge, are going to come in right next to each
Brothers
other.
in Arms, slips, and conceivably off-spinners before
Wow,
too
very
long.
Good. I love how we've got cake just sat on the commentary box. I'm going to give that to Charlie. Charlie will eat all the cake. So Shoaib Bashir, short leg slip, and a normal slip. Very attacking field from Tom Abel. I like this a lot. I'm excited for a follow-on here. Just been chatting to a Hampshire fan down on the Thatcher's deck who's not in quite so good a mood.
Yeah, there's not much sign of life on the Hampshire balcony at the moment either. Heads may have been turned the other way by that rather profligate dismissal of Liam Dawson in Bashir's first over. Nicely fielded there, short leg.
Yeah.
Really without having a proper look at the new bowler.
I thought he got hold of it. I thought great shot for 6. I thought he'd absolutely nailed it. And it just, well, it's a good catch from Alfie Ogborn. Just didn't quite keep going.
It was lovely looking at the interview with James Rue yesterday evening at the end of Bashir's 4th over. 2 for 3, his figures. So what a start he's had to his spell. But, James Rue saying how very much he liked Shoaib Bashir, gets on very well with him off the field, and so much enjoyed the partnership with him, that last wicket partnership. And said he was laughing inwardly every time he saw Bashir hit one of his 6s.
Yeah, there's the school's day, 3rd day of school days here. I've got another school I've worked at here today. It's a bit ridiculous, really, the amount of teachers that have texted in the last few days, former colleagues saying, "How are you come to watch cricket? I know what you're on about now." And
it's a lovely noise to have in the background, isn't it?
A good buzz. There's a short ball from Casey Aldridge, is sort of scuff pulled for 1 by Ben Brown. Yeah, Monkton Heathfield School are here today. They're enjoying themselves in the Trade Nation stand. Not far for them. That's where Roland van der Merwe's kids go to school. Justin Langers went there too. You think when the overseas come and they bring their families in. Back a few years ago, an overseas would come for a whole season, wouldn't they? Or a few years in a row. You think White or Langer. Nowadays, Ish Sodhi comes all the way here from New Zealand for 2 weeks. He's not going to uproot his wife and kids, but slightly different change.
And Somerset in this game with no overseas player at all.
Well, don't need it with all these youngsters.
Absolutely.
Yeah, dare I say it, this is one of the weakest Somerset. So on paper, this is no, a thing daft thing to say. On paper, one of the weakest sides I've put out in recent years against one of the best sides in recent years in Hampshire. Abbas, Abbott, Barker. Everyone's saying they're one of the best opening partnerships. Abbas and Abbott, really. And Vince, of course, is a quality player. Liam Dawson got 12 for 140. These quality players, and yet, well, at the moment, Somerset well on top. At the moment, I'm hasten to add.
Good ball from Aldridge, right in the block hole. Well played by Felix Organ. So yes, and the 3 19-year-olds in the same game, Harry. Vic put the question to me. When did that last happen for Somerset? And I have to say, all I could say was it was a good question.
Great question. Wow, yeah. I don't have an answer off the top of my head.
We will get our thinking caps on and make some inquiries.
That's our trivia question for the rest of the day, is it?
It could well be.
BBC Sport have been doing the Zoltz quiz, haven't they, every day of the Test match this summer so far. Maybe that can be our Somerset quiz. Yesterday's was the 200. Who was the last 200? And you won that one, Stephen, with your Trent Bridge Triscothic shout. And I still remember, I think I was there too. at Trent Bridge that day. I remember he was on the field for pretty much the entire match, just got it.
It was a great day to see.
Opening, if I don't look at scorecard here, I'm not cheating. I reckon he opened with Johan Myberg. Do you remember that?
That could well be right.
Pretty sure he did. More of a T20 player, you could say, Johan Myberg. But good carry that, Casey Aldridge. Straight through to James Rew. Bit of a round of applause from Tom Abel at first slip.
I remember interviewing Marcus actually after that innings, and he gave me generously of his time, and it was always a pleasure.
Always.
He was a great team man, but he was also great with spectators and supporters as well.
I reckon he still is. We shouldn't say was as if it's past.
No, but I'm just talking about his playing
career,
days.
Yeah. To wind you up. No batting.
It's nice to see him actually on screen.
England balcony.
Yeah.
He hasn't quite gone for the bucket hat yet, has he? He's not quite gone for the Ben Stokes hood up or the McCullum.
No, I can't easily see him in that.
No.
End of Aldridge is over. 8 in all. 1 maiden, 1 for 25. I do wonder whether we're going to see Don Bess at this end before too long, just to experiment, to see how it goes, whether he can find any turn, any assistance at all. We've seen a little bit of it for Bashir coming in from the river end, and he is clearly going to continue and have something of a spell, I fancy, here, given the start he's made.
Absolutely. Yeah, Don Bess will be waiting a while, I reckon, to get the ball out of Sher Bashir's hands.
Yeah, but it could be best for Aldridge, conceivably.
Yeah. What are they looking for here? A drink? Felix Organ? Yeah, wants a drink, I think. Brown and Organ. No, I was just having a chat with, just made a friend of the Hampshire fan down the balcony. Clive was enjoying his, well, he was enjoying it yesterday, or Monday, when Kyle Abbott was doing so well. He's come up from the Aegeus Bowl, because Somerset are back in the Aegeus Bowl first week of September. So that's, I guess, the most local trip in Division 1. Actually, 2 of them all local trips for Somerset fans. They want to go away, both in September. Hampshire against Somerset is the 3rd of September. That's day 1 of that 4-day game. And then later in the month, fancy another away trip. Not too far up the motorway, where we're going on Saturday, Stephen. I know you're in Greenland, but finals day on Saturday at Edgbaston, and the 26th of September, Somerset, Edgbaston, a nice little away trip. As we see the lights come on as the physio comes on to...
Yes, a bit of a delay here. Whether it's an issue for Felix Organ of some kind. He's chatting to the physio. Whether he took a blow of some kind, don't recall seeing one. Maybe it's a niggle of some kind we wanted to talk through, but looks like he's okay. Floodlights have come on.
Yeah, all 4 of them clicked into gear. It's 91 for 6. Felix Organ is a proper batter, really. Has opened in the past. Similar to Joe Weatherly, really. Solid right-handed top-order bat, that sort of player. So he's yet to get off the mark. Not too excited yet. Bashir, quick, round and flat. Played with a couple of the Dean lads yesterday, and they're talking about how Sher Bashir's been bowling his 10 overs in the Whipple for Taunton Dean, and not got many runs for them either. And then yesterday,
he's a big occasion man.
Well, yeah, a bit like Tom Banton.
This will be 4. Swept.
Yeah, good shot that. We say it every time, don't we? When a wicketkeeper sweeps for 4, it's that you got to say that phrase as a commentator. We're obliged to, aren't we, Stephen? Keepers always seem to sweep well. Generally, they're pretty short guys. Get down low, sweep both sides of the wicket.
The men out today, James Vince was the first, and a memorable one for Alfie Ogborn, his first in first-class cricket. Caught 3rd slip by Tom Lammonby for 16.
We talk about pleasures to be at a ground or on commentary for. James Rew's double 100, of course, but also if Alfie Ogborn goes on to play at the high level for years to come, to say I was there, and James Vince of all men, of course, when he got his first wicket, is a nice little memory. He'll be buzzing. He'll remember that wicket. Yeah,
it was a rather indifferent stroke from the Hampshire captain. As is pushed out to short extra. He was considering the drive, but didn't really commit to it. And the ball took the outside edge. Tom Lammonby did the rest, and then in the next over, come back to it after this ball. Jack Brooks, having celebrated quite wildly yesterday evening when he took a wicket with the first ball of the innings, managed to repeat the performance with the first ball of the day. and the celebrations hardly paled by comparison. And that was Nick Gubbins gone, caught behind for 14.
Yeah.
And since then, Liam Dawson, a shot that he will not put into his memory gallery, caught at deep mid-wicket. That was Alfie Ogborn's first catch in first-class cricket. It was hanging in the air for a little while. He had a chance to look at it, which isn't always very appealing, but he held it safely. That was Dawson gone for 8, and then James Fuller, last man out, played down the wrong line, possibly expecting a little bit more turn than he got from Shoaib Bashir, and had his off-stump pegged back. Wickets falling today at 64, again at 64, then 80 and 88. Aldridge to continue.
Bit of a ring field, really, for Casey Aldridge. Still the 2 slips in the gully in place. Fine leg, sort of 5 yards in, Shoaib Bashir. Andrew Holmes, our cameraman, is doing very well to keep his earpieces in to cope with the screaming school kids behind him. I said I was down on the Thatcher's deck, just chatting away to Clive from Hampshire, getting a bit of a different view. I like getting different perspectives, different angles, and good to chat to the away fans as Casey Aldridge is driven down the ground. Good bit of fielding there. Also, great little story this. Made friends with a chap called Pete Deakin, who's come down from Scotland. He's watching this game, come down from Edinburgh for the week. And he was telling me about, they play on the beach in Ely, a village on the Fife coast near Edinburgh. And they're playing beach cricket. Oh, you'll love this picture, Charlie. This is Charlie comes in. Bit of beach cricket as we see a bit of thunder around the Cooper Associates County ground. The wacky places you can play cricket. As Casey Aldridge is defended for at least one, just wide of 4th slip. Lammerby comes charging round. And this is, you think of Scotland and Josh Davey.
Oh, yes.
And they play on the beach, and if they hit a straight 6 into the beer garden, the pub gives you your height in beer.
No. Well, that would be good value for me. Problem is, he just hitting the 6 is going to be the issue.
Yeah, that's the issue. 30 over game, they play on a sand wicket using a wind ball.
Love that.
Do that.
Yeah.
On Saturday in July every year. I love the little ethnic games of cricket when the history, and a bit like the Gloucestershire cheese rolling. Little stories like that. On the pull is ground but can't beat the fielder.
What a morning for Somerset. What a morning. And those wickets came yesterday after a break, after a rain delay. We saw something similar early on today, just as Hampshire batters get going. But after watching James Rue, Don Bess, Casey Aldridge, Shoaib Bashir score runs fairly easily, really, without too much trouble.
He does get the pull away this time. A bit more in front of square, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Casey Aldridge does like to bang it in, but Brown, being a short player, is used to the short ball, plays it well.
So considering all of that, I wondered today whether we'd see the Hampshire batters think, right, we need to settle down, dig in.
Well, they got to 100. They've done that bit.
They have reached 100, but 6 wickets down. And then today, Ogborn, Bashir, picking up those wickets. Fantastic to see. Brooks as well, who, as Stephen was saying, loves taking wickets. That's a nice cut shot. Just leant back a bit, forced it through the offside this time.
Yeah, Ogborn can't quite catch up with that one. Quick enough outfit, isn't it, with all the rain we've had?
Yep. I'm very impressed. If they had the same rain here as I did yesterday where I live in Burnham-on-Sea,
Yes.
it was hammering down against my, well, it woke me up against the window. And I thought to myself,
Ruined your night's sleep.
This is going to be seriously bad. Well, it was this morning. It was, it was probably about 6-7 o'clock this morning. So I thought, well, it's going to have to drain off quickly, but they've done a fantastic job as usual. The ground
Yeah,
staff
I had a
here.
good chat with Scott Hawkins just before play. He was putting the heavy roll on the pitch. It's 7 minutes of rolling, and the other ground staff, of course, marking the lines. And they're pretty happy with the pitch so far.
Yeah, I think the pitch has been good. I think it's offered a bit for everyone. I think there's enough. It's solid enough that the batters can rely on it. But I think that the seam bowlers have managed to find a little bit of work with it, especially Kyle Abbott early on in the innings. And then it's offering spin as well. So I think it's been a pretty good wicket, really. So 500 runs on it, scored at a pretty good rate. over the course of the first 2 days, which were rain delayed, of course, and we had a lot of interruptions. So I don't think it's too bad at all, really. 104 for 6, and of course those 6 wickets will partly also be down to perhaps tiredness on Hampshire's behalf. As that one's defended by Organ.
Yeah,
because once you're out for 500
far, yeah.
runs, you especially, and Sam was making this point over the last couple of days, Sam Dalling was saying, actually, when you're 41 for 4 and you get a team to 80 for 5, you're a bowling team, you think, right, we better start gearing up here because we'll go through the tail. And so that obviously, you know, it just changes your mentality a lot when you then, you know, a number 6 comes in and scores 221 runs. So
20.1 overs.
Yeah, well, that shows you, doesn't it? 500 runs in 120.1 overs. That really does show. And they did speed up a lot towards the end when we had a bit of bash ball from Shoaib Bashir and James Roux. Leaning back, cutting away, picking out the fielder. So, you know, there's probably a lot of things going on here. That's the reason that Hampshire are 104 for 6. You know, this Hampshire team's a lot better than 104 for 6. But those 120 overs, although that's not the longest innings they've probably ever bowled for, but just the mentality, isn't it? Letting those 500 runs through and you think you're on top and then you're suddenly massively behind the game. Just losing a wicket, very first ball, you know, heads go down, don't they? So there's probably a lot to it, really, on the psychological front.
Absolutely. Well, Shoaib Bashir's got mid-on just a few yards back from an orthodox position. Trying to attempt a miscued advance on a wicket or chip. Don Bess is closer at mid-off, almost extra cover.
Yeah, but good to see him get a bit of a bowl today. I'm sure it won't be too long. Wouldn't be surprised if it's before lunch. Got about 40. Well, it's a bit longer, isn't it, because of the rain delay? So.
Felix
Well
Organ's
stopped.
got quite a sort of open bat face, hasn't he? Almost open face towards first slip. I think he's going to whip it through mid-wicket. Another man with a local bat maker's stickers on his bat. M&H not just at the Cooper Associates County Ground these days.
No, well,
Stores all around the country.
occasionally gets a run out in Test cricket when Jack Leach gets a bat, but
Yeah, Jamie Overton's big score as well, wasn't it?
yeah, of course, yeah. That one Test that he's got where he scored nearly got 100 and
Yeah.
a fifer in one game.
Not been picked since.
Not been picked since, yeah.
Well, Jack Brooks is going to return, this time from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end down below us. His wicket early in the day, Gubbins, did come from the river end, although he did run all the way down here and towards the Trescothick.
I was at an appointment earlier on, so I missed it, but I'm disappointed because I love seeing him because, you know, at age 39, you've got to wonder how many more years of it we'll get. So enjoy it while it happens.
I'm glad to know you managed to sort your vet appointment, having done your phone call on the commentary
It
box.
wasn't a vet. I was at the doctor's. I don't go to a vet for an appointment.
Oh,
no, it was me this time, not the cat. No, the cat's
Blame the cat on
vaccination's in
everything.
August.
Ah,
Just
okay, good to know. Listeners were worried about your
No, they weren't.
vet appointment. So Jack Brooks, 2 slips and a mid-wicket in. Nice sort of
Yeah, it
cut.
wasn't. I didn't go and get my worm tablet or anything like that, you know.
That's good to know.
So I did have to miss the first 45 minutes of play today, sadly, but I was keeping a close ear on it and watching the scores in the waiting room for the.
Did your in-ear radio work in the? doctor's
Well, no,
waiting
because
room?
my doctor's not in Taunton, so it would have been if it had been working
That'd been
in,
a right
in
effort.
Burnham, that would have
Yeah.
been a very good work.
You need to
So
test
no,
them.
I was keeping an eye on the score, and I didn't want to. I didn't have my headphones on me, so I didn't want to broadcast it to the entire waiting
Oh,
room.
that's a
Although I'm
shame.
sure they
Should've
wouldn't have
tried
minded.
it, yeah.
Keeping up to date with the Somerset score, especially when it's going so well. 104. for
We've had an
6.
answer to Stephen's little teaser question. Louis Sandyford says Somerset had James Regan, Jamie O and Craigo all playing versus South Africa in 2012. All 19 at the time. Abel is the same age, but the Overton twins broke through later. I think she probably means earlier there, but I like that. So we see another pull shot from Brown to deep. So, South Africa tour game. I was hoping Pete Trieger was going to come on commentary this week. He's on most days of the season, but he's having this round off because I had a lovely little fact for him. I'm going to have to say it now.
Go on.
He's not here.
Yep.
Do you remember him taking Morne Morkel for 6 fours in the over?
Ooh.
Do you remember that?
Yes, that does ring a bell.
The anniversary was on Sunday.
Was it? How many years?
I think it was 2012, so that would be 11 years. Yeah, 11 years.
11 years. Yeah.
So I think that was the same game when Regan and the two Ovens played that Louis Sanderford is talking about.
There we go.
So yeah, I was gonna ask Pete about that so we could blush on air.
So was it Regan, both Overton twins? That's what.
Yes, James
Right.
Regan's still playing for Taunton St Andrews. He's a wicket keeper, but does occasionally open the bowling. Actually, he's quite a skilled cricketer.
Don't get that all that often, do you? Wicket
No.
keeper opening the bowling.
He does.
Occasionally
bowl
on
useful.
when it gets to sort of fast levels of declaration bowling, you might bring your wicket keeper on.
I
But
think it's quite the village level where he opens the bowl and then puts the pads on at drink.
yeah,
It's
and
quite
comes
that.
in and keeps wicket. Yeah.
No, good player is James Regan. A bit like Alex Barrow, quality wicket keeper who didn't play very long for Somerset, but dominated club cricket for a while. But Barrow has stopped, not playing for Sidmouth anymore. There's a cover drive for probably 4. Yep, and Hammerby can't catch up with that, even though Tom Lumby's pretty quick.
Bit of buffet bowling there from Jack Brooks. That was there to hit, and he got the treatment, which it probably deserved, to be honest.
Yeah, half volley, really,
Yeah.
wasn't it? I think it's going to be Don Besserclock in the next
Oh,
10 or so minutes.
Besserclock.
I'm calling it Besserclock. I like that.
Yeah,
Talking of Sidmouth as well, that's a nice segue, wasn't it, from Barrow and Sidmouth
Very
to
good.
Bess and Sidmouth?
very good.
Their 250-year anniversary this year, I believe.
Yeah, they're celebrating, aren't they? Oh, it's half a pill.
Because have you seen their team for today?
What, Somerset's?
Is this controversial? This I might be. I might
gonna
be,
get yourself in trouble.
Might upset some fans.
No, I don't
here.
think it's controversial because
Well, it's
I
been
think
publicised on social media.
and
so-
also Somerset racked up 500 and have reduced Somerset to 109 for 6. So I don't think anyone who was worried about the selection is going to be too concerned that Somerset are turning out for this game.
So it's 200 years of cricket, not 250. Sorry, 1823 Sidmouth started.
Yeah,
so
250 would be a long time. wouldn't it?
pretty much the T20 Blast squad for Saturday at Edgbaston are playing at the Fort Field
Yeah.
against Somerset. Free entry:
Getting
Ben
it run
Green, Gregory, Kohler Cadmore, Goldsworthy, Davies, Banton, Smead, Matt Henry, Ish Sodhi, George Thomas, Craig Overton. This is tomorrow.
10 out of 11 of which will be at. You just think George Thomas? Probably not. Who else was in there? I didn't.
Goldsworthy.
Goldsworthy,
probably
yeah.
wouldn't
Yeah,
be.
so probably 9 out of the 11 that will be turning up for that semi-final against Surrey. Craig Overton, you might have spotted on your screens there. He's in his whites, so he's probably doing
He
some
fielded a bit earlier.
12th duty, is he? Right, there we go.
Fourth slip he was.
Dangerous fourth slip coming into field
Yeah,
like that.
buckets.
So clearly not. Oh, there's a half shout again. Clearly not too worried about making sure he has full rest then if he's going to come on and do some fielding duties here.
One of the bigger and taller fielders to come on and carry the drinks, and
Yeah.
one of the better fielders, yeah, as we said.
Oh, he's a cracking field. Well, he's taken all those catches in the T20s, although he is being put in some pretty helpful positions for that. Not to take anything away, still got to catch him. But when you've got someone his height on the long-on boundary, you really do have to make sure you clear the ropes by plenty, and a lot of a lot of opposition players haven't been doing it. As Brown comes forwards and defends that one. Bashir here, who is 2 for 7 in his 7th over, including 3 maidens. That's very good figures from the new signing for Somerset.
Yeah,
Newish
very
signing.
impressive. Well, yeah, we'll still call him the new sign, I suppose. Other than Don Bess, he's the latest, isn't he?
Yeah,
If we don't count overseas.
yeah. He's been impressive, hasn't he? And was brilliant with the ball, with the bat yesterday. He was just decided to sort of switch on what we called it bash ball, because it was like that. Suddenly he started hitting sixes. Genuinely good sixes. Through
See-
mid wicket. I mean, we're not
Yeah.
talking over the point boundary or anything like that, or over extra cover. But there we go. Some kids enjoying themselves. This is the last day of the school's day. We've had it all this week. From Monday, oh look at them, they're having a great time. They've got some face paint going on in there. Is that your handiwork?
No, I don't think that's any of my schools.
No?
No, I did see the face paint being done.
Look at them
So
having a
Devon
great time.
Cricket and the Somerset Foundation were under the gazebo, giving the face paint. But no, I'm just talking about Craig Overton's fielding here. Let's see how long he's 12th man for. At 1 o'clock, he's going to have to leg it down to Sidmouth, I guess. He's doing the morning's 12th man duties, I guess. Then he'll be on.
What
the
time's
field
the
at
Sidmouth?
2:30 start.
2:30.
this
Yeah, so
afternoon.
you will have to get on the down the motorway.
We're gonna
Someone's put on the who's this? FSM. It says Triggs probably golfing this week. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, he might
Does-
be involved in. I think he's playing at Sidmouth actually.
No, he's playing tonight.
He's not named in the
There we go.
initial squad, but he
That
finds a
doesn't
way
mean
in,
that
doesn't
doesn't mean he's
Yeah.
not golfing right now, or have done a bit of morning golfing.
Well, that was the way we got Alex Hales out on Friday night, wasn't it? Triggs took him for a round in
Yeah,
golf.
got on his ear.
Let Alex Hales beat him at golf,
Yeah.
and then got him early. And
Yeah,
start
giving
the
that
chase.
false confidence.
Yeah, big wicket that was.
Yeah, Triggs, of course, former Nottinghamshire player towards the end of his career.
But a nibble away from Jack Brooks. James Reed just stepping over towards Tom Abel at first slip to take that. So I wonder if they'll have, well, surely Craig Overton will be wanting to follow it, as will all the boys. So they must have the live stream on down at the Fort Field in the Sidmouth bar. I was playing there last year. I remember watching the Champions League final down there, so they've definitely got a TV. So I just hope they've got the YouTube live stream.
Yeah, well, we'll say hello to the guys watching from Sidmouth then. This is pushed into the offside. James Drew, I watched his post-day interview yesterday. Thought he came across so well, and he just said how much he was enjoying it. Just, loved, especially he said that last partnership, 108 runs with Shoaib Bashir, who he said he gets on with very well. Yeah, brilliant to see that. Just the fun that was being had. It's a serious game, and he was a serious player, but actually, just to see the smile on faces with him talking about it.
I've not heard a bad word about Shoaib Bashir, actually. All the players I've spoken to have said how well he's fitted in, how popular guy he is within the group. From the Dean cricketers to the Somerset cricketers to anyone who knows of and played with him previously as well. He's just a top guy. And yeah, James Rew's normally a man of pretty few words in post-match interviews. You chat to him outside, away from the camera, and he'll give you a bit more. But he's growing in confidence. Gave him more and more chat. And
yeah, quite right. So you should
nice to see the smile, doesn't it?
Well, I went over to see my parents last night, just because as I mentioned, I'm going away on holiday.
Yes.
And it's my mum's birthday while I'm away, which obviously doesn't go down particularly well. Second year in a row I've done it. So I thought, well, I better go and see her. So
get the brownie point in there.
Exactly. So I delivered a card and a present. Anyway, and Dad was wanting to know all about James Rew. Dad had been sort of keeping an eye on the feed and had seen the score. And I was like, what's he like? What does he look like when he's batting? Well, he's, all these questions. I said, I showed him the highlights.
He's not been watching on the stream all the time.
Yeah, he can't, because they were driving a lot yesterday, because they're coming back from a weekend away where they came back on a Tuesday. So he wasn't able to watch it, but he had been listening and keeping an eye on it. So he was asking me all sorts of questions about him, saying, "When is he someone? Do we need to keep an eye on him for England?" And I said, "A lot of people saying so. A lot of people saying it."
There it is. Is that the most popular day at the Cooper Associates County Ground of the entire summer? I think.
Yeah.
There's your advert for it.
4th of August, 2 o'clock kickoff as well. So that's under the lights by the end of that match.
We're worried if people had a few warm-up looseners before that as well.
100 different beers and ciders.
I'm pretty sure the gates will be open by 12, won't they? So people can come in and try a few beforehand.
It's a great atmosphere. I was lucky enough to do that last year. Remember?
Was that the Ali Orr 200?
Yes, it was. Goodness me. What a
we were on together,
double century that was, yeah. So that was seen 2 double centuries in 2 seasons here. One for Sussex, one for Somerset. That Ali Orr double century was.
It's funny because he hasn't done masses since.
No.
Ali Orr is probably seen as an absolute world beater in the West Country, just because that one knock.
Yeah.
He's done all right, but not as well.
Oh yeah, he's been promoted, isn't he? He's doing a lot of in Red Bull now as well as just the white ball. We haven't really done that.
I put him in my T20 Blast fantasy team based upon his Royal London Cup 200.
That one innings that he had? Yeah,
that was enough for me.
Yeah, no, that was very good. I remember he sent a ball over the flats. It wasn't into the flats, onto the balconies or onto the roof. It went over it.
Will Smead did that, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago as well?
Incredible.
Different angles, of course.
Yeah, so if you were watching a performance at the Brewhouse Theatre and suddenly had a thud on the roof, you know what it was. Yeah, that was astonishing. I think through class, you'd say James Rew was just pretty faultless. And in red ball, I always think it is trickier in red ball. You've not got the field restrictions. You've got a ball which is doing a bit more. It's pulled high and will go for 6 runs.
He didn't pick that up.
No.
Deep square. Could he have had a chance to run round 10 yards to his left? Or maybe 15.
I think.
Maybe have been a bit hard.
Would have been hard. Would have been hard.
Not picking it up worries me.
Didn't see it at all.
Did not move. Could have clonked him on the head.
Nope. Who's that there? Is it
Ogbourne?
Ogbourne, perhaps? Let's have a quick
look. I don't think it is.
Got the binoculars.
Yeah, it is Ogbourne.
It's Ogbourne, yeah.
He took the catch earlier on.
Yes, we'll let
he's probably not used to fielding on a pitch like this with all the different school tops the other side.
Yeah,
to pick
and the seats, and absolutely, it does make a difference comparing to a club ground with trees around it.
Playing at Bridgewater when the boundary is 35 yards one side is a bit different. And this is the small boundary at Cooper Associates County Ground, and it's still at least 70 yards.
Yeah, so it must be different for the players who have come from club cricket to get used to playing with these people in the background. Spectators, seats, stands, school kids waving and jumping around, as you say.
Reflective jackets, which is maybe helpful for the teachers, but not so helpful for Ogbourne picking the ball out of them. All these bright Colours everywhere.
Jack Brooks is going to continue. Headband goes on, pulls it out of his pocket where he keeps it when he's fielding.
Yeah, weird one, that, isn't it? I don't like having anything in my pockets when I'm fielding.
I don't often get asked to be on ball shining duty, but I was on Sunday because the ground was quite wet because we had a shower and halfway through it, and so I had the towel tucked into
I hate
the back of my trousers.
He
got on. I had to keep reminding myself it was there, and then obviously everyone's throwing the ball at you, which you've got to keep it off the ground. And at club cricket, those throws aren't always, let's say, directly to my hands.
Yeah, not a fan of that. One slip, one gully to Jack Brooks. No, then some people tuck it in a pocket, some do it down the back of the trousers.
Yeah, I prefer it in the trousers. As you said, I don't like it in the pockets.
I asked the
I think
umpire
you're going to land on it. I know a towel's not going to hurt you, but it's like it just changes how it feels.
Off, isn't it?
Yeah.
The umpire wouldn't hold it for me the other day, and I thought, well, why not? You're holding jumpers and caps.
Yeah.
What's a towel and different? I wasn't going to argue. But yeah, just use your shirt, make your shirt dirty, and just.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
Still catching with wicket, a little bit squarer. No run, says Brown, and gives it the nice point of the bat.
Nice and clear.
There's no other cricketer that gets mentioned on commentary when he's nothing to do with the game like Marnus Labuschagne, is there? You just every time someone does that, you can't help mention his name. Really, so it's like he's coined an action. Yeah. Coined the phrase "no run."
No run.
Even kids who know very little about cricket, don't really follow the game, have heard of it or seen, or the amount of times I've seen kids in the nets doing it. Headbound warrior, Brooksy Ferret, half volley on leg stump, only one run.
Too far down the leg side there, or on leg stump. School kids have had a great week, haven't they? They've just been loving it. Every time I've walked around the ground or heard what's going on, they're just loving it. Even with the rain, didn't seem to put them off. They were still cheering. A lot of them still sitting here during the rain break. Pleased to see this delivery of brownies while I was.
Yes. Well, we've been very polite, waiting till after lunch.
Yeah, I think that's the right.
Well
call,
trained.
isn't it? Yeah. Can't go too early with cake. Brooks in again. It's just angled, but.
Oh, Annie Chaves heard about the brownies in the box.
Oh, look at that! Say the word brownies, and Annie Chaves.
Straight in. They're not from Sophie Luff this time.
Rosie, I think. Yeah, lovely Rosie, who sent me a message last night on Twitter to show them being baked. So
yes, it's a good action shot, wasn't it?
It was.
In the baking tray.
Yeah, it's very nice of her. So I'm sorry I missed it. Rosie, thanks so much for that. If you are watching or listening.
Good fielding from Alfie Ogborn at backward point, running around left-handed. Looks a bit like Tom Lammonby, the sort of lanky, not lanky, but tall, skinny, left-handed thrower. I was all set for Nick Gubbins to get a few runs. I was doing a bit of research. We're playing for Callington in Cornwall, and didn't even have time to say anything. I was have to wait for the second innings, but he scored 100 for Callington on Saturday. Callington CC and Cornwall have a ridiculous roster of players this year. Jake Libby, Samit Patel, Roloff van der Merwe, Nick Gubbins, Ian Holland.
So how are they doing that? That's incredible.
Some money.
Yeah.
Ian Holland at a fiver.
So Samit Patel, who I can't imagine spends a lot of time in or near Callington. Maybe he does. But he's based in Nottinghamshire. Jake Libby, yeah.
Well, at least he's from there originally. But
where's Jake Libby? Yeah,
he's at Worcestershire. He's Cornish originally. That's a bit.
He's at Worcestershire now.
Go back and see the founder.
Yeah, exactly. That makes more sense.
Samit Patel from Not
that I can't. I've met Samit, but he's never mentioned having family or friends in Cornwall that he's regularly at.
No, I think it's. Well, they just go through a different tough 5 pros across the year, and then overseas is quite ridiculous, really. But yeah, Roland's played a couple of games down there.
Samit's got a bit of time on his hands this weekend, doesn't he? Because not going to be involved in the finals day.
Nice rubbing, salt in the wound.
Well, there was a clip, wasn't there, doing the rounds of him at the start of the season.
I take that back. He deserves it for that.
Where he was saying Somerset never win anything. So
Bashir punched for at least 2. They're going to push back for a third. Tom Lammonby in hot pursuit. He's going to dive, pull it back in. Great bit of field in there, and I like that from Somerset. They field in pairs. Case Soldiers there to throw it in just to save 1 run.
Oh, right in front of the kids. Do you hear the scream delight?
Right in front of Sachin on camera as well. Good little look at this.
Here we go.
Look at this dive right in front of the camera. He nearly stuttered and nearly fell early, didn't he, Tom?
Oh, here he goes.
As well, lovely pull in.
Brilliant. Look at that. Bang. Straight over the rope.
Action shot. Thank you, Sachin.
Nice one, Sach. Yeah.
And Rosie, Queen of Somerset, is already on the Twitter. You're welcome, listening and watching, but actually in the ground for once.
Oh, that's lovely. What stand are you in,
yes,
Rosie?
I hope
Where
you've got
are
in-ear
you?
radio.
Yeah.
Even better. We've gone from cakes to in-ear radios and one. We passed through
nearly
a
inside
catch.
edge.
Yeah, nearly. The leg slip.
Might be a run there. Bit of a fumble.
Jack Brooks has misfielded that. This haven't run. he's dummy in the.
Got away with that there. There's Jack Brooks.
There was definitely a one there. Go on, Rosie.
Rosie, I've got the binoculars, so
I've got mine as well.
so
You've got
we
bigger
can-
ones than mine.
Well, these
Bird
ones I
watchers.
inherited from my from Grandad, but they're probably from the 70s. They still work. They do the job.
Yeah, I don't think
If it ain't
go out
broke,
of
don't
date, do
fix
they?
it.
No.
Bit close on you.
That's
there.
exactly what Jason Kerr said yesterday.
He
didn't
did. He said,
James Drew at number 6. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, Anthony asked him, Anthony Gibson
bat
from the
higher?
BBC,
Yeah.
could he bat higher? And Jason said, well, at the moment, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which
I like that line. I use
makes
that line.
perfect sense, doesn't it? Oh, it's hit on the pads.
No,
Bashir's not
that's an
interested.
optimistic appeal outside the line of our stump, I would guess. Yeah, you missed it earlier. I was down at Seaton yesterday.
Yeah, outside.
And Jason Kerr was a Seaton player. He scored 120 against Van Troost before drinks in the 90s.
Jason Kerr?
Yeah.
This Jason Kerr?
This Jason Kerr. Talented all-rounder. Oh, that's another short ball. Pulled. Scuff pull, really. Ogborn's picked this one up.
Yeah, still runs away.
Yeah, he's never going to get that, really, is he? He's at square leg. If he was at mid-wicket, then maybe Ben Brown would try and pull it squarer. But at the moment, that's a safe enough shot to a short ball from Bashir. Still waiting on Rosie, Queen of Somerset, to tell us where she sat so we can get Alex, the cameraman, to zoom in on her. And give the Virtue Motors earpieces another shout out. 12 quid from the Triscothic reception downstairs in the pavilion.
Bashir definitely causing a few issues here.
Well, credit to Bashir, the fact that he's bowled 9 overs now and Don Best none is massive testament to how well he's bowled.
Yeah. I had a quick look at Rosie's profile picture there. And I just glanced at it and I thought it was a set of stumps with the sun behind it, but I've zoomed in and it's some sort of ancient ruins. It's not. I thought this
Is
was
that
a
not
set
stumps? I still think
No,
that's
it's
stumps.
not. It's ancient. It's a ruin. It's like a
Stonehenge?
No, it's like a Greek or Roman ruin. But it looks like the three pillars with two,
Very good.
whatever you'd call it, lintels on the top, whatever they're called, look like a set of stumps. But Rosie, I see it's not. It's something far more cultural.
Well,
Actually, I'm not sure if, cricket's probably the height of all culture, isn't it, really?
I'll do one more over and then I'll bring Stephen Lamb back into the attack for a brief spell before
Can't you bring
lunch.
him in sooner?
Well, all right then. Sorry about that, John. I was trying to coincide it with Don Best, but we can see Casey Aldridge for another, his 10th from the Triscothic Pavilion end. He's got 1 wicket. Got the key one of...
Tracy's watching and listening from America. Thanks, Tracy.
Oh,
He says, what am I missing? Wickets, cake, Annie Chafe, the Queen of Somerset. Watching and listening in from America. Thanks very much, Tracy. Lovely to hear from you. Which bit of America? So I'd like to know what the time is there. You're going to be between 5 and 8 hours behind us. But
Oh,
let us know.
how silly of us to... We know where Rosie sat. She sat with Jeff, of course, just down below us to the right. We
course.
should have known that.
Of course.
I was down on the deck looking at Jeff, giving me positive thumb-up smiles and hand signals.
So
of
we're not
course
going to
she's
see
with
that.
Dad.
They're over too far to our right. Yeah, we're not going to
Not
see
quite.
you there, Rosie. Well, you've got a
Yeah.
lovely view. Enjoy that.
No, Vic and I had a good chat with Jeff this morning as we were coming in.
Oh, Jeff's a legend.
Was he our cameraman and consultant, I think is his technical title.
He's been and done it all as Jeff.
Well,
He's,
yeah, Sky Sports cameraman on the board.
yeah,
he's
he's-
bookseller at tea.
seriously good broadcaster and talent behind the camera. Oh, there we go. We're going to. There we are. Look
Give us
on
a
the
wave,
live
Jeff.
stream. There we go. That's Jeff there, and there's Rosie.
He's got a tea towel in his hand. Thank you, Rosie, for the cake.
Lovely stuff. Thanks,
We
Rosie.
haven't tried it yet.
She's avoiding the camera. Which one of our camera operators did that? He's down there today.
That is Andrew.
Andrew,
Andrew
on
Holmes.
it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew.
Bit further over to the left today. He's hiding next to the BBC bus shelter.
Which have you seen the name they've given it?
Like Petrie
written on the
cover
back.
we had. What's it now?
It's the Andy Caddick bus shelter. Is what it's called.
Because he hasn't got anything.
Which I was
He's
going to
got a
say,
pavilion.
he's got his pavilion, so I don't know how
Pete
Andy's
Trigo's
got
broom
that.
cupboard was funny because he didn't have anything.
Yeah, that was Pete Trigo's. Well, it's still technically called the Pete Trigo broom cupboard
Well, I think
behind us
someone took
here.
the sign down.
Yeah, in my mind, it will always be.
Yeah.
So who else deserves something who hasn't got one yet?
Tom Abel?
Which player?
Or they got to have retired?
Yeah, you got
Max Waller?
to be done. The Max Waller bus shelter.
He's here today. I saw him with his.
Yeah, he
He's
deserves
here.
that, doesn't he? Or top wicket taker in T20s.
Well, it could be out that. No, I don't know. Too rude. Out that he was hit for a few sixes in the time towards the bus shelter as a leg
He
spinner.
was a fantastic bowler and fielder, so we can't give him something based on him conceding sixes
he
for
wouldn't
sure.
like that.
I don't think he conceded all that. Like, obviously,
No,
he bowled
right.
loads of overs, so you're going to concede sixes in
Economy
T20s,
rate was
but,
very good.
Yeah,
I'll tell you the
exactly,
exact 3 decimal place
Oh, yeah.
economy rate, but on the highest scoring ground, very impressive. No, model my game on Max Waller anyway. I would never insult him with my leg spin action being far slower than his, of course. But another thing I would like to say, Charlie, is where is Tractor Driver?
He was here
okay?
yesterday for sure, because I stood next to him for a bit.
I've not seen him yet today.
Well, you hear him before you see him.
Well, correct.
Let's have a look. I've got the binoculars. This is why we bring him. Let's have a look. He's usually down around Gimlet Hill somewhere. But he's quite quiet in the morning session. Oh, there he is. He's got his
Where is
faded.
he?
Yeah, he's got his faded purpley pink now floppy hat. He's just taking a sip of cider by the look of it. He's got a white t-shirt on.
More of a gulp than a sip there, I
I
guess.
should think so.
Oh, more round Gimlet's Hill. Yep.
You see him?
Yep, got him now.
His pink floppy
He's
hat.
normally more under the score. There
we
he
go.
is, Tractor
On the
Driver, thank
screen.
you. Favourite.
Bless him. Look at this. We're picking out members of the crowd.
I
They don't know.
was leaving 5 minutes ago. I got distracted.
Come
Picking up
on.
the crowd. Get Stephen Lamb in.
Thanks very much, Harry. Always a pleasure. Leave some of those cakes for me, please. Because you're going to be off sitting right next to them now. In comes Bashir. Oh, that's a good ball. Which is defended at by Ben Brown, who's moved to 27. Organ is on 15. There's a bit of a rebuild here. They were 88 for 6. So a 37-run partnership already. And don't Hampshire need it? Goodness me. Still 375 runs behind. Here's Bashir again. It's pulled hard. And I think that's George Bartlett under the lid at short leg who had to hide. Yeah, it's just a single. Yeah, George Bartlett there. Ball thrown to his captain, Tom Abel. Stephen Lamb's back. Hi, Stephen. Oh, he's not quite got his headset on yet, sorry.
Afternoon, Charlie.
Afternoon. And actually, what a lovely part of the day. It's been, in fact, probably the best weather we've had of the whole match, I should think. Sun's
Yeah, it
out.
has.
Lots
It
of blue
has.
sky around.
We've got, genuine blue sky. In places, still a few clouds, but the threat of rain is quite limited. There's a possibility, but we should get away with it, I hope.
Well, it'd be nice to see a full day's play if possible.
Yeah.
Because we've had disturbed days over the last 2. It's been brilliant cricket we've watched here, bowling and batting. Not just Somerset. We had some great bowling from Kyle Abbott earlier on yesterday. We saw the brilliant batting from James Rue and Don Bess and Casey Aldridge and Shoaib Bashir yesterday. And we've seen some brilliant work late on yesterday with the ball and this morning as well. Now we're seeing a recovery from these two. So it's been fantastic cricket.
38 they've put on so far for the 7th wicket. And looking the part, it's been fascinating watching Bashir. 2 for 22 his figures, and actually 14 of those came off for the previous over and the one before that. He was miserly to start. And taking the 2 wickets was rather an extraordinary shot from Liam Dawson, given that it was only Bashir's second ball. But if it had gone into the Somerset stand,
Yes.
we would have been saying different. Maybe.
When your team's, how many down were they? 4 down at that point? Coming in.
It was the fact that Bashir had only just come on.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? And someone like Liam Dawson should be an experienced enough head to say, we're 4 down. We've got this spinner coming on who's a bit of an unknown quantity on the county circuit. Dawson probably won't have faced him before. Well, definitely hasn't faced him before because this is only Bashir's second game. And you just think, let's just see where we are. The team needs a rebuild. And he's popped one straight into the air for Alfie Ogborn. That's a nice shot, but he's picked out the fielder at cover.
He actually went several paces down the wicket to the first ball and got part of his body in the way. If that had gone through, he would have been stumped. Like
Well, I don't understand that at all. When you've got a new bowler on for the first 2 deliveries and you've managed to almost get out the first ball and then you do get out the second ball, when your team's 400 runs worse off, I just feels pretty. And I wonder whether that is partly the mentality of someone who's been out in the field for a long time, who went for a lot of runs yesterday, yet picked up those 4 wickets as well.
Yeah, and possibly the fact that he knows Bashir is a rookie. He knows the boundary that side is short.
Well, I can understand that if you've been in for a while and you're on 50 and you're trying to get the game moving. I can see that. But when you're early on, 4 down, as you say, if it goes into the stands, you say, what a great shot. But it didn't.
Yes, that's the bottom line, isn't it? Aldridge has come back in place of Jack Brooks. This is his second spell at this Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 1 for 34, his figures overall. The 1 wicket he took yesterday. Great day, great moment for Alfie Ogborne. 2 great moments, actually, because it was Ogborne who took the catch at deep mid-wicket to send Dawson back. And by then, he'd already secured the wicket, prized wicket of James Vince. So a memorable morning for him.
Yeah, memorable morning, memorable day for Somerset yesterday, memorable morning today.
I wonder whether we will see Dom Bess. We've got 20 minutes before the lunch interval. A little bit of time added again today.
Yeah, I think I would chuck it to him personally, but it's clearly not something that's crossed Tom Abel's mind yet in this morning session, where they've had those 4 wickets. They haven't needed him to, you know, not desperately searching for wickets at the moment, especially not with 500 runs on the board. We've got a nice write-up in quite a few. James Reed, this has got a nice write-up in quite a few of the papers and online articles this morning. I saw the Times would gave him a good mention in their roundup. Cricketers, you know, Sam, who we were working with, Sam wrote a lovely piece for the Cricketer as well.
Yes, I read that, and I watched the interview yesterday evening, which was interesting, actually. Very measured responses from him, and it sort of, in a way, it matched his batting. He composed answers. He wasn't getting carried away, and he had obviously been amused as well as enjoying the stand with Bashir at the very end. He'd been amused, and he said he'd been laughing inwardly at some of the sixes.
Yeah, I loved that. That moment where he said he was giggling away to himself when he was batting with Bashir, I thought was fantastic. Just the fact that he'd been there for so long and was still finding all that joy in it. So Bashir will continue from the river end. The floodlights are on, but not needed at all now. Sun is fully out. There's still a fair bit of cloud. I got caught in a shower this morning, so there is a bit of rain around, but thankfully not over the ground at the moment. Turned into the leg side. I think fans, generally from the feel I got speaking to a few yesterday, were very pleased to see Dom Bess back in, especially pleased to see him score a half-century. Just generally, he was a popular character at the ground, so I'm sure there'll be a good warm reception when he gets thrown the ball by the captain for the first time.
Yeah, and it'll encourage him that he's already produced a valuable innings.
He's already played a good part in this game. He hasn't even bowled a ball yet. He's not got anything like what he meant to do with that there, Organ, who's just attempted cut shot, I think, and he's just a bit of turn came in on him. And all he was able to do was bat it back to Bashir. 1-2-6 for 6. A regulation and a leg slip in place. It's forward short leg. So plenty of company there for Felix Organ. Don't come across too many Felixes, do you? It's a good name.
Yeah.
I went to school, there were Felix at school.
There are organs aplenty in churches around the country, but yeah, fewer Felixes.
Yeah.
It's good to see the school kids here again as well. They're in great voice.
Well, these ones coming today have probably got the best of the weather, haven't they? So the ones on the first day I felt a bit sorry for, because they went off, they went home during a rain break, and then pretty much as soon as school finished, about 3:30, the players came back on again and we saw some fantastic cricket. But
I think it's the best crowd probably of the 3 days overall. I think it's gradually improved. The weather forecast was so unpromising on day one, but much better now, much more reason. And we are going to see the man we've been talking about.
Oh, yeah. We did wonder, didn't we, just to give him a bit of a go before lunch. We've got 15 minutes to go. And as we said, warm applause.
Yeah, you can see the applause in the James Hildreth stand, heavily populated as ever. So a popular return. Just consulting with his skipper on the kind of field he wants. It looks like he's going to have a single slip and a short leg. They're already in place.
Well, I wonder how often he's had that sort of reception at Yorkshire, whether this is quite a nice return to get a warm round of applause as he's thrown the ball. He might quite enjoy that, I think. Here we go then. We're going to see Don Bess bowling with a Somerset shirt on for the first time for a few years.
Tidy enough start as well. Just push gently back to him. There's a man out on the boundary at backward point, almost at deep square leg. And there's a man lurking on 45 degrees behind square on the leg side. That's a nice looking stroke, which is going to go all the way to the extra cover boundary.
He's pitched it quite full there, Don Bess, looking for those bits of rough. It doesn't look too... there's too much around there to aim for. There will be a little bit, but when you pitch it that full, you are at risk of the batter trying to exploit the fact there won't be all that much turn if he gets to the pitch of the ball. And again, same shot, 4 more. Again, bowling quite full here, Don Bess.
Brace of boundaries for Ben Brown.
Yeah. Just changing the field on the leg side here. Just moved. Yeah, he's going to change the angle that he's bowling, coming around the wicket. Just pushed his square leg a bit more forward. Better, harder for the batter to really go for it. Knows there's a slip in place as well there, in case there's he's playing for too much spin. Short leg too. And again, just happy to defend that one.
Yeah, so .44 ... thus far. And dot to conclude. So 8 off the over, 134 for 6, Organ 15, Brown 36. It's coming up towards the 50 partnership between these two. Came together with the total on 88 for 6. So something of a recovery, but bear in mind with that Somerset total, there's a long way to go.
That angle worked better for Don Bess, didn't it? Coming around the wicket, just bringing it so it's coming slightly in front of the right-handed batter. Just looking for it to straighten up rather than sort of turn into him.
So it is indeed going to be off spin at both ends for the time being.
We get through quite a few overs here before lunch. 46 into this innings so far. Plenty of fielders around the bat again for Bashir.
They'd dearly love to split these two before the lunch interval, Somerset. Take the 7th. Already got 4 wickets this morning.
Oh, well, that was all in the first hour, really, wasn't it? First 4 wickets fell at a real rate. Crumbled a bit, wondered whether it would all be done by lunchtime, but these two have put together a partnership.
Day 3 of 4, of course, today. And, well, it feels like only 2 results possible at the moment. Hard for that to change.
So Somerset need a further 14 wickets. It won't be easy. And if there's rain around as well, they won't have as much time as perhaps it looks like it at the moment. As you say, we've still got a whole day ahead of this after this one. But don't be fooled by the fact that this top order has been blown away by Somerset. There's some very, very good batting in there. They'll have to work hard to take those wickets again, assuming that there's a follow-on enforced. Can't see why you wouldn't if you've got the option here, Tom Abel. Especially with the spinners doing an awful lot of the work. Your fast bowlers won't have had too many overs to wear them out, you'd have thought.
And he'll surely have that in mind as well.
Plus also helps when one of your fast bowlers is 19 years old, or it's Ogborn is, and Aldridge 22 as well. So you've got quite a lot of energy, hopefully, from those two. I realise Jack Brooks is quite the opposite, but things to consider when you're a captain. You're given the option of a follow-on, isn't it? Got to think about you. Can't just think about bowling them out. Got to think actually how you'd love to take the wickets, puts you in a strong position, but you don't want to give them easy runs if your bowlers are tiring.
Indeed. And the longer this stand goes on, the more you have to weigh up the possibilities, the workload on the bowlers, all that kind of thing. Dom Bess then ready to continue.
Slip either side of the batter. Still bowling very full here, Dom Bess. Pushing it right up towards the batter. Doesn't give him a lot of room to play. He's going to have to move his feet if he wants to try and push it through, slap it away for through the covers.
Ooh, some clumsy footwork there. Is it Craig Overton? Is that?
Does look like Craig Overton, doesn't it? He's big enough.
Yeah.
Yes, it is number 7 on his back.
I think he'd lose a shootout with Moeen Ali on that basis.
This is better from Bess than those 2 balls that went for 4 in his previous over. Making Ben Brown really work if he wants to get runs from that. It's a little bit shorter. Coming forward that time, Brown. .46-run partnership so far. And again, that's protection there, so no run.
Yes, Bashir lurking
Oh, wait.
just behind square on the leg side.
This could be a maiden with the dot ball here. And it will be. So good comeback from Bess after going for 8 in his first over. He's bowled a maiden.
Yep, and 1, 3, 4 for 6 still. Waving school children again down on the Trade Nation stand. They want the camera on them, and they've got the camera on them.
I wonder if that is actually the one of the big joys of the day.
Yeah.
Just trying to get on the live stream.
Yeah, we've
Oh,
had
yeah, look at that.
some high-pitched cries of Somerset from down there. Fantastic view. And they're enjoying their day out.
Great fun. All 3 days have been brilliant with the kids here. What they've done, Somerset, is sort of put the kids, which is quite a loud stand with them there, put them into one corner of the ground, and spectators who aren't involved are in the others. So probably for the best. A lot of members like it a little bit more quiet. Perhaps they're reading the paper at the same time, intently concentrating on keeping score. A lot of them, we quite often see scoreboards in the crowd.
Yes, a lot more sedate atmosphere than the rest of the ground. They've had some cricket to watch in this game. My goodness.
Well, it's an incredible game so far. The way it turned around from Somerset yesterday and the day before from 80 for 5. Incredible.
Could be a single here.
I think Bashir's probably going to bowl a lot of overs today. Just that single, but he's been pretty good really. He's in his 13th over, he's gone for 23 runs. Maxwell on there.
Yeah, there's been a 4 and a 6 off him to mid-wicket. Aside from those 2 shots, he's got some. If you take those 2 away, he's got some fantastic figures. really, and they're still pretty good. And you do expect the odd boundary.
Just had a quick look on screen there of cricketer I recognise as Bashir is in and defended. A guy called Rob Franks, who was hit on his leg by a cricket ball and was in quite a lot of pain. Went to get it checked out and found out that he had a tumour on his bone in his leg and had to have it amputated. And so has now got prosthetic leg and has come back to playing cricket with his prosthetic leg. So he's a great character. He's just released a book about his story, going through all of that. Driven.
Yeah, that could well be 4. May not quite have the legs to get to the boundary with 2 fielders chasing, just pulled in inside the rope.
Aldridge this time.
Plenty of cheers for the 2 fielders involved as well from the pupils in the stand.
Well, they've swapped roles there because last time it was Lammonby doing the diving and Aldridge collecting it, but this time Aldridge got there first. But as Harry pointed out, they do it deliberately in pairs. Look, so Aldridge bats it. There we go. It's a 50-run partnership up for Hampshire. Been a very good rebuild considering where they were at 88 for 6. Will we see something similar to what we saw with Somerset? A real bottom heavy.
Well, they've made a start, these two, haven't they? For the 7th wicket. It's really the 6th wicket partnership that was the overarching one for Somerset. Between Rue and Aldridge. There is a bit of rain falling at the moment, but whether it will be heavy enough to force them off. It's almost lunchtime anyway. There'll be time, maybe, certainly for 1, maybe 2 overs before the interval, provided it doesn't intensify.
Concourse cricket going on there. Quite a narrow place to play it, right where people are walking through, but you can't help where cricket breaks out, Stephen.
Not as narrow as the ante-room behind us where we had a game last summer.
That was, yeah.
That was during a rain break.
Well, talking of rain breaks, this is going to be it. I think that'll be it then for the morning session. Once again, second time in this match, they go off 5 minutes before lunch because of rain. So a bit of a sharp shower, I expect, coming in.
And presumably they can take lunch straight away.
Yeah, I should think that will be lunch now. There's no point in 3 minutes to go before the lunch break in having a look. So I should think, we'll have it confirmed as soon as we can, but I should think that will be the lunch break, in which case we'll be back in around 40 minutes. But a good morning, well, for both sides. So to start with Somerset, first hour, 4 wickets for them. And then since then, these two, Ben Brown on 39 and Felix Organ on 16, have rebuilt and put together a 50-run partnership. 138 for 6 it is at the moment. Still 362 behind Somerset, and we'll be returning in around 40 minutes, around about that amount after the lunch break, weather permitting, where we will resume commentary then. So we'll see you then. Have a nice lunch.
Lunch at Canterbury, hosts Kent 171 all out in their first innings. Warwickshire declared on 549 for 7 in reply. Kent going slightly better in their second attempt, 127 for 3, still trailing by 251 runs. Up at Blackpool, Lancashire taking on Essex. Essex were bowled out for 282 in their first innings. Lancashire 107 for 4, trailing by 175 runs in that game. In Division 2, they finally had to play at Cardiff. Glamorgan against Leicestershire. Leicestershire chose to field. Glamorgan 86 for 5, midway through the 33rd over of their first innings. Down at home, Sussex hosting Derbyshire. Sussex bowled out for 402. Derbyshire 339 for 7 after 93 overs of their first innings, still trailing by 63 runs. It's lunch at Worcester. Yorkshire against Worcestershire. Yorkshire batted first, made 407 all out. Worcestershire 119 for 6 in response, still trailing by 288. And finally, lunch at Chester Le Street. Durham against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire batted first, made 316. Durham just been bowled out for 453 after 100.5 overs. They lead by 137 runs on day 3 at the CKD Riverside. We've had a fantastic few days of our annual Schools Day event where thousands of pupils from across the region have been given free entry to this county championship match. And on all 3 lunch times we managed to fit in a teacher catching challenge where some of the school's teachers competed against each other in a variety of different rounds to try and win a Somerset County Cricket Club cap and the adulation and respect of their pupils as well. It's just being set up, so we'll introduce the contestants very shortly. Okay, so the contestants are heading out for the teacher catching challenge on the outfield. Round 1 is a space hopper round. The space hopper is thrown up and the teachers just have to catch it. Round 2 is a sticky hat round. Teachers have to catch up to 3 balls that will be thrown at their helmet or hard hats. They have to catch it on the Velcro strips, 1 point for each successful catch. Round 3 is a tennis racket round. Tennis ball will be hit as high into the air as possible. Teachers just have to try and catch it. And we're going to have a 4th round, a squash ball round. Same as the tennis racket round, but just a smaller, harder ball, a squash ball. Teachers have to catch it. And then we're hoping that Stumpy, our beloved mascot, and Twinkle, the All-Stars mascot, will have a little catching challenge at the end as well. So first up, let me introduce Patrick Vincent from Beckington First School. Good luck, Patrick. Here comes the space hopper round. Next up we have Jamie Harlow from Somerset Middle School. The space over goes down. Jamie goes down. The sunglasses go down. Unlucky Jamie. Next up we have Jack Tolley from St Catherine's Primary. I think we'll repeat that. Unlucky Jack just squeezed out, so only Patrick Vincent with a point so far. Next up we have Callum Ovey from Orchard Vale Community School. We're going to have a repeat of that one. Safe hands from Callum Ovey, well done. 1 point. And last but by no means least, we have Tom Green from St Mary's Primary School. Good luck, Tom. Unlucky, Tom. No points for you on that occasion. So it's the sticky hat round. After the first round, Callum Ovey and Patrick Vincent leading the way with a point apiece. Patrick's got the sticky hat on, 3 balls. Attempt 1 goes down, unlucky. Oh, that was a fast lead, that seems very harsh, that last one. No points though, I'm afraid, for Patrick. Jamie Harlow up next from Cornstone Middle School. There he goes, 1 point, well done. Great effort, that. 2 points to Jamie Harlow, goes into the lead. Next up, Jack Tolley from St Catherine's Primary in the Sticky Hat Challenge. Yes, there we go, 1 point. 2 points. So Jamie Harlow and Jack Tolley are suddenly racing to the lead. Callum Ovey's already got a point on the board from Orchard Vale Community School. Good luck. There's another point. There's 2. Can he make it a hat trick? Unlucky, but Callum is on to 3 points in total. Callum moves back into the lead. Here comes Tom Green from St Mary's Primary. There's 1 point. Unlucky. Just the 1 point, but he's off and running in this competition. So after 2 rounds, we've got Jamie Harlow, Jack Tolley on 2 points. Patrick Vincent has 1, Tom Green has 1, and Callum Ovey is leading with 3. Time for the 3rd round, the tennis racket round. Patrick Vincent from Beckington First School up first. Here comes the tennis ball. And down it goes, unlucky Patrick. Here comes Jamie Harlow. He's got 2 points on the board so far. Let's see what he can deliver. It was tough, but he's still on. Great catch, Jamie. Jack Tolley up next. He's also got 2 points on the board. St. Catherine's primary school teacher. Unfortunately, no points on that occasion. Great effort though. Our leader, Callum Ovey, is up next from Orchard Vale Community School. Oh dear, just slipped out. Too confident if anything, so JB Harlow and Callum Ovey leading the way at the moment. Top three got 1 point to his name so far. Can he get a second? Unlucky, Tom, unlucky. So after 3 rounds, Callum Ovey, Jamie Harlow, 3 points. There are joint leaders. Jack Tolley has 2, Patrick Vincent has 1, as has Tom Green. It's time for the squash ball round, the final round. Patrick Vincent from Beckington First School up first. Lost it in the floodlights. He's going to have another go. Great catch. Not easy at all. Patrick, you end with 2 points. Very respectable. High five from Stumpy as well. Here comes Jamie Harlow, our joint leader from Broadstone Middle School. Great hands from Jamie. Looks a decent cricketer. Sign him up. Jack Tolley up next. He's got 2 points on the board so far from St. Catherine's Primary. That went out of bounds, so we're going to try that one again. Unlucky, Jack, unlucky. You finish with 2 points. Time for Callum Ovey. Jamie Harlow's got 4 points. Callum has 3. This is the big one. Callum Ovey from Orchard Vale Community School. Gonna have a second attempt there. Just ramping up the pressure, the tension. Here we go, the crowd getting behind Callum Ovey from Orchard Vale Community School. Very clever tactic this, just keep refeeding it until it's more ignorant. Here we go. Great effort, Callum, but not to be, unfortunately. Tom Green from St. Mary's Primary School to wrap it up then. He's got 1 point to his name so far. Can he finish with a flourish? It's fair to say he lost track of that one. We're going to have another try. Good luck, Tom. He couldn't spot 4 points. Many congratulations, JB. You win a Somerset County Cricket Club cap. Stumpy, our beloved mascot, is going to have a go at the catching challenge, along with Twinkle, the All-Stars mascot as well. Let's see how they get on. Stumpy up first with the space hopper round. No, we're going straight to the tennis ball round. Mark, can I have another go? Come on, Stumpy. Gone for the Australian technique, it hasn't paid off. So Twinkle, the All-Star mascot, up next. Oh, got 2 hands to win, unlucky Twinkle, never tried. There it is, what a catch from Twinkle, the All-Stars mascots. Very smug celebration, I like it. We're having to go at the space hopper challenge now. Stumpy's peripheral vision letting him down. Not easy, not easy. Let's get behind Stumpy, let's get behind him. Go on, Stumpy. Stumpy blaming the feeder, and rightly so. Great effort from the 2 mascots there. Big thanks to Stumpy and Twinkle, the All-Stars mascot, and for all the teachers for taking part. Fantastic sports. We hope you're having a great day with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's our annual Schools Day, and it's great to have you all with us.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. A lovely summer afternoon, and Somerset against Hampshire in the LV County Championship. Somerset in an excellent position. They were already in good shape yesterday evening, having converted 80 for 5 to 500 all out, but they've now got Hampshire 138 for 6. There is some hope for the visitors in that Felix Organ and Ben Brown have initiated a recovery. They came together at 88 for 6. Hampshire very much down in the dumps at that stage. Ben Brown is on 39. Felix Organ is on 16, so they'll be looking to build on that, while Somerset look to make further inroads. Players just beginning to emerge from the Andy Caddick Pavilion. 2 umpires already out there, and we'll see the stumps being put back in very shortly. I'm Stephen Lamb, and delighted to have Vic Marks alongside. Vic, we expected it to be rather harder for Somerset to break through than it turned out to be.
There are not many demons out on that pitch at the moment. This is one of Taunton's brown pitches. And once the ball gets a bit old, it's hard work for the seamers. We have seen a little... Oh, we're not inside or about territory, I promise you that. We've seen a little bit of turn for the spin bowlers. Liam Dawson got a couple to spin just enough yesterday when Somerset finally lost the odd wicket. Shoaib Bashir's got 2 wickets. One was actually donated to him. His second ball to what you think is of an arch old pro, Liam Dawson. There's a lovely, enticing short leg side boundary if you're bowling from the river end at Taunton. Dawson, having run down the wicket the first ball he received and managed to avoid getting stumped, sort of ran down a second time, heaved, and found the one man who's only about 50 yards away, just inside the rope, Alfie Ogborn, and hold out second ball. I mean, so that's a great bonus for Shoaib Bashir.
I could see Alfie getting into position for
that. And he knew he was up there long enough for him to contemplate the consequences of not catching this on his debut.
I was saying caught before he'd actually caught it, and happily he did.
So Alfie's had a good day, actually, because he celebrated that catch, I think, just as vigorously as getting his first wicket, which was right in the first over of the day when he got James Vincer, who's been a real troublesome player for Somerset.
A tremendous session for him.
Yeah, so Alfie's got his catch. He's going to have a bowl, actually, from the Marcus Triscothick Pavilion end.
Which is the end from which he took the wicket.
But there's not much there for the seamers now. The ball's 49 overs old. Shoaib Bashir has bowled 13 overs, 2 for 26. He defeated Fuller with a quicker ball. Jack Brooks has got another wicket, which he celebrated with great vim, sprinting again about 50 yards. Waiting for his teammates to catch him up. It didn't take quite so long for him to catch him this time. Did the same last night. Off we go.
First ball of the afternoon session from Alfie Ogborn, which is on a length and straight. Defended by Ben Brown, Hampshire's top scorer.
You would think that there'll be spin at one end and seam at the other. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what Tom Abel does. A 13-over spell from Shoaib Bashir, which looks good. 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 26. He defeated Fuller with a quicker ball.
Yes, seam at the Marcus Triscothick Pavilion end interrupted for just 2 overs before lunch by Dom Bess. 2 overs for 8. In fact, the 8 were 2 scoring strokes to the boundary in his first over, and the second was a maiden.
Yeah, Tom Abel kept him waiting. Dom Bess, I'm sure he's aching to bowl again at the county ground. He hasn't played here, as far as I'm aware, certainly not in a championship match, I don't think, since he left Somerset. Would that be right? If he has, I've forgotten.
I can't recall.
Well, Yorkshire been in the second division most of the time. So he's out there. He'll be looking for some work. Shoaib Bashir will want to keep going. He's had a very good day so far. Very good match so far. He's bowled him. He's bowled him. It's a cracker. It's just come back in. Somehow Somerset seemed to strike at the start of a session before the batsmen have settled. Now, it's gone between bat and pad. Let's have a look and see if it jagged back in or swung. It came more off the seam and possibly a bit of inside edge. Yeah. But that's good enough.
Absolutely. It was on a pretty good line, that corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, well, Alfie's having a good day.
It's got a bit of a sense that the inside of the bat helped it on its way.
Oh, yeah, I'm
to
sure
the
it did.
stumps.
I'm sure it did. Still counts as bowled, though.
And it split that partnership, which from Hampshire's point of view had been a pretty promising one at the lunch interval, and it's over.
It is. It's Ben Brown, who's gone, who was the senior partner in that mini recovery. It's gone for 39. Ogborn's got his second wicket. He's got 2 for 26. I mean, it's all going swimmingly well for Somerset at the moment. It's hard to... I mean, they're playing Northamptonshire after the big blast, but obviously they'll go with the same team, I suppose. No, they won't.
It's certainly another dream start, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, it was a dream start to the innings,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
very first ball. A dream start this morning when James Vince and Nick Gubbins fell in consecutive overs. And now they've got Ben Brown, who was pushing Hampshire, well, in a limited way thus far towards
he played
respectability.
nicely, hadn't he, for 39 and timed the ball well with that, taking any of these extravagant risks that Liam Dawson, for example, took. The new man, Barker, he can bat, of course. Pretty sure he's left-handed, and he's a good player to come in at number 9. But it is 138 for 7. The lead is still big. I was going to work it out in a minute, but I'll leave that for you, Stephen.
362. The lead.
Yeah, so poor Tom Abel. If we get 3 more quick wickets, it's got to come to another decision. I mean, do I enforce the follow on, or do we bat again? I mean, it's such a big lead. You think you're probably going to stick him in again. I mean, you'd be slightly concerned that his seamers, they haven't bowled that much, but Jack Brooks is knocking. He's 38. Alfie's half that age.
So left armour to left-hander.
What a start, though. He's had a catch, which is a bit of a traumatic moment. He caught it with aplomb, but you could sense his relief. He celebrated his catch, as I say, as vigorously as he celebrated the dismissal of James Vince in his first over. But he's got 2 for.
He's got a
which is
memorable
terrific.
day on his hands. He'll remember this forever.
Oh, yeah, of course he will. I mean, hopefully just as a sort of a little landmark in a long and successful career. Hang on, they're just they're taking one of the short mid-wickets out. I think they're suggesting this is a bit more. There might be a little bit of movement there. We'll have another catcher in the gully now. 2 slips in the gully for Barker. I think I'm right in saying that Barker might be a godson of Clive Lloyd, or there's a connection with Clive Lloyd. One of our research team will probably be... Our extensive research team will be checking that out, but I don't think I've imagined it. There is some connection. I think it might be more godson rather than blood relative, but there is a connection. And he looks a bit like, curiously, he looks a bit like Clive Lloyd out there. And he's a bulky, tall left-hander.
Former footballer.
Okay. I don't think I'm making it up. He's just whipped that away beautifully for 4. Told you he could play. That's good. Alfie's got his hands on his head. How can he possibly whip that off the stumps through mid-wicket? That was hitting all 3, he's suggesting. Oh, well. He's got another wicket. Now, who are we going to have at the other end? I would have thought it would be one of the off-spinners. In Somerset, we've got 2. Shoaib's done most of the bowling, and he's going to continue. Quite interesting, he's got a left-hander to bowl to in Barker.
You're quite right, Vic. Barker is the son of the former British Guyana cricketer, also named Keith, and the godson of former West Indies captain Clive Lloyd, with whom he shares the distinctive middle name Hubert.
All right. Well, it's not the sort of thing you'd make up, really, is it? And he's had a good career, actually, particularly in red ball cricket, as Barker.
It's going to be Bashir.
Yep.
To continue.
Well, he's looked good today. He's got the bonus wicket. Then he bowled Fuller out by a bit of a misjudgment from Fuller, but also I think significant change of pace, a quicker ball Fuller misjudged the length. It scuttled on more quickly than he expected. He should have been forward, really. And back went the off stump.
He bowled his first 13 off the reel at the river end, which is where he's going to continue without a break, other than the luncheon one. Be bowling to the right-handed Felix Organ.
Well, he won't mind that. Now, why have we got a big delay? Is it? Are we waiting for another helmet?
Yes.
Everyone's meticulous about helmets nowadays, so they're obviously going to have
two of them, in fact,
a forward short leg. I wonder whether they've changed their mind, whether they were going to bowl a seamer at the far end, so they didn't bring the helmets out. And now, with a new batsman in, particularly a left-handed one, they're thinking, I think we'll continue with spin. Otherwise, why did he bring the helmets out in the first place? You know, over 8. Actually, they're well in advance, they're over 8. Here we go. Ooh, it's just a little bit. I mean, it's not going anywhere, but that did spin. Just off the inside edge.
The two recently helmeted fielders as well. George Bartlett is at short leg, Tom Abel at leg slip.
He's shown good control by and large today, has Shoaib Bashir. Got a lovely, natural, easy action. Comes from a height. He's capable of bowling quite a heavy ball too. He doesn't always do so, but he watched him in T20, which is a hard baptism for a young finger spinner. And if he wants to, he can propel it at about 60 miles an hour. He won't be doing that today so much. But he does vary his pace. He's got an easy action. I think he spins it. What's not to like? But it's still an awesome sort of progress for a 19-year-old. Finger spin is not easy to start with nowadays. But he's enjoying himself today. And command increasing respect.
Yeah, I mean, there was a 6 and a 4 hit off him in successive overs, but apart from that, his figures have been exceptionally tidy.
Yeah. I mean, the situation helps, of course. You know, that apart from the batsman shouldn't be taking too many liberties.
The situation and the way that Dawson was dismissed as well.
Yeah, I mean, that will deter the others from having a big heave-ho. That seductive short boundary. You wouldn't have thought Dawson so quickly in the spell would have suckered. He thought, he would take. I can understand the possibility of in the modern game you take on the off spinner when there's such a short leg side boundary. But you would think you would just have the confidence, just have a look for a couple overs, just get the feel of this new bowler before attacking that short boundary. He must be. Well, I wonder if his head is still in his hands. Now, they've put another mid-wicket in for Barker, who'd flicked the ball through the onside for 4 in the previous over for Ogborne. And so he sort of edges it past the gully area where that fielder had been taken. But Alfie's getting the hang of it every time now. He's getting his hands on his head. How can this possibly not be out?
Yeah, that's the law of Murphy in cricket, isn't it? Take a fielder out and there goes the ball.
But you can sense there's a bit more confidence in him. He's got 2. I mean, look at the scoreboard now. I mean, it didn't happen in days gone by. You can actually see your figures.
Yeah, and they're impressive.
They're impressive. He's in his 12th over. He's taken 2 for 32 on his debut.
Played quite late by
It
Barker.
reminds me of dear Colin Dredge, who was a wonderful county bowler who bowled into the wind uphill all day if necessary. The Demon of Froome. Of course, you didn't have scoreboards like this, except at Trent Bridge. You didn't have scoreboards that told you the bowling figures. So if you bowled a long spell, at lunch and tea, the scorer would come in with a bit of paper which had the bowling figures to give to the captain. And you'd be, as a bowler, here comes, just watch Alfie now. As a bowler, you're obviously interested, how they're looking. But I always remember Colin. He knew to the last run. So, 20 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 51. He said, no, it's 50, not 51. He'd be right. He always knew how many runs he'd conceded in a session, and he would correct, and he'd always be right. My brain couldn't keep up with the number of runs I conceded, I think.
Again, that looked to hurry Barker a little bit as he just got up on his toes and defended. 144 for 7. Important breakthrough already made in this session.
Well, the other impressive thing, I suppose it's partly the situation, but there have been not many easy runs out there, as you were saying. Shoaib Bashir has been accurate. The seamers, there hasn't done much for the seamers, and in a sense that was batsman error to get that wicket for Ogborn, inside edge onto stumps. But there haven't been many freebies. And that pressure builds up, and the batsmen feel a bit unsettled when you're cruising along. Because you're not going to get much help as this ball gets older if you're a seamer on this surface. Tom Abel, he's juggling the field around, is he? No, he's not. There's something to what Don Bess is doing. He's run to the slip cordon and come back again. He's found a cap. Apparently he'd left his cap. He's got a trusty old Somerset cap. And players seem to like to have an old cap to demonstrate how long they've had their cap. Remember Marcus had a really ropey, and Hildreth would have a ropey old cap.
Tom Abel
showing
signs
yeah.
of going that colour.
But someone was telling me that Dom, for obvious reasons, had not travelled with his Somerset cap. It was still up in Yorkshire or somewhere. Okay. So he's wearing a cap now, but I think it's a fresh one that they've dug up for him. Yeah. But he'd much prefer, I'm sure, to be demonstrating his longevity with an old cap that sort of looks weathered and starts to lose its blueness and becomes sort of brown, like the one that Tom Abel's wearing. The old pro now, Tom Abel. Young Tom. No, not anymore.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah.
People
Times
like
move
Tom
on.
And Lewis and Craig Overton, they've become the senior citizens.
Oh, that's again. That's
fall short of slip.
Yeah, but that's spinning a little bit. And the great thing, when your spinner is bowling well, not only does he get the ball to turn a little bit, but the absolute key, which didn't happen there, but is that you get the batsman to misjudge the length. That's the key to getting your wicket. And that happens when you really get your rhythm right and the ball seems to sort of dip just at the end of its flight path. If you get the batsman to misjudge the length as a spinner, you're in business. And it's quite hard to achieve that. Sometimes it's not there, it doesn't dip in. But sometimes when it is, you can tell the batsmen are a bit uncertain when they're propping forward because they're not judging the length. It doesn't really apply, that's just a bit too full. But anyway, it happens sometimes when Shoaib's been bowling today, which is a good sign. That little bit of spin on the ball that makes it just dip at the end. I remember, this may be getting too detailed, but I remember watching at Adelaide, and I think the Lions were out there at the same time as the Test team, and in the Lions squad, Nasser was clearly captain of England, because I remember he was batting in a net, and at Adelaide in those days you could just stand right behind, like at first slip, behind the net and watch. And there were 2 left-arm spinners bowling at him, English left-arm spinners, Monty Panesar and Ian Blackwell. Somerset's Ian Blackwell at the time. And this is not to denigrate Blackwell particularly, but they were both landing a ball on a length, same length. But Monty was causing Nasser quite a lot of problems because the ball would kind of dip down just at the end and he couldn't adjust. Whereas Blackwell was bowling very accurately, but it didn't have, on that particular occasion, didn't have that bit of dip. So it was he just defended it easily or just drove it. and it was just a perfect illustration of the difference between, if you like, the highest quality of spinner who does somehow get that ball to drop a bit quicker than the batsman thinks, and the other spinner who is, bowling accurately but not getting that crucial element that makes the batsman misjudge the length.
Here's Alfie Ogborn, miscued by Keith Barker.
I mean, I guess Barker is... I haven't seen much of him recently, but temperamentally he likes to play I think, a pretty aggressive game. And that was a slightly casual drive.
Barker in at the fall of the Hampshire top scorer so far, Ben Brown.
Let's have a look at
Made
the scorecard.
39.
Let's have a see who's to come. Kyle Abbott. I think he's got some runs in a forthright manner in the past. Well, that's a whip. You can understand why they got those two short mid-wickets there.
Neither of them could cut it off completely, so they got a single.
So after this, there's Kyle Abbott, who my memory is of Kyle Abbott is that he's a forthright, sort of dangerous right-hander, but someone who likes to take the battle to the bowler. And Mohammed Abbas, who I don't think he's such a cultured batsman, I don't think he has much of a reputation as a run scorer. But these two can both bat, obviously. And Felix Organ has opened the batting quite often, I think, for Hampshire in the past. He's got Ogborn to deal with. And that's on target. No liberties. This is it's a good day for Alfie Ogborn. It's not. There's not much help out there, but he's increasingly showed good control.
He's kept a pretty good line.
Yeah. And on your day, stuff happens. Outside edge, Vince has gone. Inside edge, Brown's cannoned the ball onto his stumps. Different angle helps. And that's, you can see old Tom, able at first slip, hands above his head, clapping that. He likes that. That's where he wants it. He might make another mistake soon.
The Hampshire scorecard overall is a pretty grim reading for their supporters. Joe Weatherly, first ball duck at the very top.
Yeah, because this is a benign surface. So it doesn't mean to say Hampshire won't get a stash of runs in their second innings, but they know that, particularly against seam bowlers, if you get in, there's not much going on. There's a little help for the spinner, but not that much. Once again, that's on target, looking for a bit of swing in. There's not much there, but Tom Abel like that as well.
Yeah, Joe Weatherly and Fletcher Middleton were the two wickets last night. Weatherly for that duck and Middleton for 24. Then today, James Vince, that great moment for Alfie Ogborn when he nicked a catch to Tom Lammonby at third slip for 16. That was huge, not only for Ogborn, but for the game generally.
Yeah.
And then next over, Nick Gubbins for 14, caught behind off Brooks.
Fielding's been sharp. They're thinking about a single. They wanted a single there because the innings is a bit becalmed, but Somerset looking sharp. Bashir's got the opportunity now to bowl to Barker, a left-hander, which nowadays in particular, I think off-spinners prefer.
Yeah, the other three wickets that have gone today, Liam Dawson, that shot that we were referring to earlier, which he won't remember with any pleasure, caught at deep mid-wicket off Shoaib Bashir's second ball. Then James Fuller, who came out with aggressive intent, but was bowled off stump by Shoaib Bashir for just 7. And then Ben Brown, last out, playing on to Ogborn for 39. That's the tale of woe for the Hampshire batters. Somerset looking to polish this innings off in short order. Bashir is going to continue from the river end. This will be his 16th over. He's already added 2 wickets to the unbeaten 44 he made yesterday.
Yep.
Another 19-year-old having a good game.
Well, I asked, our resident Somerset Sage employee who's got a laptop there, when Somerset last fielded 3 19-year-olds in a championship match. And he couldn't tell me.
He asked Harry Everett.
Oh, did Harry know?
No, he didn't, rather to my relief.
I think Harry would have told us if he knew by now. He's not here. I like this. What's he doing? No, this I particularly like. A lot of spinners bowl with that safety valve sweeper on the cover boundary, and Shoaib has said, I want him in. And I think that's good. New batsman, don't give him that easy escape, square of the wicket on the offside. And I think he's the man who instigated that, not Tom. Tom Abel, the captain. That's the power of positive thinking. That's quick, that is, for an off-spinner. But he has this capacity to bowl a heavy ball, a quick ball, in between, bowling at there's a sort of 10-mile-an-hour difference, I reckon, between his deliveries, although we haven't got a radar operative here. On another day, Barker would be winding up, but look at that scoreboard. Remember what Dawson did? He's going, and he's going high, and he's got it. Well, you shouldn't worry about that if you're Shoaib Bashir at this stage of the game. It's quite a big shot to play. Down he comes. I thought he's hit it in the air. Didn't quite middle it, but it's good enough.
Yeah, he hit it straight, which was the great thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Found the gap between the 2 fielders set back at mid-on and mid-off.
But he's going to keep him, quite rightly, at this stage of the game. Tom Abel's going to keep his mid-off and mid-on, more or less saving a single. And that's in part a consequence of bringing that bloke up from cover. I'm not giving you the easy single to cover. They've got no one out except for on the leg side behind square. So you're going to have to go aerial if you want a boundary. And he went aerial, fair enough. But there is a risk attached to that.
Ogbourne's going to continue from the Triscothic Pavilion end. 2 for 33 from 13 thus far on his debut. I think he might have settled for that at the start of the match.
Well, particularly since, as you say, I think it was Harry. So apparently he says he hasn't been bowling that well recently. But he's bowling all right now.
Confidence increasing in leaps and bounds. Half stop there, which is enough to put the batters off the single. It's such a help to the captain, isn't it, to know, I mean, he knows he's got experience at hand in the form of Jack Brooks.
Yeah.
But to have the debutant bowling so well and successfully.
Yeah, because it's always a bit of an unknown. How's he going to nerves? How are you going to react? It's a flat pitch. It'd be difficult for him if, they had a really solid start, perhaps. They might try to go after him, but he's commanding respect. I mean, half the knack of being a county bowler is staying on. I remember telling the spinners that, you don't get any wickets if you're not bowling. And you won't bowl if you keep conceding runs at about 6 or 7 over. And it applies a little bit to pace bowlers as well. You've got to stay on if you can. Then you can get some wickets. You can't stay on if the captain's unhappy about the number of runs you're conceding. And Alfie's certainly fulfilling that criteria.
Yeah, it's something David Payne does very well for Gloucestershire, actually. He's
Yeah.
He's another lefty,
Yeah.
left armour. and he's very consistent and can bowl long spells.
Yeah, and it's great to have that variety. If you've got some bigger boots, he can create some nice rough for the off spinner, but he looks too light on his feet, this Alfie Ogle. He's not heavy enough. No, it is.
He's quite a sort of willowy build.
Yeah, that's right. I remember watching a bit of Somerset's game at Chelmsford. Of course, Essex have got Simon Harmer. And Somerset had to bat a long time in the second innings. They didn't get there in the end. And I thought, where's Wesley? He's put on Walter. Now, you know what? I can't remember what his first name is, but Paul Walter. Now, Paul Walter bowls left arm over the wicket. He's about 18 stone, it seems. He was not making the ball deviate a jot, either in the air or off the pitch. So what's he doing? Well, it's obvious what he's doing. He's putting his left armour on, who's got size 16 boots. It's perfectly legitimate, in the hope that those boots will create some more rough for Simon Harmer.
The Hampshire 150.
The ulterior motive.
No, but it's legitimate. It's legitimate. Provided he's not consciously running on the pitch.
We're going to have a double change.
We are geared
At
for
the
a
end
double
of
change.
the over. I'll just hang on for...
Okay, I will go. You just...
Yeah, and I'll describe the rest of the over. Thanks, Vic. And then move out myself to allow Charlie Taylor to come in. You've got just one delivery remaining for Alfie Ogborn. Here it is. This is down the leg side. There's an appeal from bowler and keeper, but it looked as though it was shaping away, and they're going to pick up a leg bye for that. That will take the Hampshire total up to 150, but they've lost 7 wickets getting there. Organ is on 17, Barker is on 11. Good afternoon again, Charlie Taylor.
Hi, Stephen. It's been a good start since the lunch break, finding that wicket of, well, crucially, of Ben Brown, who's a very good batter, so a very useful wicket for Somerset to have picked up since then, and we'll keep you across what's going on. As they've reached 151 now for 7, Hampshire still 349 behind Somerset's first innings score. So Somerset will be hoping that they've got into a position at least where they can enforce the follow-on. It's Charlie Taylor here, and I'm very pleased that alongside me is Scott Chappell, who is from the Somerset Cricket Foundation. Afternoon, Scott.
Afternoon, Charlie.
And you're involved with what's been going on today with the schools and all the children who've been having a great time over the last few days. So we thought we'd invite you up and have a quick chat about what's happening there. So just, I think, first of all, tell us what's the idea behind Schools Day?
So I think ultimately the idea is to get as many kids engaged in cricket as possible, giving them an opportunity to see live cricket, which not many of them will have done before today, and not many of them will have played a huge amount of cricket as well. So it's a real opportunity just to kind of, I guess, inspire some kids by seeing, you know, that the professionals do it in real life. We had recently the ICEC report looking into cricket, and in particular what was mentioned there was about opportunities in particular for state school students. You mentioned there about the fact that a lot of them might not have accessed cricket before. How important is it to get, in particular, state schools here to really see what cricket is and what it looks like in the flesh? Yeah, so really important. So we're funded by Chance to Shine, which is a national charity that gives us money to go into state schools, primary and secondary, and deliver cricket in a number of different ways. So every child that's been in the ground this week, so I think we're up to about nearly 4,000, have all come from state schools. So yeah, it just gives us a real opportunity for those guys to not only play cricket in school, and our community coaches have been out all year in about 150 schools in Somerset, but then for them to actually be able to come back and watch some live cricket.
I went to state school and I remember being in a very small minority of students that liked or knew about cricket. I remember in 2005 there was one teacher who loved cricket, who put on the Ashes and lunch breaks. You can go in and watch the Channel 4 coverage of the Ashes. There was only about 7 or 8 of us who went and turned up for it, sadly, but I was there. But it just shows, doesn't it, actually being able to see it and be part of it. That's lots of people talk about 2005 as being what got them into cricket, and that was available to watch for people on free-to-air television. But now with it behind a paywall, it is harder, isn't it, to show cricket at its best and get people involved, because that's what's going to make people want to be part of it, is seeing it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just having it spoken about as well. So obviously with what's gone on the last year with baseball and everything around that, and lots of press and everything, I think more people are talking about it, so it starts to filter down. But being able to see it as well makes a huge difference. So we've had kind of schools that have emailed me that have been the past couple of days, have just kind of said that the kids have loved it, enjoyed it. Some of them are kind of pretty doubtful and dubious about cricket before yesterday, but have actually really enjoyed watching it. And you always get requests to, can you let us know where local clubs are that they can go and play and things like that. So it does make a real difference, as well as kind of giving them a really nice day out towards the end of term. There's actually the potential there to not only turn some of these guys into cricketers, but actually into Somerset fans as well.
Yeah, of course, so that double motive there, isn't there? If you can get them enjoying a day out at Taunton, they'll want to bring family members here. Change of bowling from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and it works straight away, does it? Yes, it does. Barker's just edged one behind. And Aldridge picks up a wicket with his first ball of this new spell. And Keith Barker, who played a bit of a nothing shot, really, almost seemed like he was trying to bring the bat inside the line there. Let's have another look at that here on the replay. Oh, he's just wafting at it. Yeah, and he's just managed to get a thin edge, and James Rue takes the catch. Another part of the game that he's involved with. He's already had an incredible part to play so far over the last few days, but there is another wicket. So the 8th one falls. Somerset well on top, 152 for 8. Lucky kids watching this match. Somerset, who looked like they were going to get blown away in that first day, here on really on top there. I want to talk about Chance to Shine as well. Perhaps you could explain what that is for people who haven't heard of it.
Yeah, so Chance to Shine is a national cricket charity that raises an awful lot of money through fundraising and sponsorship and kind of private donations, and the ECB also fund it as well. And their kind of main goals are to help kids learn and develop through cricket. So it's about getting as much cricket in state schools as possible and giving those kids who might not have had an opportunity to do it, but it's about creating a legacy with enabling teachers to continue doing it after we've come out of the schools, after our coaches have finished, giving kind of teachers the confidence and experience to carry on doing it. But it's also about giving children more skills than just playing cricket, so kind of the social side, the skills that we know, transferable skills we know cricket teaches around teamwork, around resilience, perseverance, hard work, all of those things. So it's more than just playing cricket and having a great time. It's hopefully teaching some really important life skills as well.
So this is something which has been available for the last few years now, isn't it? What, about 5 years it's been around?
No, so Chance to Shine has been around, good question, you've got me on the hop there, about 20-ish years.
Oh, has it? It's been longer than that.
So it's been a long time, yeah. So it's been around a really long time, and so it's more than 5 million children have been through it at last count. So yeah, so in Somerset we have a programme like every county board does, and we'll see around about 15,000 children a year, either through schools delivery, through competitions. We'll train a few hundred teachers to give them some experience as well.
Great. Well, that's really, really good to hear. And I guess getting people, and let's focus on state schools, how important is it to have, you're talking about getting presumably your coaches and community coaches into schools, but not all schools are going to be able to do that. You can't cover every single school in Somerset, because there are a lot of them, I should think, at primary and secondary level. So how important is it to have people in schools who know cricket, who are able to infuse their students with cricket as well? It's all very well, you might have a group of PE teachers, but that's not to say that any of those will know or enjoy cricket. I guess it'd be their job to make sure that they cover it somehow, but how important is it to try and get teachers involved too?
Yeah, so really important. So we kind of notice a real theme with schools that we see kind of reoccurring at competitions that have played lots of cricket in school. They'll have a teacher that's either super keen on sport and sees the value in cricket, so they'll do lots of it, or it will be within a primary school, or it will be a secondary school that have got a PE teacher that really likes cricket, plays cricket potentially, so they'll push it as well. So kind of for us, they're the schools that we know, even if we didn't go into, that they keep doing lots of cricket and they'd be really, really well set up for it. So then our job is for those schools that might not have that cricket knowledge within school to be able to go in and I guess inspire them and show them that cricket isn't a game that is pretty boring and you stand around not doing a great deal, which you do a lot of the time in fairness, but there's ways in which we can make it a lot more exciting, a lot more things going on. And kind of teachers, we do a lot with teacher training. We'll go in and kind of the teachers will come out and the first question they'll ask will be, what time does this finish? This sort of little inset we're doing. And by the end of it, they've stopped looking at their clocks and they're like, that was actually loads of fun. I'm surprised and I can't wait to do it with my class in school. And similar with kids as well, at the start of the programme, you kind of ask them who's played cricket before or who likes cricket, and You might get one or two hands sheepishly go up, but by the end of it, you kind of have the majority of kids that are thinking, I actually really like cricket and want to play more.
See, we all know that. We're cricket fans. We all know how great the sport is, and we love it. And you said there about cricket's reputation, in particular, this sort of cricket that we're watching today, where people think, well, it is just. I play village cricket as well, and people will say, "Oh, you're just standing around in the field, you're not doing anything." But actually, it's so much more than that. And yeah, okay, there are moments where the ball doesn't come to you for a good few overs, or you feel like a bit of a bystander, but actually you're still involved in the game, still watching it. It's a good shot from the new batter, Carl Abbott, who's forced it through a long off area for 4. Aldridge just bringing it a bit shorter there, and it caused a bit of problems up until that point, and bowled fuller, and Abbott enjoying that opportunity to drive there. So let's talk about some of the reactions to the last few days then, because from up here, seeing the camera shots and being able to hear them, the kids have had a great time. Is that the sort of feedback you're getting from the teachers and from the students themselves?
Yes, definitely. I think for them it's been really nice that they've been able to, I guess, dip in and out of the cricket. So there's some things going on around the ground that they can go and have a little play and a little bit of activity, and then they can come back and watch some cricket. And then do a few more things, and then the teacher catching challenge at lunchtime keeps them engaged for a little bit, and there's plenty of noise around that. But yeah, I think for them it's been able to see it. It's them being able to kind of stand outside the changing rooms as they come out, or kind of by the entrance in there, and see the players kind of a foot away from them, and kind of it's almost these mythical beasts that they see out playing, and suddenly they look at them and they're the same size as normal people, and they look like normal people, but there's just that aura around them. And the pros, as they were last year and previous years, have been great again this year, signing loads of autographs and engaging with the kids. So they just get a lot from it, from watching cricket, from playing a little bit around, from seeing people. I think they had a good time seeing Stumpy at lunchtime as well, and Twinkle, the All-Stars mascot. So lots of really good feedback from teachers around how much the kids have enjoyed it, and yeah, just a really nice day.
All-Stars as well, something which is being brought in by the ECB. This might have been what I was getting confused with. Is that a newer thing being brought in? So that's only the last few years. Tell us a bit about what they do.
So Chance to Shine is a schools-based programme, and they also run some street cricket sessions, which are kind of out-of-school clubs that are running kind of slightly tougher areas for people that might not be able to afford to join a cricket club, so they can access free cricket that way. And then All-Stars is an ECB programme that's club or generally club-based. So local clubs can sign up to run All-Stars, and then kids would sign up to All-Stars and they'd come to 8 sessions at a cricket club. That's for 5 to 8-year-olds, and then there's Dynamo's cricket, which kind of follows on from 8 to 11-year-olds. So both national programmes, but run locally at cricket clubs, and they're kind of generic 8-week programmes that will look the same or very similar around the country. But they also get lots of free kit with it as well, so bats and rucksacks and T-shirts. So it's a real nice package that they can not only come and play at the club, but they've got stuff that they can go home with and play as well.
4 buys there, that one perhaps just turning a little from Bashir. So that's part of the issue, isn't it, with schools? And I remember just thinking back to my own state school education, and you start playing a bit of cricket in your weekly PE lesson. As Bashir's in again, and that is only just avoiding the stumps, getting a bit of turn here, I think, Shoaib Bashir. So you start doing cricket you get towards summer, but then also there's this great big push for the schools to start doing athletics and other things, seen as the summer sports. You do interminable football and rugby throughout the many months of winter and autumn and spring. And then you get to this, so cricket's fighting against athletics, which a lot of schools will push as well. But then as you get towards the cricket season, the school breaks up for 6 weeks, so then you've got that 6 weeks of key cricket time in the year. How do you make sure, and I guess that maybe comes through All-Stars and other initiatives like that, how do you make sure that kids stay with cricket through that really peak and important part of the season through August?
So really tricky, because a lot of clubs kind of will run their junior programmes from sort of end of April through to kind of when school finishes. Some will continue going, but there's a lot more programmes now that run throughout the summer. So All-Stars used to be kind of an 8-week summer programme that would run during term time, but that can now be run in school holidays, so clubs can extend that, and a lot of clubs will go on. So for us, we will deliver in schools year round. We will run kind of commercial and holiday activities all around the year, so we try and make it a year-round sport, and then clubs then kind of jump in with winter training and summer training and everything else that goes with it.
I'll just keep an eye on Kyle Abbott, as he's quite a big figure at the crease when you see him ready with bat in hand. He's a powerful cricketer. He can cause real damage. As Casey Aldridge comes in again. There's a big old flick at that one. He's not hit it. He's trying. Practices a totally different shot, quite wafty his actual shot compared to the very compact cut shot he was practicing afterwards. Sorry, Scott.
No problem. So I think for us, it's kind of any cricket is good cricket. So if it's at school, if it's us running it, or if it's the school running it, if it's at cricket clubs, or even if it's kids in their gardens or on the street or in fields at home over holidays playing with their mates, if we can get to a stage where we don't need as much formal cricket to go on everywhere, if kids can play cricket on their own and manage their own games and activities kind of informally, then that's brilliant. And then us and the clubs can step in with the more formal stuff.
Yeah, which is so important, because that time as well, and this is also where criticism is coming about the 100, which means that actually what Somerset have got on is only a few one-day games with a depleted team. Well, they've got a depleted team in this fixture and they've been doing okay. But obviously it means that schools in Somerset and even in Devon and Cornwall as well don't have access to those big games that they'll be able to see on the TV. How important is that, the fact that the BBC does have a few of those 100 games? They've got some Women's Ashes games as well. How important is that for kids to be able to tune in and see it on telly?
So yeah, really important. So I didn't realise that the Women's Ashes was on telly until I turned on BBC, or the telly turned on the other night, and the Women's Ashes was on BBC Two, which was brilliant to see. So I think, All Stars we were talking about earlier in Dynamos, they're kind of linked into the 100, which isn't overly helpful in the southwest because we obviously don't have a local team to support, but it raises the awareness of that, and then for them to then be able to kind of link the two together and see it on telly, I guess just draws everything closer and just gives them that experience of watching the 100. I think for non-cricketers that don't know and aren't steeped in the history of the game, that actually it's quite easy to turn on the telly and see the pretty colourful scores and work out almost exactly what's going on without too much knowledge of the game. So I think it's a really nice way for them to access and to be able to watch it easily as well as kind of even go into games, so they can access tickets through the programmes as well, and the tickets are pretty reasonably priced as well, which just I guess opens it up to more people.
Yeah, obviously there is a lot of criticism angled towards the 100, but a lot of cricket fans saying that they don't like what it does to the season and they don't enjoy seeing the change, taking out the 6 ball overs, all that kind of thing. But actually, as the ECB says, it's not necessarily aimed at those people. So you work with people who perhaps aren't necessarily cricket fans, young people as well. So the 100, watching it is accessible. Would you agree? It is accessible to them. It's understandable and it gets people engaged with it.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's something that's just different, and it's kind of started from scratch. So for your traditional cricket fans, yes, there's no one that you will follow necessarily, or you might have an affinity to someone. So I'm a big Rockets fans. Used to eat a lot of skips when I was younger, so that's how I chose my 100 team. But yeah, so I guess it's kind of a place for people to come into the game and almost choose who they want to support, unless you're living in one of those areas. Yeah. And then, just a different format that you kind of go, it's not cricket, but it is cricket. But actually, we can look at it and understand a little bit what's going on, and it's a bit easier with rounder numbers, and one or two things make more sense to people from outside of cricket, and several things don't make any sense to people from inside of cricket. So it's one of those ones you can have 5 different people and they'll all tell you something different about it.
You've got to see it. You've got to stop seeing it in itself as a new format and start to see it as the gateway, hopefully, into what we're watching now and T20s and Test cricket and that sort of thing. We'll move on from that and talk about the future you think of cricket in our schools then. You work with a lot of young children growing into the game. Is cricket safe, do you think? Is there enough engagement? Is it interesting enough for kids?
I think when it's done well, it definitely is, and I think it's something that kind of chance to shine. The ECB, us as cricket foundations across the country, we've got a real responsibility that if we disappeared and stopped doing stuff, it would be a real challenge for cricket to survive in those schools that don't have someone that plays cricket, likes cricket, is keen on cricket. So there is a real emphasis on certainly on the ECB to continue to fund the game to enable cricket to be played in schools. But from everything we see kind of day in, day out with our coaches in schools and across the country, is that if you give kids the opportunity to play cricket, and if you give kids the opportunity to watch cricket, they enjoy it and they love it.
Well, you can see that certainly from the crowds that we've had, just sort of slightly thinner now as we get towards the end of the school day, I guess. But they've absolutely loved it from what we've seen, cheering Somerset, enjoying seeing their teachers take part in the challenges at the lunch interval as well. So thanks for telling us a lot more about it, Scott. It's been great to meet and chat to you.
No problem at all. Thank you for having me.
Scott Chappell there from the Somerset Cricket Foundation, telling us a bit more about Schools Day, but also more widely talking about cricket as a whole with young people and access to it, in particular for those coming from a state school background. Great to speak to Scott a bit about that. We'll bring in Harry Everett in a moment, but Scott, thanks very much for coming up to see us in the commentary box here today. 169 for 8. Bashir is bowling. The wicket that's fallen, well, 2 wickets since lunch. Ben Brown early on, and then we've also seen the back of Keith Barker, who's gone for 12 runs, caught behind off Aldridge. Good ball as well. Followed as a big appeal, but I don't think that's going to be given because it might have hit outside the line, I suspect. Certainly Carl Abbott's not too worried by the look of it. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, that's not going on to hit the stumps. That's part of the problem. Plenty of company for Carl Abbott around the bat today. He's coming forwards, defending there. 169 for 8. Huge deficit, 331 run deficit. Oh, the Seagulls have come in to watch the cricket today. Don't bother texting in. I know they're probably not seagulls. There's all sorts of names. I think Stephen knows all the different types of gulls, doesn't he? But I'm not going to pretend to know. But there they are, in front of, well, right where the children have been sitting actually all day. Wonder if that's a coincidence. There they are, wondering what sort of food might be available. Speaking of which, our very own seagull looking for any food that might be available. Harry Everett is here. Look at that for a segue.
Very good. Thank you, Rosie, for the lovely chocolate brown.
Oh, have you had some, have you? You've opened the box.
We discussed at lunchtime that we're going to have it for pudding.
I was waiting for you.
Oh, I wasn't waiting for you.
No, clearly.
Very nice. Very nice.
You saved me some.
Oh, I didn't eat all of them.
Good. Well, don't say it like that, because that's the sort of thing you would do.
Well, correct. No, the seagulls are definitely, after all the chips.
Kindred spirits, aren't you? You and seagulls. You can get into the mind of the seagull to tell us what they're thinking. Right then, Aldridge continuing. This one, it's vacant third area. It's been played for by Organ. It's a good shot. It's gone all the way. Oh, no, it's been brilliantly stopped. Fantastic stop. I thought Ogborn had a dive in vain there, but no, he's brought it in.
You doubted his long left arm.
Yeah.
Left arm bowler, elongated.
Let's have a look.
This is extendable, incredible. Look at that arm. Look at the way he stretched it.
He's nowhere near that at that stage.
That is superb.
Brilliant work. Oh, wow.
No one in the James Hildreth stands given that as 4, have they?
No, but they are clapping. Except for this fella here with his arms crossed, might be a Hampshire fan, I suspect.
They're not allowed in the members' stand, are they?
That's true.
Actually, I don't know if you're a member at one.
I think there are some reciprocal agreements, aren't there? I'm trying to see. Oh, he's got a Somerset lanyard on.
For the counties we're friends with, it's okay, is it? But whereas if you're down from Surrey or somewhere, you might not be allowed in. Is that how it works?
I've got my binoculars out. I'm taking a look at the Hildreth stand. I wonder if there's anyone listening on the little earpieces. Give us a wave.
Yeah, I'll give it a wave.
Hildreth stand. There we go. Yeah, we've got a white T-shirt. Thank you, sir. Now, there's a big old waft. Is there an edge? No, there's not.
There's a big swing at that.
Yeah.
He's played quite sensibly, Organ, for most of this knock. That is a... I say it's a rash shot because it was wide, and if he connected, that's 4 runs. There's no way either the slip's going to catch that.
Right.
Big old waft.
So, gentlemen with the... Can you give us a wave again? We've got the cameras. So there we go, with a lovely hat. Anyone else in the Hildreth stand? Oh, yeah, at the back there, we've got red and black coat on, and then just to the right of that, few... Oh, there's loads of them. Thank you. Thanks very much for listening.
They love us over that side of the ground.
Shorter ball, and I just ducked underneath. Thanks very much, Hildreth stand. Maybe we should go around and do all the stands today.
I've got a mate from Yorkshire he now lives in Bampton, Ian Buchanan, who's pretty sure I just saw him on camera there and tell him to stop being tight and pay 12 quid for an earpiece.
Well, they're really good, actually. I think they sort of add to the experience here, especially if you're sort of here a fair bit during the day. Gives you a bit of an idea of what we're seeing, what's going on, plus the insight of... I won't pretend that my insight's any good, but we've got Vic Marks here. Harry's all right sometimes.
Depends what mood I'm in, does it?
Depends if he's eaten or not, that's the thing. But he's well fed at the moment, aren't you,
That's
Harry?
it. Got to be done. Keep me going.
Exactly. Well, we'll go around. Maybe do some of the other stands as well. But thanks, Hildreth.
I think that's our most popular stand, I reckon, James Hildreth.
It's
Down
a
below
great
it's quite
stand,
hard
isn't it?
because we can't see.
Well, we can't see you down below us. Let's have a look. Let's get up. We can see the ones right at the front down below us. But those sat underneath the pavilion, we can't. Right then, Aldridge, ball in hand. Tractor driver's up and about now. He's standing in his normal part of the ground. In comes Aldridge over the wicket. Big drive, and that'll be 4. It's a good shot from Abbott. He likes it there.
He does, doesn't he? Good
I mean,
shot.
it comes with its risks, doesn't it? Because Aldridge is
comes with his
pitching up a
risks
bit.
or with his wrists or both.
Both. Comes with the risks. Is what I said. But because you know, if you misjudge it or if the ball seems a little bit, then obviously you've got a slip who's very much in play there. 2 slips, in fact. But on that occasion, well played. Nice looking shot for 4 runs.
So Shoaib Bashir continuing from the River End. He's bowled a lot of overs. He's into his 20th, but Liam Dawson bowled 38 out of 120. So 38 out of 120, I make nearly a third. 40 being a third of 120. Quick
Correct.
maths.
Bang on.
So Shoaib Bashir, nearly 20 out of just about 60. Nearly a third.
There we are.
Similar-ish. Don't need to be exact up here, do we?
Good maths all round there.
Interesting. I thought Don Best might have bowled more. I think that's a real compliment to Shoaib Bashir, how well he's bowled.
Hang on. We can do it exactly here because this is third.
Steady on, as a short ball, pulled all the way into the vacant Somerset stand, not far away from the retirement flats. We might have to do a flat watch. But poor old Alfie Ogborn here. I know Harry Trump's there. Oh, what a brilliant man Harry Trump is. If Harry Trump wasn't...
That's photographer Harry Trump there.
Yeah, if he wasn't so antisocial, then poor old Alfie Ogborn would have to scramble up the seats. But Harry Trump likes to be away from the school kids, and he's now directed to where the ball is.
Down a bit, up a bit. Row Y.
Can we get, there we go. Up a bit, right, left.
There we go. This way, he's spotted it.
Poor old Alfie Ogborn on first class debut. He's just got James Vince out. Yeah. And one of 2 stands in the whole ground that hasn't got anyone in it. They actually 3 sections, 3 blocks of the Somerset stand they've shut off to save on stewarding. And if Alfie gets injured trying to jump over the advertising hoardings now, we'll be in big trouble. No, Harry Trump, thank you very much for that. Helpful.
So you said that Hampshire were bowling for 120.
Yes.
Somerset have already been bowling for 62, so basically half exactly.
Yep.
So then 19 overs
Times
so far
2.
by Bashir, 38 for Dawson.
Very
you see?
good. I see where you're going there. Very, very nice. Bashir again, full this time.
So actually,
Nice
after
ball.
this over, he'll have done more percentage than Dawson.
I'm very impressed by that.
Thank you. A little bit of maths.
Yeah. That was your favourite subject at school, was it?
It wasn't until I got a good teacher.
Right.
And then
that's often the way with all subjects,
hats off to
isn't it?
Mr. Williams, who at the Blue School in Wales, who is brilliant.
How many schools in the world have a Mr. Williams on the staff?
Well, we had 2. I had an English and a maths Mr. Williams, 2 different Mr. Williams. Just
cool, Mr. Williams.
Mark
not
Williams
so cool,
was the one. Oh, well, they're both great teachers, but maths was I didn't enjoy it until he sort of opened it up to me. I was so determined I was going to drop it as soon as I could, and then because I got a good teacher and he said that we'd also have him if we did it at sixth form, I ended up doing it for A-level as well. So, yeah.
Well, Shoaib Bashir is really targeting an area here after that first short ball that was pulled for 6. Rare, aggressive shot from Felix Organ.
Had some very lovely messages over the last 24 hours. People who've been enjoying the stream and
So
talking
have I.
about that. Yeah,
It's been a loving kind of week, hasn't it?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, that's a quicker ball from Bashir.
A bit of a leading edge the way he looked
Going
at his
to
bat was
one.
turned towards the other way.
Brilliant. I wouldn't have thought of Andy Ameed as being one of the quicker fielders, but that was a brilliant chase. We had a great view for that. It should have been 2, really, but Ameed was so quick after that. None of this leisurely jogging back from slip, underarming it back. You know, a bit different when you had Hildreth and Trescothick in the slips. Some of the younger men in there now. But Andy Ameed, good turn of pace. No, I was wandering around at lunch, chatting to a few school kids, and then some members from Portishead now have moved to Wandon and Bridgewater. Actually, were talking to me about how much they love the stream and how you should be charging people to watch. And I said, really? Most people say we shouldn't be. You know, after Kent, they're fuming about their £5.99. But they said, oh, you deserve the money in for the club for the great stream you've got. So thank you for the Lovely feedback. It's not our choice whether we're going to charge people or not.
Oh, but I'm happy to accept donations.
Is it even £1?
Make checks payable too.
C. Taylor, is it?
Yeah, if you could, yeah.
They said it should be, if you charged everyone, 20,000 people listening, £1, then it would make a lot of money for the club. I said, would people pay?
How much money would that make?
Oh, I can't do that one, Charlie. I did AS level maths, but then dropped out for A level. Because I realised if I only did 3 subjects for second year of college, then I could come down here a bit more often in April, May.
Cricket-based decision.
Of course. Casey Aldridge continuing from the Gothic Pavilion. That's quite full. Yorker. Well played. I like an old arm guard. Now, Felix Organ has a proper forearm guard. We're talking Pujara, Rahul Dravid, even Rahane. That's from the Indian greats.
Don't mind it.
But Carl Abbott's got a bit of a fraud modern one. I'm not such a fan of them. These it's almost like a big sweatband. Do you know what I mean? Like a glorified sweatband.
Yeah. It's not going to do all that much protection.
It sort of protects half of the forearm.
Yeah, but Organ's it goes on way beyond his elbow.
I like that. Big fan of that. I've still got mine in my bag. I used to always bat with the forearm guard as a teenager.
I don't think I've ever used one.
I think it's probably stemmed for facing Craig and Jamie Overton when I was about 13. I think probably terrified me. Or I think Glenn Crowell was their other bowler.
I don't think I've ever faced fierce enough bowling to think I need to protect my forearm here.
The funny thing is, I reckon I've been hit on my right forearm, which shouldn't ever be hit, more than my left forearm.
That says more about your technique than anything else, I think.
I think you're dead right. And I did once see someone, I think it was Amler, got injured on his arm and then did actually wear a right forearm guard on his
as well as
bottom hand.
You can have so much padding, can't you, in cricketing? Organ going at a strike rate of 24.32 at the moment.
That's all right. Don't mind that.
It's
needed for the
it's what his
situation.
team needs, absolutely. It's just slow going at the
They've
moment.
got to try and eke out a batting bonus point here, but they're not odds-on favourites to get there.
Not yet, but these two can certainly. But Abbott's are very good. That's it.
Yeah, not so for Mohamed Abbas, though. He's one of the genuine number 11s on the circuit.
Absolute number 11, isn't he? So that's why perhaps Abbott has to play well, because he knows what he's protecting now. Well
that
played.
was a
that was no ball.
Ooh. Yeah, proper solid defensive shot that from Abbott. Played it nicely, but sloppy. Casey Aldridge has bowled a few of them this year.
Yeah.
Very impressed with his fielding, his batting. I'd say at the moment his bowling, it's been all right. He's got key breakthroughs, but he's often been expensive, and of course no balls don't help.
Should we do another one of the stands to see if we can...
Who should we pick on now?
Should we do the Ian Botham? Yeah.
Yeah.
You go around the grounds to our right as we look. Who's in the Ian Botham stand with their earpieces in? Just keeping an eye underneath the boxes there.
Oh, we're not going to this stand again, are we? No one's waved at us.
And there are also anyone in the boxes. Perhaps might have the TVs on with their live stream.
Can someone wake up the Ian Botham stand listeners, please? Give them a nudge, give them a wave, no? Is it because the earpieces are sold in the Gothic reception pavilion down below us? And if you're a regular from the train or you park in the Viridor car park, you don't really come over this side.
You've got good access to the fish and chips, mind you, in the Ian Botham stand.
Yes, they had a massive queue at lunchtime.
Oh, yeah. Always a big queue.
The
Smells
school
great
kids,
down
but yeah, school kids were all over that.
Oh, yeah. Bit of pocket money from mum and dad. Go and get yourself fish and chips.
But I don't think it is pocket money anymore, because I think we're cashless now, aren't we? How's that work? You know, in the olden days, you'd be given a tenner for the day or whatever.
Maybe you get a little smart card where they just top it up in the morning.
Would you trust kids with your debit card?
Well, if you're only putting £5 on it. Should we do Gimlet's Hill? Take a look at what's going on down there. Who's got their earpieces in on Gimlet Hill?
Alex Robinson's going to get the camera down there. No. Tractor's not got an earpiece, has he?
No.
Tractor provides his own commentary, doesn't he? Does he?
Oh, because people go up and talk to him. Tractor, I'm sure he's probably the most chatty guy, and he just ends up talking to everyone.
He'll be in the Harry Trump stand.
He's probably
trying to get some peace and quiet.
Tractor probably goes and thinks, I wish I could just get a bit of peace and quiet sometimes. People
There's the
come up and
Gimlet's
chat to
Hill
him. There we go.
for you.
He's give us a wave if you've got the earpiece in. This might turn out to be quite a bad idea.
I think we need to get the Somerset marketing team on this. We'll have a word
we
with
need to be going around. We need some sort of a mobile earpiece seller going around all the.
You know, like at the
stands.
half time of the matinees.
Yeah.
When they go around with ice creams.
Well, I'm very impressed. Very impressed with the Hildred stand.
I've been trying to. I reckon I've sold more.
We found
than
him a
the
new job.
team. I honestly think I have. I've gone round. Buy these. Even when I'm not listening to you lot, when I turn it off, I wear it.
You still got it on. It's a fashion piece for you, is it?
Yeah, I'll have a word with, was it Dan Cooper, Freddie Wild over in the Somerset office. Get them to do some more selling of earpieces. Virtue Motors, 12 quid. Downstairs in the Truscott.
Yeah, 12 quid. I should say 12 quid, and that will last you 3 years. That's it.
I topped up the battery Well,
because you wear it when you're not in range.
I think Ben Warren bought 12 batteries for £1, and I borrowed one of his batteries to top mine up.
Borrowed.
Thanks, Ben. He did offer, to be fair.
Yeah. But there you go. Once you've got it, you've got it. It's not a sort of, you don't buy it per match or anything. I don't just to clear up how these things work. Once you've got one, that's it. You can bring it to the game.
I bought one
time.
at a test match a few years ago. Paid 15 quid, and it lasts for 1 day, and then never worked again.
Oh, that's very different to what
I got mugged off.
We're
anyway, Don Bess is going to come on. We'll keep talking about earpieces. Don Bess has not got an earpiece on, but he is going to bowl from the river end.
Vic, help yourself to the... Of course, that's why he's here. I thought he was here to watch some cricket, but no. Oh, now look who's turned up. Stephen Lamb's here as well. They're all turning up for the brownies.
Vic says the cake's semi-open.
Well, that's the Harry Everett there.
Right, Don Bess is going to have a short leg, a leg slip, and an orthodox slip. And he's going to have a deep extra... No, no, not deep extra. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. I like the
puff of dust
generation, the generation of the revolutions, isn't it? I like this. He's made us both stand up. Is this because of the
cake? No, I think it's the cake. Well, it was. I was taking a look at the Gimlet Hill. I've got to stand up to see it from my position.
And look at the dip Don Bess gets. Look at that. Lovely, lovely technique. It's the right arm index finger, the way he rolls it over. We'd probably better get the professional off spinner on for this, but I just love the way Don Bess gets up and over the ball, gets the dip, the flight. You think it's going to be a half volley or a low full toss, and it suddenly dips on you. I'm going to guess, I'm going to call it. Felix Organ's going to chip one up in a minute. Better dip from Bess.
Organ's been playing very well, to be fair. He's not given many chances, has he?
Well, opening back by trade, isn't he? I don't really understand why when your back's against the wall and you've lost 2 early wickets, I'd have thought they'd have put him up at 4 or 5, really.
Stephen Lamb's giving a big thumbs up to the brownie. Rosie's cake, very popular. Thanks, Rosie. I know Rosie's got an earpiece.
Did you notice on the top of her box she put her Somerset Twitter handle as well?
At Queen of Somerset.
I enjoyed that.
Quite clear.
Thanks, Rosie.
I think everyone in the box probably already follows.
Make sure we give the Twitter credit correctly. A little bit back of a length, but
I must admit, I went to Mum and Dad's last night, and then when I checked my phone once I got home, I had this picture sent to me by Rosie of brownies on the baking tray. Oh, this is good news for tomorrow.
Quicker, flatter from Bess. Bess, I don't think it's hot footing it down to Sidmouth in the next hour. I know Craig Overton's meant to be there. Vic's meant to be there this evening for this
Bess definitely is
T20 Bison.
Bess is going to be playing here. You can't just say, right,
the way it works with loan contracts these days, no one knows. You might have a 3-hour gap in his loan
to
contract.
Sidmouth. Loan to the Somerset Sidmouth squad.
Well, he's probably more.
So what is that? Is that is there a charity?
It's a 200-year
bicentenary. Okay.
Yeah.
But is there an element of fundraising going on for anyone, or maybe for the club itself or something?
Event T20 they got.
Yeah. I must admit I've never been to Sidmouth. I need
the Fort Field
cricket ground there. I need to go and have a look.
I've been whacked for 6 in the hotel, 200 metres up the road there.
Yeah, but if we did a map of everywhere you've been whacked for 6, Harry, then there wouldn't be not many cricket clubs left.
I wish at club cricket they put those things there at the IPL where you see where the 6 go, the big chart, 120 metres, whatever it is. Well, while Vic Marks tucks into his second brownie, Jack Brooks is going to... Well,
I was going to offer to swap out for Vic Marks, but he's got his mouth full of brownie at the moment, so I'll carry on for another couple of overs. I'll give you some time to enjoy that, Vic.
It's a 2-over type brownie, is it? That's a compliment to the brownie if it's a 2-over brownie.
Right. So we'll see Jack Brooks then, who has been, he's been full of the joys of youth when he's been taking a wicket, running around the ground.
Now there's a big gap between keeper and slip here. Case Shoulder is now going even wider. He's almost at 1.5. So James Rue allowed a bit of space to dive. Case Shoulder's got long limbs, as we know. Craig Overton's back on the field, so Craig Overton is definitely not playing at 2:30. No. Sidmouth released the team sheet with Craig Overton on it. Yeah.
Are we sure it's not Jamie Overton?
No, he's bowling at Surrey. He's bowling the over.
Oh, actually, both in action. Jamie, I noticed, took a wicket.
He's bowling, yeah. Good to see him back. Well, Craig Overton's at short extra cover. So sorry, anyone listening at the Fort Field. That's an LBW shout. I think a little bit high on leg side.
Leg side, I think. Just
best.
It's hard for us to know. We're a little bit side on here.
Yeah, we actually normally we're quite behind the bowler's arm, but it's a little bit further over today.
Yeah.
Gimlet's Hill's got
you just saw in the replay there. Just here we go. Yeah, I think it's fairly straight.
Head's fallen over a bit there.
Yeah, probably on the leg side, I reckon, because the camera's also not straight on there as well. That's down, and a couple of bounces towards Don Bess.
A few of the school kids leaving. Oh, it's got to that. Oh, it's not even 3 o'clock yet. Surely school doesn't finish till 3:30 at the earliest. 10 to 3. And
Yeah, but they're not at school. They've got to get home to the schools, haven't they? I guess.
Well, see, some schools are committed and they say, look, we're not going to be home till 6, 7 o'clock. The coaches afterwards, but other schools, yeah. It's more the teachers.
Some of them might have come quite a long way.
Well, it made me laugh, actually. The school that travelled the furthest yesterday, or day one, was staying till the very end, and the schools that were around the corner were going at 3:30. Right, Tom Abel's going to come in a very straight catching mid-on. Very straight, silly mid-on almost.
Now, what will Aldridge have been whispering to James Rue there?
Craig Overton.
A little bit of a chat.
It's not often the 12th man sort of calls the shots, but it is Craig Overton. Very full leg stump Yorker. They're going to scramble through for one leg by.
No.
If we had a double umpiring swap this game as well.
Yeah.
Ben Debenham was in, then it was Ben Peveril.
Yeah.
Then one to your mate Ben Pev. Russell Warren's come in.
Yeah, Russell Warren. So Ben Peveril was only ever in for the one day as a short-term.
Did he have other commitments on days 2,
No,
3, 4?
I think
Didn't have a vet appointment or something.
No, I think he was only ever in for the one day. He was a last-minute sub.
I just thought if you get last minute sub in, surely you at least let him have 4 days.
I did text him on the first day and say, "You doing the rest of the game?" He said, "Probably not." So I think
It's a bit
he knew
harsh,
it
I
was
thought.
only- Yeah.
Didn't do anything wrong on day 1. Oh, that's short from Jack Brooks. You think an umpire, you always say they're the same for both sides, they're consistent. I mean, I know it's professional level and the rules are the rules, but you think for the fairness of the match, they should probably have the same umpire if they can.
I agree.
You know,
You feel like the ones you start with, unless there's some sort of
yeah, if there's,
issue, but yeah,
extenuating circumstances, fine. But
yeah. No, I agree.
right, Tom Abel's back at a square in mid-wicket now. That is another short ball from Jack Brooks. Better directed than the first one, I would say. Just over the top of the helmet of Felix Horgan.
All of it full, and then the last two were the two short balls for the.
Remember the follow-on target, 351. Easy maths, really. 150 less. You've got to get past the follow-on target. So a long way off.
So how far off?
Oh, I knew that was coming. 163.
Curve 64.
Oh, well, yes.
Nearly
I did say
there.
it was 51, didn't I? Sorry, I hadn't changed. I haven't been clever about it.
Which is still a lot of runs to get with only 2 wickets in hand. Hampshire will be really disappointed with the way their top order batted, but then so will Somerset in a way, although up against some very good bowling. But got to say there was a fair bit of batter error among some very good bowling from Somerset. Very tired heads, I should think, and legs from Hampshire after being in the field for such a long time.
I think that's the reason for the wickets, to be honest with you, today. It's been all right bowling, but not amazing bowling. The pitch is fairly flat. I think it is knackeredness.
Yeah.
A technical term.
Yep. We'll see Bess again then, coming over the wicket. And this time to Abbott, who's defending.
Seagulls are not going away from that Trade Nation stage.
Well, if
Surely
they're
the kids have
getting
finished
if
their
they're
chips.
getting chips, then they're staying, aren't they?
I'm sure the Seagulls have finished the chips for the kids by
Yeah.
now. I tried to ask
Back this time.
all the teachers I know to get the in-ear earpieces, but they were saying, "Oh, we've got to be listening to the kids and looking out for the kids." Well, good teachers can have one ear on the cricket and one ear on the kids.
Yeah.
It's a skill, isn't it? Multitasking. Quicker, flatter, rounder arm.
Yeah, he does vary it a bit, doesn't he, Dom? Bess is...
Quicker than Bashir.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And more fizz, more revolutions as well, I'd say. I'd say Bashir's more consistent than Bess. Bess bowls quicker. Probably gives it more revolutions. That doesn't necessarily mean more turn, because when it's quicker, it doesn't always turn so much. What does Ben Peveril bowl anyway?
He's, little tweakers.
Little tweakers, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, little off spin.
He would have enjoyed umpiring for Bess and Bashir then.
Yeah. He's a good cricketer. Opening bat for Axbridge, but that doesn't really say much because we're such a terrible team. That was just defended.
Chatting to Annie at lunch, Annie doesn't think we're going to get the Axbridge erratics friendly. Too far to travel for the
It's a long way.
extra base side.
Yeah.
They're at Newton Pop tonight. Oh, that's a catch. Chance. No, bit hard to the left, do you reckon?
Would have been a very, very
Leg
good
slip,
catch. I
helmet on.
suspect it would have been just too much.
Craig Overton is about as tall as it gets. Sorry, Casey Aldridge?
It's Aldridge there.
Casey
yeah.
Aldridge, about as tall and long-limbed as it gets, other than maybe Craig Overton. I don't think quite a chance.
Ooh, would have been spectacular. Let's put it that way. Would have been a spectacular
Well, there's a top floor of #FlatWatch. We haven't done that for a while.
Yeah, we.
John Hayes used to love that.
They got the stream
season.
on up there. Probably
is.
not.
It's already up there. Oh,
Have they got? I mean, are they listening to the stream? Have they got their? No.
well, he's putting his beer up to us. Is that?
Yeah,
Is that saying he wants another beer, or
We'll
is that
take that.
saying he's listening?
Someone get that man another beer. So I'm intrigued. I've never been in those flats. I'm intrigued what that top floor is. It's like a
What's
is it
Jack-
penthouse flats, or is it a sort of
What's Jack Brooks looking at
communal
us?
area?
Jack Brooks is looking at us. What's that all about?
He's got his earpiece in.
Yeah, the penthouse suite atop the retirement
Big
flat.
suites are they up there? Several of them.
Things like the social
With
hangout,
a communal. I was going to say there's a communal outside area, obviously.
like a common room.
In comes Brooks over the wicket, defended by Abbott. I'll do this over and then we'll swap in, shall we, Vic? Bit desperate to get back on air, I can tell. Raring to go. 188 for 8, still many runs off that follow-on target, which, well, Tom May will have a decision to make. Depends how quickly they'll get these 2, I guess. But it's just with the amount of time left in the game, how many runs makes it safe?
We haven't actually read any YouTube comments for a while, have we? Should we do a quick run through at some point? Well, just thinking all this talk about the in-ear radio, maybe people have forgot to wave, and they've been commenting back saying, we're listening. Or that in their retirement flat, maybe they're just 10 seconds behind. Because they've not got the in-ear radio, they've got the YouTube stream.
Yeah, that's true.
They're listening to us commentate on a ball that's 2 balls previous.
In comes Brooks again then. That one's full, takes the inside edge, goes out towards the fielder on the leg side.
Yeah, Dixon's sort of a catching mid-wicket, but not quite as close as the silly mid-on that Tom Abel is.
Yeah, it's a interesting position there. He was obviously in the right place there for that shot. Half this over left to go. Still got 51 overs after this today, so plenty of cricket to watch today. It's only 3 o'clock. Brooks in again. Driven. Oh, nice shot, but that will find the fielder. But he's dangerous. He likes that drive. Kyle Abbott.
Tell you what, it looks a bit like Faf du Plessis. It's something about I think it's the bat make, the orange handle, the way he booms it through the covers. Classing as well, the South
The thing
African
about Faf
wicketkeeper
is
whacks
when he starts, he's got his bat pointing out.
Yes.
His sideways bat motions, and he sort of
it.
carries
And very
it.
spread hands, isn't it? Very bottom and top. That's a manoeuvre.
That one's lovely
Lovely
shot.
shot.
Again, that drive through cover. Extra cover, that's gone for 4.
Big fan of Faf du Plessis. Read his autobiography over the winter. Very good read. Some fascinating, tricky topics of conversation about apartheid and the selections of the South Africans, and him and A.B. de Villiers' captaincy, and that. A lot going on behind the scenes when they lost to New Zealand in the 2015 World Cup semi-final, and everyone called them chokers. There's a lot of light shed. Well worth a read. Pull shot from Abbott.
and
Yeah.
full safe.
No, I do recommend that.
Well, I'm going to make way for Vic Marks, and I'm going to try the brownies before they all go.
Well, Luke
We'll come
Hill. Luke Hill on the YouTube comment says, back from making brownies. I use the Test Kitchens recipe for chewy brownies. What are our ones? I think Rosie's. What does she call them? Trickle, treacle, sticky toffee brownies. I think that's what she called them. Very nice they are too. So we will go to some YouTube comments. We've been so busy chatting away on commentary, we've not given a shout out to people listening. James C says we're ignoring them. Sorry about that. And Harry Go Lucky says, should Somerset be looking at the 98% short ball that England peppered the Aussies with? Absolutely not, I'd say, Vic.
No, but
Not
I
yet.
think I don't like the field they set for that short ball. But I think actually it might be beneficial to bowl a few more short balls at Abbott, who will take it on. He's driven the ball with absolute certainty. He's almost catching up. Felix Organ. He's got 21. He's hit the field a few times too. He's timed it beautifully, and he looks very comfortable on the drive. So, I mean, we haven't really got, especially, I mean, Aldridge is the best man for.
Yeah.
It's a bit much to ask Harry Brook to do that. So I don't think they should go to the 98% short ball, but I think they could go to the, let's say, 11% short
I like
ball,
that.
or maybe
1 in 10.
Maybe maybe even 13 or 14%.
Okay. Oh, Don
Hang on.
Best was all set to bowl.
Well, I think I tell you what I think, but I never know. I think what they're doing is that they've decided that they're going to go all spin, and that Don Best will come down this end.
I can't tell if Don Best is annoyed or
He probably is, because I think that's the favoured end to bowl. Even though they got the short boundary on the leg side, I think they reckon it spins up a bit more from that end. And I think we will find Bess bowling from our end, if you like, the Marcus Gothic Pavilion end. Would be my guess.
Yeah. MTP for short, I suppose.
Where is he at that? He's
Straight
at that.
over mid-off. Just donked it over Don Bess's head. Abbott with a clean strike for 4. But out of nowhere, really. Shoaib Bashir only 2 balls into his latest spell. Just
well, he's timed the ball beautifully, and he had a bit of room to swing his arms, and he just, no nonsense, popped it over mid-off.
Yeah, a couple of bounces into the rope. Ooh, that might
He
be
won't
bad
get
first. Down the leg side, do you reckon?
Well, it just didn't feel right. I think he's getting the ball to spin, which makes it a bit tricky to get an LBW on the front foot bowling over the wicket.
I'll tell if that was bad.
I think that's
pad first.
No, I think it might have been. It might have been pad, but it didn't look quite right. I think he is. I mean, the ball's not spinning much, but there is a little bit of turn there, and I think that would have probably missed leg.
Plenty of overs left in the day for the spinners to have a twirl. Shorter, quicker. A lot of variation from Bashir.
Well, he does vary his pace a lot, and it's a good thing to have in your armoury. He's bowled some quick balls in T20 cricket, in between some quite slow ones. That is gone.
Oh, well, I reckon that might have been a leg spinner.
Do you?
From up here, you're the man to.
Well, I'd have to see the replay.
I'm from.
But I think
instinct.
you're. I don't. We are going to see it from that replay.
Yeah, I reckon I'm right here, Vic. Good shot from Carl Abbott.
Well,
Straight at the top for 4.
I don't. But I wasn't. I mean, I'm only watching with the naked eye. I couldn't see it there from the replay.
Just looked like he's rolled his fingers the other way.
Yeah. Well, you can think that. Well,
Either way, it was a half volley hit.
He hit very well against the spin. Then.
Yeah.
Here we go. No, that's not a leg break.
Something
Vivid imagination.
It was a first instinct from afar. Thought I'd have a guess before we looked at the camera replay from up
You've got such a fertile mind.
It is. Well, guess what? Vic Marks is right. Don Bess is going to come and bowl from just Gothic Pavilion end. Do you think Bashir, he does keep bowling slightly different line length? Could he be a little bit more patient? But
well, he's been pretty patient today, I'd say.
I think it's more that Abbott, they know if they get Abbott out.
Yeah. But he's played well, and he's hitting straight. He's bowled very well, Bashir. No question about that. He's bowled 20 overs already today, too. 21. So I'm very impressed. But as I think Dom could do with a few more overs to get into it. But I think, oddly, that River End is the preferred one, despite the short leg side boundary. Because I think it seems to spin a bit, although we haven't seen much spin from this end, to be fair. It seems to spin a little bit more from that end. It's the end, obviously, that Liam Dawson preferred. Often depends a bit on the wind, too. I can't count.
Yeah, the wind's just getting up, it might affect Mike. It has been fairly windy all week. Don Bess wants to tweak this. He wants Bashir now at more square leg.
What's
he was
got?
On the 45.
He's given himself a bit of protection on the cover boundary. Everything's stopping for a while. I don't quite know why.
Boundary's distracted with the 12 who's giving him a drink. Now, it's all systems go, Vic. They don't know what they're doing. The umpire's changing size. Aldridge is now going to come in as a catcher. Bashir's now going to mid-on. Ogborn's coming up. I just saw 6 players move in 10 seconds.
Yeah, but hard to know why. Well, Casey Aldridge has gone to leg slip.
Now Rouge changing the field, telling Abel where to go.
You can't tell Abel to go. He's captain.
Well, exactly. That's my point. And Abel's now saying, actually...
Ogborn has just had a drink, but he's fielding at deep cover. And we're going to get some cricket.
After all that.
Bess got a silly point, a slip, a leg slip. It's pretty flat. It's a good innings from Morgan. It's a very old-fashioned one. He's just digging in. And he's doing a good job, actually.
Yeah, it's the way he plays. I think the antithesis to what a lot of other people do these days. Effective. I'd like to have seen him bowl more off-spin in the first innings, actually. Shame we only got 4 overs in, but it was a bit targeted by James Rew when he was
Yeah, but
170 plus.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually.
God, that's rare.
Well,
Today, anyway.
Okay. Well, no, it is rare. You're right. Do you see that leg break from Don Best?
Better flighted Oscar than the best. Point made. He's better from this end, I think. Looks a bit more controlled, maybe.
Oh, I don't like that one so much.
Good charging round, bit of fielding from Tom Abel at mid-wicket.
Now, this is the more interesting challenge because Felix Organ has got his method, and at the moment his method is very low risk. Just play everything on its merit, no big shots. Abbott, we've seen him hit a lovely lofted drive against Shoaib.
That's the 50 partnership.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, Vic. But
Yeah.
202 for 8. Last wicket for 152. Barker for 12. Well batted this pair.
Yeah. So for Abbott, there's going to be a few more scouts, i.e., with the 2 men on the leg side, well, not quite on the boundary because it's a massive boundary, but one at square leg and one at mid-wicket. Mid-on is a little deep, but is essentially not quite saving one, but sort of tempting. Let's see what Abbott does. He's going round the wicket. He drives it for no run. But he's timed the ball sweetly since he's come in. A bit like Fuller, actually, but if he stayed a bit longer.
Don Best has got 4.4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 9. Desperate to get a wicket on his return to his former side.
Yeah. He's not... He's biding his time, and he's... Understandably, really, when you come back, you don't wanna, he's not being over-ambitious in the sense that he's bowling relatively flat. He hasn't had time to really get into his groove. He's only bowled 5 overs. But he'll get a lot of bowling, I suspect, in the second innings.
Well, 49 overs left in the day. I think he could get a lot of overs in today, to be honest.
Well, you say that, and I'm usually a huge advocate of enforcing the follow-on.
Ooh.
But I think it would not surprise me if Somerset declined to enforce it.
Because of the flat pitch?
Well, flat pitch, the fact they bowled 70 overs already, if they want to use a new ball, and the new ball, using that new ball well is critical.
Yep.
There's not that much fuel left in their 3-man pace attack. So whilst in the past I've always thought just enforce the follow-on, that's a good shot.
Play a
Gap
few
there.
more attacking shots like that.
Yeah.
They won't have to worry about it.
Well, they're a long way off. They need a lot of runs before they're technically.
150, yeah.
Although strange things have happened in this match.
Well, exactly. Look at the partnerships, last 3 partnerships
Yeah.
in the first innings.
But I would be surprised now, after this little bit of resistance, whether Somerset enforce. But we'll wait and if they have the option, we'll soon find out.
So you saying if, say Abbott had gone first ball and Abbas had then gone first ball and they were 150 all out, they would have enforced the follow-on.
I would have thought so. 350. I mean,
But this partnership.
you waste so much time getting those extra runs. But now I think the theory will be, but it doesn't often apply at Taunton, that the longer the pitch is used, the more it wears. But not sure that necessarily happens at Taunton. Anyway, we'll see. It's a strange. I mean, when Somerset were 80 for 5, you didn't think that Tom Abel in this match would be preoccupied with the pluses and minuses of enforcing the follow-on.
Well, no, you look down that scorecard and the first 5 wickets were Abbott, then you got Vince in the middle, and then you got 5 from Dawson. It was a teller, 2 halves that first innings. Collapse to Abbott, then
Let's just beat the bat a bit, but he's outside the line and just did something.
it just shows that first inning that Dawson came into the game and then took the last 4 wickets to fall.
Yep. And a couple of his wickets were sort of classical ones in the sense that the ball just turned and took an outside edge.
Yep, 2 caught behind, 2 OWs. None caught in the deep.
But there aren't many. It is turning a little bit, but not in a terrifying manner.
There's a lot of overs left in the day. Tea has often been 3:40 or 4 o'clock. Well, tea's not going to be till well past 4 at this rate.
Well, it's a long day, you see.
Yeah.
It's
making up
104, 106 over day
Yeah,
because
I
we're making up time.
I think
The
bad
over-
light could be an issue at 7:30, mine.
It might be, but I shall be in Sidmouth by then.
You're all right, Jack. What time are you leaving us?
Well, I might have a little session after tea, and then I must go. And I've got to go and speak at Sidmouth. It's very important.
You're not taking Don Best down after his day's play to pop down and see his mates?
No,
for
I
an
can't
hour?
wait that long.
No. Well, it'd be nice if you could take a best wicket with you down for the evening.
I'd like to be able to describe it in some detail.
Yeah. Go on. Get on this wicket for you.
How long will Abbott be content with? There are, as I say, there's a few men
Ogborn's sort of
hovering.
hovering, isn't he?
Yeah, mid-on. He's hovering a little bit deep. There's a deepish mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg.
Ogborn.
Plus 3 men round the bat. It's a real old in-out field.
Yeah, I like it. I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the field setting. I think Ogborn's in that real pitching wedge chippage zone.
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Abbott.
He's been put. I don't know. Perhaps he's a very good catcher, but that's quite a sort of position of responsibility. If there's going to be a catch, it could well go to with Abbott going for the big shot.
Yeah.
There's every chance Ogborn is in the right sort of area.
Well, he took that good catch earlier on, didn't he? Deep mid wicket.
Yeah, I mean it was a
Dawson.
good catch, but he would have looked
Easy enough.
he would have looked a bit daft if he hadn't caught it. But he did catch it, and he's got 2 to his name. He's giving nothing away, Don Bess. And he's keeps switching left, over the wicket, round the wicket. Just getting into his work. He's probably frustrated he's only bowled 6 overs.
Yeah.
But he's not tossing it too high. He knows probably that Abbott can't keep blocking for that long. I don't have to tempt him too much. He'll do something. So I don't want to make it too easy for him. It's a long while since I've done 2 off spinners in tandem at the county ground. Isn't that very often nowadays?
Yeah, good. Well, wouldn't have been for years, would it? There might have been some ridiculous game like a Bess and a Bartlett or a Bess and a Banton. There might have been a part-time off spinner in tandem with Bess.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
proper 2 off spinners, I can't remember for years. Craig Overton coming on again for Jack Brooks. Craig Overton's been on the field a lot for a man who's
Yeah, well, I
resting.
thought he was going down to Sidmouth to play. And
Yeah,
he's
he
gone,
was due to have played
but-
45 minutes ago.
but maybe he's doing his duty here.
Pete Trigo's come in for Craig Overton then.
Well, better that Craig Overton out there doing the fielding, the 12th man here, than Pete Trigo probably.
Yeah, well, definitely with his stick.
Well, in fact, he's the perfect fielder.
Bucket, yeah. Well, that nonchalant from George Bartlett, short leg, one hand, pick up, back to the bowler, no messing about. Good for the over 8, which is 5. That's a very positive over 8.
+5, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, where's that gone? It's gone for 6. That's
To
what
the Somerset stand. Yep.
that's what
It's actually hit the
Liam
retirement
Dawson was
flag.
trying to do.
And this is from the defensive Felix
Yeah,
Organ.
yeah,
And he's
but
an off
to-
spinner by trade.
To be fair, he's earned the right to play that shot because he spent about 2 or 3 hours in reconnaissance. He's middled that, and there's no one in that bit of the Somerset stand.
No.
They sort of shut bits of that Somerset stand, and
Forward
they-
Alfie Ogborn, he's a bit on.
He can't.
Finding
He's just found the ball.
He's got directions from the retirement flats up above him. That's twice he's gone looking for a ball. And the Harry
Yeah.
Trump photographer helped him first time. There's a steward further along that's not quite able to help.
He's got to jump the advertising hoardings, which he does rather gracefully.
Remind you of the Bob Willis campaign, the COVID year 2020, when no one's in the ground. And
The ball kept disappearing.
you weren't even allowed to pick it. If we were walking
right.
around, even if media staff were here, you weren't allowed to touch it because we might have had COVID.
So who could touch it? The fielder.
Just the fielders, they'd have to clamp along in their spikes and go in between the cars.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen again.
But of course, there was no temporary stand then as well, so there's a massive gap between the Colin Atkinson and the Andy Caddick. If ever there was a 6 over there, they'd spend ages finding the ball amongst the players' cars. Or under the covers. Yeah, it's carnage.
There's a little bit of variety there, just held that one back a little bit wider. He's always thinking, I think, Shoaib, and looking for bits of variety.
Yeah, I think intelligent cricketer.
Yeah, I think so. Especially for a 19-year-old, that's a bit quicker. too short.
That's the ball, I think, that he's going to catch him out with. I think that's what he's looking for, that. Entice Organ into the big shot, make him make a mistake. Another useful over from Bashir. 23 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 56. So 73 overs gone, 212 for 8 Hampshire. Still plenty of fans in watching today. Good crowd at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Some of the school kids are going off home for the evening. Bit of wind about, as you can see on the flag above the church behind Gimlet's Hill. Have one more over for myself and Vic, and then we'll get Charlie Taylor back into the attack with his binos round his neck.
Yeah, we need a wicket from somewhere.
Change up here, we'll sort that.
Change the bowling down there. Actually, they keep changing. Every time they've changed the bowling, not every time, but bowlers have got wickets in this match for Somerset. Very often in their first over. First over of a new spell. Now then, is Abbott going to be tempted for the big shot, or is he not? He's dropping forward there.
Well,
Don Bess, he went for 8 in his first over. He's bowled 5 since then, yielded 1.
Well, Alfie Ogborn's come in now at deep cover.
Yeah. That's just a little bit of variety there, a little slower. So I think he's sort of gaining confidence. He's become a bit of an old pro, Don Best, so he wanted to sort of establish a base of control, I think.
Get into a spell.
Yeah, to get into a spell and be in control and not be yielding runs, because there's nothing worse than, going at 5 or 6 and over, and then the captain might take you off anyway.
So he might be like a Shane Warne, who likes to start with the scouts out, start with the boundary protection, and then once he's into it.
Well, it's not as if he's got a defensive field, because he's got those 3 men round the bat.
No,
and they still got and Abbott, but partly because where he bats, he's not the sort of player who's looking to nurdle the one into the gap gently.
But those first 2 covered drives in his first over, going for 8 off his first.
Yeah.
Could he have just had a deep cover, get himself
well,
in
he
2
could have done.
singles?
He could have done, but I mean, it's hardly catastrophic. And he had, first over, he's probably a bit nervous actually, and he'd over-pitched a little bit, and he was well hit before.
There's a nice little replay of one of his round-on deliveries. I'll leave you with. And
Okay.
Charlie Taylor can come back in.
Yeah, well, he's got a few. I expect he's thinking, what do you know, when I used to turn a bit more when I was playing it. Actually, but he's having to be patient, but he's on target here. He sort of has the benefit of he won't get carted for 6 on the leg side very often because there's a huge leg side boundary. Might be hit straight. But Abbott is biding his time. He's batted really well, actually, belying his position in the order at number 10. As has Felix Organ. He's also been very patient. Smacked just one into the stand in the last over, the empty Somerset stand. Charlie's back. He'll get a wicket.
Well, we need something from a Somerset perspective because it is just drifting a bit with these 2 putting together.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is a good surface. I keep saying that. They'll be delighted with where they are. They don't think they've missed any chances today. And Tom Abel will be very pleased with his bowling attack. And where's that gone? That's gone for 4. That's again that short boundary. Organ has decided, I think, that short boundary, after all his reconnaissance, he's been in there for about 2.5 hours. He's earned the right to start playing some shots towards that short boundary. Because he kind of got a feel for how the wicket's playing and how Shoaib's bowling. It's a lovely bit of batting there too. Shoaib just tried to bowl that a little slower, and he's got to the pitch. Nice sweet cover drive.
I can tell you, Vic, that a former Somerset and England fast bowler is quite emphatic in thinking that there should be at least one fast bowler on against these two.
So I wonder who that is. But once you said emphatic, I thought I've got an idea. Hello, look who's popped in. But as that emphatic fast bowler will point out, I mean, compared to the heyday of Somerset cricket, there are no fast bowlers out there. I mean, there may be one in the back of our box. Probably couldn't bowl very fast now, but there isn't a fast bowler out there, Andrew. Who are you talking about? He was a bumper ball. He never bowled many bumpers. Didn't like bowling bumpers. I think I'm right to say he liked nicking him off into the slip cordon, didn't he? Yeah. Well, I think that would be the case if we had the A team out there. The options are, I think he could juggle them around. I think basically at the moment you've got to have one spinner on minimum. And you could Aldridge, yeah. Well, Aldridge has had his spell against Abbott, but I thought Aldridge actually was the man, not to have a bumper war, but he bowled a lot of full balls to Abbott, who just hit them beautifully for 4. And I thought he could have bowled, not on every ball by any stretch of the imagination, but he could have bowled a few short balls at Abbott, probably with the 2 men back, and say, well, I can see you can cover drive, but can you pull quite so well? I think I could begin to agree with our.
That's wide.
He's hit that nicely. And I think maybe it seems like the seamers prefer bowling from this end. It might be a case, actually. Shoaib's done a really good job. He's just starting to leak some runs. He's bowled 24 overs already today. It might be a case of, OK, we'll let Don Best go back up to the river end. And we'll have a quick short burst from the only person who can really bowl much short. And it doesn't do him a lot of good, is Aldridge, really. But you don't want him doing that all the time. I mean, it's a bit much to ask Jack Brooks. He's 39. He's pretty nearly as old as. No, he's not nearly as old as Caddy. 39. That's quite old.
Yeah, it is for fast bowlers. Yeah, going.
Well, he's unhappy though.
Well, I definitely see the. Well, even if it's just change of pace from at least one end to another.
Yeah. I think. I mean, what he could do, he could pop. You can't work out where the breeze is, but most of the spinners have mostly operated from the river end. He could pop Bess up that end, give Shoaib a little break. But then his options, you can't have Alfie Ogbong coming in and bowling short. That's not going to work. Jack Brooks could do it for. Again, you don't want a perpetual bouncer, I don't think. He could do it for 2 or 3 overs. And he's got Casey Aldridge.
But they don't look uncomfortable here, do they?
No. But it's a flat pitch. They've done incredibly well to get this far. And they've played well this pair, actually. So I'm not so grumpy, curiously, as some of the ex-players around here. Okay, he's not grumpy. He's just been super rational, I'm told. Something like that.
Best it is continuing. You've got spin at both ends at the moment. 2-2-3 for 8. Organ on 46. 1 shot away from bringing up a half century here.
Well, he's worked hard for it. Soft old, Kookaburra. They go softer, quicker too. That's not a very good ball. He's lucky to get away with a single there.
Had to watch it. It came quite quickly to him there. Rout's just in front of him.
He knows he's got away with one there.
It was 4 overs until the new ball is available.
Oh, right. They got a new ball in 4 overs. I hadn't thought of that.
Well, then what you do is you bowl your left arm
He's only got little feet, and he's not. No, sorry, we're having a conversation. You can't hear half of
Oh, I
it.
was just saying- I was just
It
saying
doesn't
that-
work. It's
well,
not very good radio. You're the expert here.
Well, what Andy Caddick's saying is bring on your left armour now, which will then create a bit of rough, scuff it up a
Yeah,
bit.
well, he's done
in
it.
the-
He's bowled all his overs from this end, but he's only about 10 stone 2. He's got little feet.
He's not Keith Barker.
He's
coming
tried
in,
his
is he?
best. He's not Keith Barker or that bloke from Essex I mentioned.
Paul Walter.
Paul Walter.
Tall Paul.
Yeah. But there is the new ball, and I'm sure that's what we're aiming for now. That I think he will take the new ball, whereupon you hope there's a bit of movement and you'll get outside edge comes back into play. It could travel actually. You know, it's a flat pitch, this. But it's worth doing. Obviously, I forgot we bowled so many overs. 76.
Well, Bashir, so it will be spin from both ends still, and this is
That's a good shot again.
driven, but
It's also a brilliant piece of fielding.
well fielded. Yeah.
That's Don Bess.
Don Bess. That's not a surprise because
Yeah, but it's
He's
not.
good
Yeah,
fielder.
that's true. But it's not a surprise. Actually, quite a few of those blokes out there.
they're a good fielding side, Somerset.
Well, they certainly have been in the blast, haven't they?
Which, when we were watching Hampshire, there are a few. If you could aim it towards some of the fielders, it looked like, especially after they bowled quite a lot of overs, they were struggling to
Yeah.
get down. People like Keith Barker looked quite stiff towards the end of his.
Well, I'm just looking around the field here. And Somerset, correct me when I'm wrong, have only got one player over 30. And he's quite a long way over 30, and that's Jack Brooks. I don't think any of the other...
Sean Dixon's in his 30s, isn't he?
Apart from... Yeah, oh yeah, good
Are we
point.
talking about bowlers?
No, we're not. Where'd he hit that? 4 again.
Yeah, Dixon's only just. He's 31.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot.
But
him.
yes,
I forgot.
don't know,
It's okay. They got 2.
But other than that,
But it's quite a contrast to Hampshire. I imagine Abbott, Mohammed Abbas, probably Liam Dawson, James Vince, Keith Barker. Their bowling attack is not
no, it's not
the most
young and
mobile
fresh.
in the
No,
field.
No, absolutely not.
They're good bowlers, though.
Yeah.
So what time is tea? Will the new ball be available just before tea?
4 o'clock, I think, today.
Okay.
So
It will be.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, with spin on both ends, we'll be there in.
I imagine
10
they'll take it.
minutes. It feels like it's heading that way, doesn't it? With the 2 spinners on, have been on for quite a few overs now. 228, 8 wickets lost, 48 for Organ. This is Abbott just turning that one into the leg side. They say no to the run. Talks in sunshine, which has been a nice change for the first few days of this game. Floodlights are on, but
Unnecessarily
yeah,
so.
no effect on the game at the moment. Can't see those shadows. Going over to him, we're signing a few autographs. He must have got one, I suppose.
Well, Jack, I think
Come back
he's
on.
probably on for Jack Brooks, and he's at backward square leg. Bit of spin there, but it's very slow, soft old ball. Where are we now? That's 77 overs.
So it would be Jack Brooks and Ogborn you'd give the new.
Well, I
to?
suppose so. Yeah, I mean they're not. No. That's what they went with to start with. I mean, Jack. Although the ball hasn't swung all match as far as I can make out, but Jack can get the ball to swing, obviously. Keep juggling. It's only 2 wickets you need. I think the prospect of enforcing the follow-on is probably fading. Let's just go round to the sage. No follow-on. No.
No.
Yeah. Well, I think not uniquely we are in agreement. But I don't think he'll want to follow on. He's got Jack Brooks is 39.
Yeah.
Alfie's 19.
Both of them with reasons. If they were both 25, you'd say, well, maybe.
Well, yeah, no.
We go, but those there are the opposite ends of the
So
spectrum.
I think that is
Yeah.
disappearing.
No. In which case, Tom, you'd hope would have to think about declarations instead. Because you want to
Yeah,
be in a
yeah.
position
And
where you can win
he
this
will
game.
declare about half an hour after Harry wants him to. That's what'll happen, and it'll be a very good declaration.
Well, there's first batting point on offer here for Hampshire in 20 runs' time. Somerset searching for that third and final bowling point. As we say, the new ball just 2 and a bit overs away now. Full again from
It's
Beth.
just,
And that'll be the 50 for Felix Organ. From 148 deliveries, it's been a slow progress, but he's got there and he's done a good job for his side.
excellent job. I mean, he came in at number 8, I think, which is strange, given that, and he's batted like a batsman who's batted up the order in the past. It's an old-fashioned innings, but he's actually expanded a bit in the last half hour with a few big shots to the short boundary. But he's done a fine job in the circumstances. Well, they're scurrying there, enjoying picking up the singles.
It doesn't hurt Somerset too much because of the total they posted, but
Sort
it
of
does take
pressure's off
time
there.
out of the game and pressure.
Well, yeah,
reduces.
pressure's off a
Yeah.
bit, and the bowlers are slightly out of their rhythm. Having to bowl different batsmen all the time. It's frustrating. It's another one. And there's an element now you feel that, both the spinners think, well, we're just taking us up to the new ball.
Well, remember, Hampshire were 88 for 6. So they've put together a good recovery from there. Not quite as good as Somerset's from 80 for 5.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they're not out yet. New ball, as Vic said, new ball can sometimes lead to quick runs.
But it only needs to lead to 2 wickets as well. And Mohammed Abbas is not fated for his batting skills.
No.
But that doesn't mean to say that Abbott in particular might enjoy a harder ball and sending it off his middle of his bat. It'll be, not straightforward. Just having a look. Where's Jack Brooks? He's not doing a lot of vigorous warming up. Obviously, Alfie, he doesn't need warming up. He's so young. Where is he? He's out there somewhere now.
Yeah, he's out. They're both on the boundary, actually, the
Okay.
2 of them. Bourne just having a word with the Hampshire coaches.
Yeah, well, someone's just shaking his hand, actually.
Yeah.
He's got his first-class wickets. James Rue is staring at a patch on the pitch where he hopes it might turn.
Pointing it out, saying bowl here, kind of thing.
Yes.
Fired in that one from Bashir. Still quite a few school children here from the school's day. That one's been pushed out wide by Bashir. They've had a great few days, kids, watching cricket, seeing their teachers take part in all sorts of challenges in the lunch break.
Must be quite a pressure if you're a teacher. You've got all your class there and they sort of look up to you a bit and then you get
Drop a
exposed.
catch,
Yes.
Fall flat on your face, dropping a dolly.
Sir.
Yeah. He's whipped this one out into the offside, and there'll be a
There's protection there, though.
good stop. Need a lot of ground. Who's that there?
Lammonby.
Beat sweeping out there. Good fielder, Tom Lammonby there. Yeah, talking, I was watching one of the live streams. It might have been the Surrey live stream for the T20. They're talking about his fielding, how he starts side on when a ball is bowled rather than facing the batter. He says it gives him a bit of a head start.
As a fielder?
Yeah, sort of sweeping the
right.
boundary. So he sort of starts shoulder towards the
Right.
batter in T20s, obviously not in this format. They showed him lining up for it. He'd spoken about it before. Yeah. Seven balls till the new ball is available, which we think will be taken pretty soon.
In a sense, it's not a bad time to take it. If Jack Brooks can get loose, you've only got about 20 minutes.
Yeah, it could be a useful little
and then you could have a little break and see how we're going, sort of thing.
Well, they might delay too, of course, if Somerset pick up another one.
Oh yeah, well that's true. But if they pick up another one, they've got to be optimistic about
getting Abbas.
Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. One more for Don Bess. I'm still looking for signs, but perhaps he doesn't need to. Jack Brooks.
Well, he's been off the field, hasn't he? So maybe he loosened a little bit, but you still think he'd be...
He's walking fairly gingerly towards him. I mean, he hasn't played much cricket lately. And he's no spring chicken, but he's out there at deep cover, actually.
Yeah, can't see him. Normally you'd see them, if they were planning on bowling the next over, start to see them loosening a little bit. But no signs of that from Jack Brooks. I can confirm the brownies are delicious, aren't they? They are really
very good.
Top quality.
Thank you, Rosie.
A bit short, turn into the leg side with the spin.
Feeling in the last 20 minutes, Somerset bowled really tightly throughout most of this innings, but the sort of pressure's been released.
Because there wasn't a lot of pressure on
Yeah. And there's lots of singles out there.
I'll tell you what, when the new ball comes,
we'll have a masterclass, shall we?
We'll have a masterclass. We'll bring in 2 of Somerset's finest former players. New ball bowlers, yeah, absolutely. Those that went on to represent England with great distinction.
Well, I don't know about that. But OK.
But we'll bring in Andy Caddick.
Well,
where's your pavilion, Vic? Where's the Vic Marks pavilion here? That's what I want to know. It's, Don Bass is in again, and he's going to pick up a single here, the Felix Organ, up to 55. Has that ever been mooted before?
Not to my knowledge, Charlie. I think
I think we need to start this. We need to start a campaign.
Yes.
A few more balls left in this over, and then I'll make way.
Well, let's hope they take the new ball.
Well, if they stick with the spinners, I'll be delighted to hear what Andy's got to say.
We'll see about that. Well, I mean, I'll just ask the questions.
In comes Bez again. Might be a run there. 10 runs away from a batting point here, so that will be on the minds of Hampshire, I'm sure. We're looking at one stage like they weren't going to pick up any. But these two have done a very good job, and Ben Brown before them also did well. Managed to get a bit of fingertip to that, I think. Just slowed it down its progress, just a single. I think there might be one more to come in this over. You said Brooksy stretching then. Brooksy just...
a little stretch?
Yeah, so Andy's saying they just spotted him loosening a little bit.
Oh, that did turn. Really? It's going to be the last ball he bowls for a while, possibly, but it did turn, and it was...
I'd keep him on for another 10 overs, I think.
Just a technical chance. I mean, that was... Came off more or less the face of the bat, near the shoulder. It would have been a brilliant catch. It went quite quickly, but it was in the air to George Bartlett. Don Bess would have loved that. Just back of a length a little bit, and it turns and bounces. He plays it off almost off the splice, in the air, went quickly. Looks an easier catch in slow motion. I don't think I've ever seen you field it forward short leg.
I have.
I knew you would have done.
I have before.
Now then, can I tap your expertise on a neutral note, really? They're going to take a new ball. And of course, it's a Kookaburra ball. And you're the best man I can think of to just enlighten any listener about the difference between the Kookaburra, because you'd have bowled a lot with that overseas, no doubt, and the Duke, which is the norm in England, but they've had this experiment. So it's a Kookaburra.
It is a massive difference. It's got a wider seam on it.
Mm-hmm.
The Kookaburras tend to be a little bit flatter in the seam. They tend to be a bit more round, whereas a Duke ball can be a little bit oval, a little bit more proud, the seam. Difficult because, a Kookaburra ball
Which they use in Australia, New Zealand,
South Africa.
Yeah.
Use them in South Africa. Asia, I don't know whether they've got their own out there.
Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter.
I remember the only time I've actually come across a non-kookaburra ball was in the West Indies,
Right.
which was back in 2000 and... Oh, trying to think now. 93, 94.
Right.
But yes, it's a totally different ball.
And the properties are that it might swing for you early on.
It'll swing early on, but the tendency is, when we're playing for England, when it stops swinging, it was to work like hell to get the rough side rough, because they tend to reverse a lot more than a
more quickly than a Duke.
More quickly than a Duke's ball. So
it's not very good reversing territory.
No,
the
it's not.
Ground
It's
at the
very
moment.
green, but.
And it would go a bit softer.
Go
quicker.
a lot softer, quicker.
Yeah.
So your first 20, 25 overs max is when you really need to make hay with a kookaburra ball. Whereas with a Duke's ball, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40 overs, if you get the ball shiny and nice and buffed, you can keep it swinging. So it tends to stay in a little bit better condition.
Yeah, there's a bit more pressure then with a kookaburra, because you know you've got a given period of time.
There is a period of time, yeah, where you really need to try and do something with it.
We've got Jack Brooks. Well, that's a neat little shot there. I think he almost meant that. Yeah. And which did you prefer? You prefer the Duke, really, did you? Because it kept swinging for longer.
You could get better condition with it. But yeah, the kookaburras are a good ball, but it's just one of those things. English conditions, that's why the Australians, when they're touring here, find it more difficult. They've got to spend a bit of time with the Duke's ball just to get used to it.
Yeah. And vice versa for playing in Australia. Where's that gone? In the air?
It's gone in the air, but just backward a point.
Well, has he got 50? Well, it's a valuable innings. It's a pretty good innings, actually. I mean, I think...
It is. But it's been a comfortable, I've been watching this for a while, and it's been a comfortable innings for these two. And
yeah.
It is a flat wicket. It's not offering a lot, but I've always... And you were mentioning earlier about the soft ball and a quick ball and who would have come in. Sometimes the softer ball, if you go a little bit more aggressive and start make it a bit more uncomfortable with the tail in, a softer ball on a wicket can actually cause more issues because it doesn't bounce as much.
So it doesn't go over the top of their head.
It doesn't go to the top of the head, so it's more directed at the batter.
I mean, I can agree with you that particularly against Abbott, he's got a lot of runs on the drive. He's driven beautifully, but he's had many opportunities to do that. And whilst I didn't enjoy watching much. I hope it doesn't come to that in a Test series where you had 2 or 3 hours of bumpers, basically. I thought they overpitched again, and they could have tested him with the occasional.
There's a time and place, and I think Tom's missed a trick here. You've got obviously the 2 opening bowlers. You've got your left arm and Brooks in, but you've got Aldrich, who's going to come on obviously first change. Now, what I would have done probably about 15 overs ago, what I said to Aldrich, there's the ball, Casey. Make it uncomfortable. Just to get
more short deliveries.
More short deliveries. Make it uncomfortable for them. Just for them to think, oh, you're not here having a net. And it only had to be 2-3 overs. That was it.
Yeah.
Just to see what they did. And in those 2-3 overs, there's nothing worse than a batter, number 11, coming in and thinking, oh, Christ, it's a bumper game. Make it uncomfortable. We've seen that in the Test series so far. Bumper. It doesn't matter how experienced you are. It's still a dangerous ball. It's an uncomfortable ball to face.
And actually, sort of backing up what you were saying, is that it seemed more dangerous on a slower pitch.
It is. It's a lot slower.
So David Lords and Edgbaston, they were slow pitches. They were nasty pitches to bowl seam on. Whereas at Headingley, I thought was a terrific cricket pitch.
Oh, very good.
Because it had a bit of pace and a little bit of movement.
A little bit of movement,
and the
odd ball bounced a bit of, and you could see that in some of the Australian batters. The odd ball that bounced and seamed a little bit, even when the England were batting, the odd ball bounced and seamed from Cummings and Stark.
But it's
just in the back of your mind.
Yeah. But it's a new aspect of the game because you would never have bowled to the fields that you've seen in the Test series. Never.
No,
and it is, I think, quite difficult. I'm not for someone like Casey Aldridge, who is a novice learning the game. It can muck you up, can't it? If you're suddenly bowling a series of short balls, And you can't revert to your normal length.
No, you can, but you know,
you've got to learn nowadays. You've got to learn to do it.
This is the time to learn. You can put on match situations. The time to learn. You can't do it in net because there's too many parameters.
Batsmen don't like that.
You know,
and you're probably bowling off 18 yards anyway.
Exactly. You know, I remember back in the early 90s when I was playing second team cricket. We had myself, we had Andre Van Truus, we had a little bloke called Hungry Walsh on trial, and we had another bloke called Kenneth Benjamin on trial.
Ken Benjamin, who played for the West. He came on trial.
He came and trialled here. At that stage, you could have as many trialists as you want. And then we had a guy called Ken McClay, so we had a decent bowling attack.
Well, Ken McClay, I played with Ken McClay.
Yeah,
he was a slow away swing bowler.
Yeah, but an Alderman clone. He was a lovely bowler.
Yeah.
The guys wouldn't bat on the nets. The Somerset players
not even against Ken McClay.
No.
I can understand them not wanting to bat against Andre Van Truus. I don't expect you batted against Andre Van Truus.
No, nobody wanted to bat.
Well, I was saying earlier on, you still come across people like Graham Gooch and, I don't know, Butch, I think Mark Butcher. They still remember the odd spell from Andre Van Truus where he terrified them, partly because he never quite knew where it was going.
No, to be fair, when he did know where it was going, he terrified the Surrey players. He turned up for Surrey and he had 5 or 6 wickets. No problem whatsoever. It was just a field day for him.
And he just because he clicked, and
Correct.
He was quick when he clicked.
So this is the bit I'm concerned of now.
New ball. Well, I don't think there's a length. Hello, he's running on the pitch too.
Yes,
he may have got a warning.
No, that's fine. I don't mind that.
Well, only the one.
Only one. That's all right. Because this is the bit that just I need a bit more. Yeah, I've been watching a bit of cricket now. I've been watching Tom a little bit as far as his camps is concerned. He needs to think not about now. He needs to think about how he's going to win this game.
Yeah.
There is, you've got a left arm centre swing bowler who's running on the pitch, creating a little bit of rough at the outside the off stump for your spinner, should I say, which is what you want. And we saw that with Don Best with his last ball. That was in the I'd say that's in the follow throughs at the far end. It was rough. It turned.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You've got to be thinking how you're going to win this game.
Well, they bowled Ogborn as much as they can. I can't remember which end Barker bowled most of his overs. They've hit the 100 partnership. Well, this is a strange game.
It is now because we were 200, less than 200 when these two came.
Yeah, but I mean,
but the opposition are allowed to do that, aren't they?
Occasionally. And I'm. There's just a hint of swing, but not very much.
No.
They're allowed to score some runs. You've got to bear in mind, you've got Alfie Ogborn, who's making his debut, who's done pretty well.
Pretty well, very well.
You've got
good to see him continue running. That's what you want for youngster. Just keep running in.
Oh, Jack Brooks, who's 39, has not played much cricket. And Casey Aldridge.
He's got low mileage, Jack, hasn't
he? So given those, this is not the first string attack.
No, but they've done well.
They've done well.
Done very well.
But it is frustrating to get 8 down, but no one knows that better than Hampshire. Oh, goodness me, no. But the pressure has been removed. And, of course, there is a danger with the new ball that it does fly if you don't get it in the right spot. And
Correct.
Someone like Abbott will know that especially. And he's enjoying himself. He's got 50. Anything offline that he can use his arms, it'll fly off the bat now.
Well, we've seen that from the first over from Jack Brooks. It flew off the...
But you've got to gamble. I mean, you've got to try and break the ball.
Oh, no, you do.
Yeah.
But there was an opportunity earlier. That's what I'm just trying to say. It's...
Run out might be the best bet, but we ain't going to get one there. You wouldn't have been entirely happy if you turned up here and saw a pitch that colour, would you? Really? It's not your favourite.
Maybe on the third day, right? Not
I mean, it's pretty brave when we started here.
You could, I've always said a decent pitch anywhere around the world, anywhere in this country, is a pitch that just comes onto the bat nice, gives the opportunity. I think this is just, there's not enough life in this wicket.
No,
there's not enough grass in it.
It's not turning enough, actually.
No.
Yeah. And obviously, the same applied when you play here. That you wanted grass, not necessarily for all that sideways movement, but just for carry.
Just for carry. The wickets here in the early 90s, they didn't do a lot sideways. We swung the ball very well. You know, we put a lot of shape on the ball.
Yeah.
And the beauty of the wickets back then, they were green, but they were hard, but they kissed.
Yeah.
The ball kissed them.
And if you got a nick, it would carry.
It would carry. And, you know, the old adage was, you know, if it carried, it was taken comfortably by your slip and your keeper.
Because they were standing
Because they were standing back, and they were standing. They weren't down by their feet trying to catch a ball. They were waist high. It came through nice.
Yeah. I mean, you've played there, but I played a season of state cricket there, and at the Wacker.
Oh yeah.
And it was amazing that hardly anyone dropped a slip catch. But the reason they didn't drop it is that the ball had to travel 30 yards before it got to them, so it was so much easier to gauge.
It might be a little bit different using the Duke balls at the Wacker.
Yeah,
it might be swinging all over the place. So, but no, it's you know, the decent wickets here, the good wickets here, the wickets that everybody liked to bat on, the wickets that everybody liked to bowl on.
Yeah.
It would be great to see those back.
I mean,
just a bit of grass on them.
There's one game I can remember bits of. It was memorable for Marcus. It was against Glamorgan.
Yeah,
and it was memorable for Marcus getting about 160 or something in front of Duncan Fletcher.
Yeah.
I think you got wickets.
Yeah. Jack Callis was playing.
That's right, and Marcus pulled him a few times. Who could bowl quite quickly.
Well, funny enough, the squares here, the square closer to the Somerset stands, the further you went to the stand, the better the wicket.
The better in terms of more pace.
More pace, more carry. The wickets that were towards the pavilion, they got a bit slower, a bit lower.
Okay.
They were more worn. So we were playing on a wicket that was probably, I would say, 5 over from where we're playing now.
Even
still
further.
long further. Because remember,
that stands
come in.
Yeah.
That outfield's come in. So, and those wickets, that particular game, Jacques was bowling very quick.
Yeah.
Trez got 100.
Quite
a big 100.
Fletcher was
the coach, manager at the time for
and
Glamorgan.
there was someone else at Glamorgan who was Marcus was clearly up and coming, but not as not in a test team. I don't know who it was, but because I think you cleaned him out. But there was one of the Glamorgan players who was kind of getting to that test probable. Was it Steve? Well, I don't know if it's Steve James.
No, Steve. No,
it wasn't Steve. But I'm sure there was someone in the Glamorgan lineup who was on the was in the shake-up for possible, and because there was pace in that wicket, I got a funny feeling you cleaned him up a couple of times without blinking.
It was a good wicket. It was a good cricket wicket. But those are the good cricket wickets down here.
Yeah.
The wickets that I've always said a good wicket is a wicket where once the ball's released, the batsman is committed to a shot. He's got to go forward or back. A bad wicket is a wicket where he can decide after he's gone forward to go back, or he can go back and go forward.
And around that vintage, you had Mushtaq Ahmed, who was a wonderful cricketer, but was it spinning much for him, or was it just the pace off the pitch, the bounce?
Bounce. He only had to spin a little bit, but he got bounce on these wickets, and that's the key to it. Bush had put a lot of rev on it because of his shape. He used to drift it in and then turn. So he just got bounce, and we had one of the best keepers I've ever. Rob Turner.
Yeah.
Mush had a lot of variation, and he was very difficult to pick, but Rob picked them very, very well.
Funny, isn't it? He was a sort of unfashionable keeper because he's about 6'2" tall.
Yeah.
He didn't kind of look beautiful.
It was gangly, but
he didn't miss anything.
No, he didn't miss anything. He was very clean behind the stumps.
Yeah.
In fact, I think there's a picture somewhere that was taken years ago where we were playing here, and he took a catch off me, and he was full stretch in front of second slip.
Yeah.
And I can see second slip was just his eyes closed, and Noddy took a one-handed diving catch in front of second slip.
Yeah. You don't have to look beautiful if you catch everything, do you? They wouldn't have purred about Rob Turner like they do about Ben Foakes, for example.
So we just need we need a break now.
Well, I think there's a break at 4 o'clock, but we need a wicket.
It's not that break.
Actually, if Somerset get a wicket now, they keep going, I think. But they haven't got a wicket for a while.
No.
I mean, it's very early days, but you've got to be impressed by Alfie. Were you around? You must have been when it was a fleeting but quite successful career for a while when Matt Bulbeck played.
Yeah, I was.
Well, he certainly, he had a golden little spell, and then his body gave way.
It did.
Never worked.
He was quite a frail man.
Yeah. But he bowled obviously left arm over the wicket, and
But that's what everybody
they
wants.
have magic moments, don't they?
They do, and that's, umpires love a left arm rover.
Yeah, they always.
They-
They've got their finger ready.
Ray Julian was.
Ray Julian
had his finger.
He had his finger ready.
His finger ready for anything.
For not just left arm overs.
No.
But
But no, left arm.
So-
Every county in the country was always trying to sign
So,
a left arm over.
I mean, they've all retired now. So when you turned up to a game, and you didn't know who was umpiring, but then you had a look, popped into. I expect you used to pop into the umpire's room just to try and get him on your side. Who did you want? You obviously wanted to see Ray Julian, I imagine. In the Ray Julian,
Rory Palmer.
Roy Palmer.
Roy Palmer.
Oh yeah. These are, I mean, in that.
David Shepherd was always one you could have a little conversation with.
Yeah, but would he give them out?
Well, the thing is, you'd be hoping.
I mean, I know that
you could talk to Shep and just have a bit of a chin wag with him.
But there were a certain number of
George
umpires.
Sharp was a terror.
He gave a few, did he?
He gave.
They quite liked the short game.
Yeah.
I mean, it is amazing, folks, that there was a huge disparity. Remember, the cameras weren't so prevalent then, so it was very clear to everyone who played in those days that you've got people who give LBWs as fast as they possibly realistically can, and dear old Ray Julian was one of them. And
Ray. But 9 times out of 10, Ray was right.
Yeah. No, he's good. I'm not saying he's a bad umpire.
Yeah, no, he's
but
good.
then you turn up and there'll be Dickie.
Yeah,
and you're thinking, we loved having Dickie's company, but if you want to win the championship, he's not necessarily the umpire you want to see.
Dickie was quite ruthless. I remember we had I think it was second test at Lords. I think we were playing Australia. Second ball of my first over of the spell.
You haven't forgotten this, have you?
No, he called me for running on the wicket.
Did he?
He gave me a first warning. Second ball of the test match. He was first warning. I've gone oof. Yeah, no, he liked to get involved, Dickie.
But he didn't like to give too many LBWs.
No, he didn't.
So you would, you would know the characteristics of the.
Now, Van Burn Holder was another one. Now, the unfortunate thing, if you were the batting side on the 4th day for Van Burn, and his train was leaving at 6 minutes past 6 on the 4th day in the evening, you had a very good chance of getting bowled out.
Well, I can tell you this too. If you played university, I played university cricket, and if the university side was struggling on that second evening, there was no way he was going to the 3rd day. No. We had a lovely coach, Arthur Milton, who knew all the umpires, intimately, and he was the gentlest soul you ever met. Played for Gloucester, a lovely man. But even Arthur lost his rag because he was trying to protect us students, from a few, let's not have a 3rd day decisions. Anyway, Alfie's coming around the wicket now. You did. How often, if ever, did you bowl?
Never.
Around the wicket to a left-hander?
Never. I didn't want to.
No.
So that's T.
Yeah.
With
258 for 8. Well, it's a substantial recovery.
It is.
But I mean, the overall picture is still pretty rosy.
It is, but we're just losing a bit of time out of the game.
Yeah. No, it makes it difficult.
Makes it difficult to decide what you want to do, and
I'm with you. I don't think they will enforce the follow-on.
I hope they don't.
Even though they are currently at 250 ahead. So Somerset, even if they had 2 wickets straight after the break, you've got to get a lead well in excess of 400.
Yeah, and you can do that. You could say to your batters, look, we've got 30 overs, quickly get 20 overs, quickly get 120, and give your bowlers seam bowlers a bit of a rest, and then
it's a long day tomorrow.
Long day tomorrow.
It's still a flat pitch. It's I don't think there'll be too much cavalier in any declaration that comes. It'll be hard work to get 10 wickets out there. But given that Somerset were 80 for 5 about 36 hours ago, it could be worse.
It could be worse. So they've done well. Don't get us wrong. They've done well, but I just think we've missed a little bit of a trick, just by being a little bit more ruthless, a bit more aggressive at the tail end. Go
and tell Alfie we've got to snarl more. Anyway, I've enjoyed chatting with this old soldier.
It makes 2 of us, Victor.
And I'm now going to find a cup of tea. But thanks very much, Andy.
That's right.
As ever, entertaining to hear you.
Cheers, Victor.
chose to bat first. Their innings has just been completed. 263 for 8 they made. Beth Mooney top scoring with 81 not out. 2 wickets apiece for Lauren Bell and Nat Sivabruns. Moving into the County Championship, starting with Division 1, Surrey against Nottinghamshire at the Oval. Surrey 355 all out, Nottinghamshire responded with 399 all out. Surrey 88 for 1 in their second innings, a lead of just 44 runs. At Northwood, Northants taking on Middlesex. Northants made 219 first time around. Middlesex replied with 277 all out. Northants 196 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 138. It's tea at Canterbury. The hosts struggling, 171 all out in their first innings. Warwickshire 549 for 7 declared. Kent 223 for 5 in their second innings, trailing by 155 runs still. It's tea at Blackpool, Lancashire against Essex. Essex 282 all out in their first innings. Lancashire responded with 145 all out. Essex 42 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 179 runs. Moving into Division 2, tea in the heavily rain-affected match at Cardiff. Glamorgan 218 for 7 after 67 overs of their first innings, hosting Leicestershire. It's also tea at Hove. Sussex 402 first time around. Derbyshire responded with 407 all out. Sussex 53 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 48 runs. At Worcester, Yorkshire posted 407 all out in their first innings. Worcestershire 194 for 9 in their first innings, still trailing by 213 runs. They're into the 65th over of their first innings. And finally, at the Seat Unique Riverside, up at Chesterfield Street, Gloucestershire against Durham. Gloucestershire 316 all out in their first innings. The hosts responded with 453 all out. Gloucestershire are 108 for 7 in their second innings, trailing the league leaders by 29 runs. That brings you up to date with scores from around the country. Just to run you through the scorecard from the Hampshire first innings so far. Joe Weatherly was bowled by Jack Brooks for no runs. Fletcher Middleton was caught by Andy Umeed off the bowling of Casey Aldridge for 24. Nick Gubbins was caught by James Rue off the bowling of Jack Brooks for 14. James Vince was caught by Tom Lammonby off the bowling of Alfie Ogborn for 16, which is Alfie Ogborn's maiden first-class wicket. Ben Brown was bowled by Ogborn for 39. Liam Dawson was caught by Ogborn off the bowling of Shoaib Bashir for 8. James Fuller was bowled by Shoaib Bashir for 7. Keith Barker was caught by James Rue off the bowling of Casey Aldridge for 12. At the tea interval, Felix Organ is unbeaten on 58. Kyle Abbott has 56 not out. There have been 24 extras so far, 8 byes, 8 leg byes and 8 no balls. Bowling figures for the Somerset attack. Jack Brooks 17 overs, 4 maidens, 2 wickets for 50. Alfie Ogborn 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 41. Casey Aldridge 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 57. Shoaib Bashir 26 overs, 10 maidens, 2 wickets for 75. And Don Best 10 overs, 5 maidens, no wickets for 19 runs. welcome back our match umpires, James Middlebrook and Russell Warren. Led out by Captain Tom Abel, please welcome Somerset. Hampshire not out batters, Felix Organ 58 not out, Kyle Abbott 56 not out.
Welcome back after the tea break, as we did a bit of after you, sir, Vic and I. Leaving you to the other, but I'm going to jump in.
I see you as the lead. You're the professional, Charlie.
Well, I don't know. I really don't know about that.
That's how you earn
You've got many more years' experience.
That's how you earn your living. Anyway, out there.
Well, hearing Andy Caddick speak before the tea break, talk about it drifting, missing a few tricks, he says. But
yeah, he's a greedy man.
The upshot of it all is that Somerset have a lead of 242 as it stands, with Hampshire's 2 wickets remaining, so they'll hopefully cut away at that. That's what they're hoping to do. Somerset, with a newish ball, 4 overs old, will be hoping to take these 2 wickets pretty prompt-ish. I'm Charlie Taylor, alongside me, former England and Somerset spinning all-rounder, Vic Marks, who will describe alongside me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking that Kyle Abbott, he's a bit of an imposter at number 10. He's actually played beautifully.
Yes.
I mean, he's hit some glorious drives. He gets into reasonably good positions. He's a very uncomplicated cricketer, and of course he's been around the houses, and he just looks like he don't care what the situation is. Just go out and bat, and he's played pretty positively. Felix Organ has put some of his upper order to shame in a way, and that he's been watchful, expanded a bit just before tea. Here we go, Jack. And that's not the greatest of starts, but good piece of fielding down there at long leg by Alfie Ogborn.
Now, just briefly while we were speaking there, Ben, the director, says he's got a score update for us from Sidmouth. What was the score there? But I didn't quite catch what you said.
Oh, no.
Pete Trigo, brilliant.
Well, I've got to go down to Sidmouth, and I'm really looking forward. They've got their bicentennial.
Yeah, that's very good.
200 years. Yeah. There's not many clubs. I mean, I've tried to do a bit of research. Well, I think they might be the oldest club in Devon. They'll tell me when I get there.
Well, let's hit the pad and
going down. I think
Abbott was walking forwards, and as Vic says, probably going.
So
down.
Trigo the bully.
He's coming to score. Just having
He's got 105. Anyone else get any? Is he playing at Edgbaston? I wonder.
Oh, we won't.
If not, why not?
There we go. He'll.
Well, there's not. When will you? When's he next on duty? You won't have forgotten. We know that.
Oh no. He'll have the scorecard ready. I'm sure he'll bring us a copy.
That's a good, it's a half volley, but he didn't half put that away well.
Lovely shot.
I mean, he's done that all along. We have bowled, or I say we. I'm trying to get back to my BBC sort of Somerset.
It's hard when it's Somerset, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is hard.
But they have bowled a few half volleys to Abbott, and he's put them away with relish. So Trigo, is that batting first or second, I wonder? I mean, I'm going to go down there and set off in about half an hour. He might have gone by the time I get there.
Well, he'll be opening the bowling if they haven't bowled yet.
Well, I mean, they won't want, their serious bowlers.
No, they wont Greg Overton pulling. Oh, Craig's here, isn't he? But they won't want Matt Henry pulling.
No, he won't be bowling
Tweaking
properly.
it.
I don't expect Lewis Gregory would be wanting to strain himself. It's great, It's great for Sidmouth and to get to 200 years, but it's also, as I'm maybe telling them this evening, that how more accommodating can Somerset be? They've actually left out all their superstars for this championship match in order to play at Sidmouth in the bicentennial celebrations. Don't mention that again. I think I've written that down.
Don't give away all your secrets.
Yeah, no, I've got the others. Anyway, so I'm going down there, and Sidmouth is one of the great clubs I played years ago at Sidmouth. Fantastic setting. And there was a time, well, I don't think it quite happens in the same way, where there would be a cricket match at Sidmouth every day of August and part of July.
Wow.
People, touring sides would come down. I don't know how they always found enough players, but they did. It's a terrific venue. So I'm looking forward to that. I'd quite like to see Hampshire bowled out before I go. But I've enjoyed the cricket. Actually, at the start of the day, someone asked me, well, how many do you think Hampshire will get?
Oh, yeah.
And I think I said, I don't know who asked me, 320.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, you were quite optimistic for their chances then.
Well,
although they were only 2 down
58
at that
for
point.
2.
Yeah,
58 for 2 at the time.
Yeah.
And it is a flat pitch. So, hopes have been dashed. This is a very good partnership between Organ and Abbott. But it's not totally unexpected because this is a flat pitch, a pretty callow attack, really, that is bowled pretty well. And you would expect some resistance along the way. It's just frustrating when you get to 8 down, as Hampshire discovered. You think you're nearly there. But actually, as I say, Abbott, who's now got 62, he's overtaken Organ, is a bit of an imposter, it seems to me, at number 10.
Agreed. Well, to me, having watched him plenty of times, and he's done well with the bat and with the ball both times, I sort of see him as an all-rounder, really. I know that
we should have signed him. He's caused us so much trouble. Where is that, Andy Harris?
Well, as Sam Dowling said yesterday, he does so well at Taunton. You'd be surprised if he didn't want to play here as his home ground.
Yeah, perhaps we can't afford him. I don't know.
He's happily settled in Botley at the moment, or wherever it is. Where is it? Hedge End. Because it's not quite Southampton, is it?
No. Whether they all live in Hedge End, I don't know. Now, we've got an interesting they've been listening to Andy type of field, i.e. it's a field that makes us anticipate some short pitch deliveries at the body. Let's see if he can do it. It's not easy for him. It's too much width.
Yep, and he's done well. He's actually dealt with it.
And he knows what's coming. That's the flaw. I think you underestimate how skillful some of these blokes are that keep bowling bounces. You've got to get the line right.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore got a first bowler.
Well, that's 2 in a row. Oh, no, it's not 2 ducks in a row. Will Smith got 65.
Retired, not out.
Okay. Trigo didn't retire. They got 104. That'll be George Thomas. 11 for Banton. 5 for Ben. Where is this on? Is this a 20 over game, is it?
Yes, this is the Sidmouth.
Okay, and what's the total?
233.
I think Sidmouth are going to get them. They're 94 for 1 off 8.
Oh, they're doing well.
Yeah.
Who's bowling, please?
Trigo.
Oh, we're watching it live now.
Oh, no, let's watch it live. well, we can watch now because Trigo's no longer batting, but fill us in whether Trigo's had the ball in his hand. He'll come to the rescue.
I'm sure he has.
He's got bad back, hasn't he?
So he says. Not bad.
So he says.
I can't stop 104 runs being scored.
Yeah, but he won't have run very much. I'm going to miss the end of this game, but I think I'm sooner watch this one. Well, Goldsworthy has struck.
Thomas. Gregory Banton's had a bowl.
Yeah. And Green's had a bowl.
Yeah, Banton's had a bowl. Only gone for 9. Not too bad. Ben Green's one over's gone for 18.
Yeah, well, this is...
You suspect they're probably bowling within themselves a little, you'd hope.
They will be, don't you worry.
Banton hopefully coming on and bowling a few...
I don't know, what do you bowl, I wonder? We don't know.
Oh, wouldn't it be great if it turned out to be a leg spinner or something like
Well,
that?
it could easily be.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, the great thing is they're all there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, well, I'll find out later on, the people of Sidmouth, the players of Sidmouth, and I hope there's a few people watching, will be delighted to see so many prominent Somerset cricketers who've slightly worried that Calder Campbell's got 2 ducks in a row.
Ben Green is bowling spin with
So that's why you only went for 18, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a tough gig in a sense, in that the Somerset players, they've turned out in abundance, but the last thing they want to do, particularly with this weekend turning up, is to sort of strain, and they just want, it's just their presence that matters. I've played in benefit games where we've lost, you know, because so and so's bowling rubbish and they're not too bothered, obviously, but they're there. That's the key thing.
Yeah, and it's good for
and it's great that they on their day off, they're there.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree.
So I hope they're all enjoying it, and that Sidmouth will be buzzing by the time I come and dampen all that cheerfulness.
Lewis Gregory bowling off spin.
Well, he's got a hotline. Our director's got a hotline to Sidmouth.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, actually, Lewis Gregory off spin.
It's not as easy as they all make out.
Depends. If Edgbaston turns out to be a very slow turning wicket, we
Well,
might see
it
the
might
captain
do.
bring himself on for a few. A bit of off spin, a couple of overs of off spin, maybe. 270 for 8, the score here in Somerset now, back into the championship. But that does sound like a fun event going on in Sidmouth.
Well, it's great. I mean, they were fretting. I know that from the odd email they were fretting about the weather, but if they've got a game on, they've got a hit. No,
It was well fielded.
they've got
Picked up.
Steve Knightley playing either last night or tomorrow night. Do you know Steve Knightley, the musician?
Yes, that's right.
Who's, you know.
I was thinking he was. Well, I was about to say, opening bat. I remember.
Well, he might be that as well. I don't know whether that was last night or tomorrow night. So they've got a few things
Nice.
planned.
Yeah, it's great.
I know that.
Great for a club to be celebrating it so much.
Well,
It's
as I say,
really
200. It's Somerset can only muster 150 in
good.
a
Yes,
couple of
that's
years'
right.
time.
That's right.
And as we've been rabbiting on, the Somerset was formed at Sidmouth.
In Devon, that's right. Yeah. They played. Was it played Gentlemen of Devon?
Something like that.
Sidmouth, something like that.
In August, I know, in 1875. Yeah, any more information you've got, just quickly.
Quickly go on past it. Tell you
What was the game?
There's the museum handbook there. I'm sure I read it in there the other day.
Pass that museum handbook.
There you are.
I just haven't got a bit of polishing to do. Hang on.
Well, this is going back to Roman times, so I think that's a bit early for Sidmouth. In comes Jack Brooks, driven back to him. And he throws at the stumps as well.
Yeah.
Got to be careful these days. Got to prove that there was a chance.
Yeah, you know, there was. That's all right.
But yeah, no, absolutely. Just he can't do it as Craig Overton often does it as kind of a reflex just to getting it, doesn't it? But having a look through.
Well, there is this new, we mentioned it the other day, this new sort of guidebook for the museum, which is terrific. I just...
Brooks in again.
He's trying,
Throw at the other end this time.
he's trying to get a bit more ruthless. The caddy's been in the dressing room.
Yeah.
There's a very good picture of Joel Garner's boots.
Was it towards the... I thought
Maybe I've missed out on zipping
beginning.
past.
Is that the teams? No. Here comes Brooks again, driven. Controlled nicely, but straight to the fielder by Abbott. Well, if you want to tell them about the Roman history of Taunton, I think you've got a good...
Yeah, how long can I hold them for? I mean...
Well, it's all in the way you tell it, Vic, of course.
Anyway, I don't know what the exact fixture was, but it was founded on August the 18th in 1875 after a match at Sidmouth in Devon. Somerset County Cricket Club was founded. There it goes, up in the air, not enough. No, it just bounces short of Alfie. But I think that's one possible way of getting a dismissal. If you can get it, you've got to get the line right. If you give him width outside the off stump, likelihood is he's going to hit it for 4. If you get it, can't give him any room. You've got to tuck him up round about the sort of left shoulder, so they can't control the pull shot and hope for the best. But as we've seen in the Test match, you know, it can go for runs as well.
And Somerset, I think I'm right in saying, won that match, didn't they? That first game.
At Sidmouth.
Yes. I don't know.
Well, I don't think the club had been formed until... I would thought the club wasn't formed until after the match. So I don't think it could have been...
Well, I thought there was or the Somerset's first game. Maybe we're talking about... Because it definitely was against... I'm sure it was against Devon. Or Gentlemen of Devon, as this one's just pushed into the leg side. Let's have a look.
Hurry up, I'll get my notes out if you find anything a bit more useful.
Let's have a look, see what we've got here. Because there will be... there'll be a lot of people who will be telling us about the history of it. 1875 is famously its date, isn't it?
August the 18th, even.
History. Origin of club.
Yeah.
Developed in 1875 with the playing of one such match between the Gentlemen of Somerset and the Gentlemen of Devon at Sidmouth in Devon.
Right. After which, then?
Having played a 2-day match, which the Somerset team won by 8 wickets.
Right,
so this was a Gentleman of Somerset rather than a Somerset County Cricket Club. This was a Gentleman of Somerset side. The Gentlemen of Somerset and their friends held a meeting and resolved that Somerset should have its own county cricket club. Somerset is the only one of the present first-class counties in English cricket whose county cricket club was founded outside the boundaries of the traditional county.
I'll do. That's excellent. So Gentlemen of Somerset versus Gentlemen of Devon at Sidmouth.
Yes.
Over 50 years after the Sidmouth Cricket Club had been formed, as it happens.
Sidmouth was a well-established team by that point.
And that's when Somerset CC was founded.
Yes.
Splendid. That's what. Yes, that's good confirmation. That.
That'll do you, won't it?
I'll do you. Yeah.
At what point do you come into this history as we flick through it?
Me?
Here we are. A trio of world-class players: Viv Richards, Joel Big Bird
come
Garner,
there yet.
and the England all-rounder. Oh, it's Ian Buck.
Well, so when are you going to Spain? Quite soon, I am. There, come on. Is he going to get? He's gone. Now that is up in the air, and it's not going to a fielder.
It's gone all the way, is it?
It's a 6.
Yeah.
That's a big hit. I mean, that's what Aldridge has been asked to do. He's banged it in. It's above head high, and he has swatted that to the big boundary. There's a man, Shaw Dixon, was out there just in front of square on the leg side, but he's got it 30 yards to his left, and that is a sort of 70, 80, 90-yard boundary. So no disgrace for Aldridge in the sense that that's what he's been invited to do, but Abbott found quite an impressive response. Now, the trick is that Abbott is anticipating constantly that short ball, but that was therefore a very good delivery because he's popped it on a length.
It's good pace from Aldridge as well.
That was, that went through beautifully. And, he's standing quite a long way back, James Rue, and that thudded into his gloves. So it's quite a good response. But he's still there, Abbott, and has he got a first club? What's his top score, Abbott?
97 was that? Not 90, not out.
Okay. So he's got a bit of form, 97 not out.
Well, he's at risk of getting near that. And making it a bit uncomfortable. That's what Andy Caddick was talking about, wasn't it? Just making them feel a bit less comfortable.
But, We think Abbott, well, we know Abbott because we've got our team of researchers working overtime. He has 11 half-centuries in first-class cricket to his name. It doesn't surprise us the way he's batted today. And he's on course. He's only 26 away from what would be a maiden 100 in a remarkable game of cricket. Felix Organ, increasingly anonymously though, is playing a really good innings. Doesn't have much of the strike lately, and he's just allowed Abbott to go his own way. He's overtaken him, but that doesn't matter. Hampshire, well, they're not favourites to win this game by any stretch of the imagination, but they've got a strong possibility of not losing it now, I'd say.
Yes, I agree. This has been a really important partnership, isn't it, together?
Yeah.
62 and 74. Frustration for Somerset in the same way that, oh, look out, that ball has gone miles away from where he meant to throw it.
Yeah.
But in the same way that that's frustration that Hampshire would have had.
Yeah. I mean, Somerset have got 500 and not going to do that, are they? But taken in the whole, this has been a fine performance by Somerset, but obviously they're disappointed that the Hampshire at one point 152 for 8, and they're now 280 for 8. But it's hard work out there. Well, I'm better equipped than I was for my trip to Sidmouth.
Well, there you are, yeah. You can play around with it, embellish it.
You work for the BBC. You can't go around embellishing stuff.
Oh, lovely little flick through.
It is a good flick. Can he stop that? I don't think so. That's a beautifully timed. It's not a great ball, but he's flicked that away on the half volley in front of the. I think it's showy about there. Beautifully timed. I mean, this is not a bad pitch to bat on now. It's one of the flaws, in a way, of Taunton pitches of recent times. That they stubbornly refuse to deteriorate. It's an attempted bouncer. Well, it is a bouncer, but it's not a frightening one.
No, well played in the end, Organ, on one knee. Just getting out of the way, as you say, it was one that he had plenty of time to avoid. Just defended there by Organ, who's in no rush. He's not looked in any rush throughout this whole innings.
No, he's played a couple big shots against the spinners just before tea, where he hit the ball into the Somerset stand, but he bided his time. Our scoreboard rather brilliantly, tells us he's got 66 from 178 balls, which is pretty slow by modern standards, but it's a very valuable innings.
Absolutely, yeah.
But he's enjoying the new ball now. I think he's making a plea to go back up to number 1 or 2 in the order. Well, it's difficult for captains. Nothing's happening. He's got 2 off spinners. In a curious sort of way, I wonder whether he's going to keep going with Aldridge for the moment. Whether this might be the end for the off spinner now, because that short boundary really seems to have got shorter as the batsmen have looked more in control. But I think Aldridge is probably the best bet. He could go for a few. He's going to have this kind of leg side heavy field. Let's have a look. He's got Sean Dixon out there. He's not on the boundary edge. It's such a big boundary at square leg. Jack Brooke is at long leg. He's got 3 men on the leg side. Tom Abel's come to have a chat. Cunning plan being laid. Don't know what it is, but I guess it's how we're going to have this short ball attack. It's not the all-out short ball attack that we saw Ben Stokes use, because there are 4 men on the offside at the moment, and indeed 1 slip. That's just Tom Abel. Another man's going back there on the leg side. So Abbott can expect a good proportion of bounces. The key for Aldridge is to get the line right. Don't want to give him. There is a man at third man, but there's not much protection on that offside, and Abbott would love it to be wide of off stump, and he can flail away and he could go anywhere. Hasn't got much protection there. He wants some hitting to the big boundary on the leg side if it's short. And I think he's got the flavour. He'll have a go. Actually, he's played that really well. He's just got on top of it. It's quite a good line, but Abbott's seeing the ball well and playing. His judgment's good at the moment.
He's a terrific cricketer.
Well, if he doesn't get wickets, he gets runs. Well, he did get wickets.
Well, when he'd taken all 4 wickets to start with when they were 4 down. You think, well, here we go. It's nailed on Pfeiffer, probably 7 or 8, the way it was going, and then finished on just those 4.
Yeah, once again, he like that, Tommy. A bit fuller, but no width. If he gets any width, he'll just, whether it's whatever length, he will go after it. There's an outside chance for nick there, but there's not much protection on the offside, so he needs to be straight, and his short balls need to be somewhere around that left shoulder. That's okay. Well, that's straight and on a just back of a length, and that's good in a sense because he's got to keeping him guessing. It's not every ball is a bouncer. That's what I got fed up watching the Test match briefly. I mean, it's been a compelling series, but yeah, it was. I think it was at Lord's rather than at Headingley where England just kept bowling their bouncers for about 2 or 3 hours, and because Australia found ways to get out, they kept doing it, but it wasn't a great spectacle.
Well, that was what the frustration was, that Australia kept getting out, whereas if they hadn't got out, then England would have stopped doing it. But Australia brought it on themselves.
Well, yeah, and as England have done as well, in a slightly different way.
Absolutely.
Now, are they going to have the same sort of... Yeah, they've got the same field for Felix Organ, who hasn't really been peppered with the short ball so much. My guess is, although, if it's still online, he'll just get out of the way. We'll see. It's not online though. There's a bit of width, and he's just smacked it through the covers. That's the problem. You have to have. You still, when you're bowling bouncers, you have to have control of line. That wasn't quite a bouncer. That was just a short ball, giving Organ enough width. To do this tactic well, you still need quite a lot of skill, actually.
Yep, tough ask for these young bowlers.
Yeah.
For Somerset to get that right, as you say, you can't. Not a big leeway for error.
Alfie's just been given the nod. The spinner's coming back, as in Shoaib. And I'm going to head towards the coast.
Well, you enjoy your time at Sidmouth.
I'm not going as far as you, and it won't be quite so hot. I hope you enjoy your time in Spain, Charlie.
Thanks very much. Enjoy Sidmouth.
I will.
And, I look forward to
whether anyone else will, I've got no idea.
Look forward to hearing all the stories about Vic's spectacular after-dinner speech, or whatever it is.
Bye-bye, Charlie.
Bye-bye, Vic. Off he goes. Heading to Sidmouth. For those of you listening or watching from Sidmouth or going along tonight, then Vic has got a box full of surprises for you. Always a pleasure to work alongside Vic Marks. But Stephen Lamb's also here. It's his pleasure also to have alongside us. Can we have a score update from Sidmouth, please, then? Ben's just said he's got one for me. Go on, Director Ben, what's the score update from there? Sidmouth are 197 for 2 off 14 overs.
That's pretty well done and dusted, then.
Well, they only need, about another 40, less than that, 35 runs, they've won. They've got 6 overs to get them. Bryce Parsons is 135 not out from 50 balls. Well, that's quite a spectacular effort. I suspect Somerset aren't throwing themselves at all the fielding they could be doing. I hope they're not, anyway, given what they've got coming up on the weekend. Stephen, big weekend for Somerset County Cricket Club in their 3rd successive finals day, hopefully taking it more successfully than the previous 2.
Yeah, and they're giving their senior players every chance by resting them for this game. Though they're turning their arms over down in Sidmouth, down on the Devon coast. Lewis Gregory bowling off spin, I gather. In the meantime, Hampshire are ploughing on this big stand.
139 now, this partnership. For
the 9th wicket.
Seeing some spin.
In the form of Shoaib Bashir, who's already bowled 26 overs today. This is his first spell with the new ball, or new-ish ball, I should say. Abbott and Organ. It has a slightly monastic ring, this stand. Driven nicely, but straight back to the bowler. I wonder whether they'll see us through to evensong. Or Compline, even.
Very good.
Somerset will be hoping not.
Well, we almost got Abbess coming out next as well, haven't we?
Yeah.
But it's not quite. But we do have Abbess playing in this match.
Indeed. We'll probably see him bowl before the end of the day. We've still got 29 overs left in this session. A little bit of time added on from the lost play on day 1. and a good chance we'll get it all in. This is going to be a single, shy at the stumps at the batter's end.
Close.
This is, he had to dive to get in.
I'd like to see a replay of that. Was that taken cleanly by James Rue? He looked a bit disappointed afterwards, or maybe it was just the fact that it was so close. We'll see if we can get a replay for you. It's the end of the over, so we should have time. Here we go. How close was this? Organ was slow off the mark.
It looked a pretty straightforward single, but hesitation maybe.
Oh, I don't think Rue took it cleanly. Did he?
Change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothic.
I think if he'd grabbed that cleanly and taken the bails off, I think that would have been a wicket. So a chance for Somerset, not taken. Hard to feel any sort of grievance towards James Rue, given what he's done. Here we go. Let's take another look at this on this camera. Now watch James Rue at this end. Does he take it cleanly? No, comes out of his hands. Would have been out. I think he would have been out.
He was struggling, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was a real chance there for Somerset. It remains 292 for 8. Abbott 76, Organ 72. This is a punishing stand now for Somerset. And they're going with Alfie Ogborn from this end. 8 runs away from another batting point. Still that agonising 1 wicket needed for full bowling points for Somerset. Still got 19 overs before those bonus points start to run out. Ogborn just doing a bit of shining of the newish ball. 11 overs old, this ball now. Kookaburra that's being used. Defended stoutly by Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, well, they've managed to show, haven't they? Which, I mean, the big stand for Somerset was the 6th wicket between Rue and
Aldridge.
And Aldridge. But these two have, it's something of a riposte, isn't it? Even though it's the 9th wicket, but they've shown that if you can get in on this wicket, then, well, you're almost impregnable as a batter. That's a sign of or a sign against impregnability.
Yeah. Having said all that, there was a ball, good one from Alfie Ogborn, just perhaps getting a little bit of movement off the pitch. Maybe he just played down the wrong line there.
Bit of encouragement for Ogborn anyway,
Certainly.
in the circumstances.
Yeah, a couple more like that. Hard to play, good length.
Pretty hot work out there at the moment under the July sunshine.
Yeah, it's not been a very hot few days actually, has it? It's been pretty chilly, pretty windy and wet, so this is good to see. Although it might make batting easier in the sunshine.
It does render the floodlights a bit superfluous, doesn't it, when it's like this? They're still on.
Well, the thing is with these as well, you can flick them on and off very quickly, so I don't know why you... Here we are, they're still blazing away in the bright sunshine.
They have been since they came on in the first session. I don't think they've been...
Do they have to, once they're on, do they have to stay on for the rest of the day? Is that part of the... I don't know, it's the sort of rules that you do hear about, perhaps.
Yeah.
Once they're on, they're on. Which I don't know, if that is the rule, I don't really get it. Surely, weather does do that, doesn't it? Brightens up. Going around the wicket. Ogborn.
There was a day's test cricket I saw when they came on and then were switched off during a break between sessions. But the rulings aren't always the same, are they, between test and championship cricket? I'm guessing the only reason they're still on is that it is a rule. You just have to stay with it.
Well, it's looking the brightest it's looked all game now. There's lots of blue sky around. I can't see that it would suddenly start to get very dark, like a flick of the switch. It would give us a bit of time. And then, as we said, they don't take long to switch on these things.
But Felix Organ had fallen behind Kyle Abbott and is now closing in on him again. Just 5 between the two of them now. A good fight back. 152 for 8 when they came together. Now closing in on 300. Well, Sidmouth close in on victory for the side of us.
Absolutely. Well, if you're going to lose a T20, lose it against Sidmouth rather than on finals day. As we said, Somerset will certainly be at probably less than half of their actual power they'll be putting into each ball and in the fielding, I'm sure.
The longer this stand goes on, the likelier the draw becomes.
Yeah, I'd say it's the favourite now, isn't it, the outcome? Somerset still need 12 wickets to win this game. Plus, I'd be surprised if they enforce the follow-on. So then they've got to bat a bit and then take another 10 wickets. So feels to me like this one heading towards the draw, but you never know.
Yeah, at the point where Barker was out, Tom Abel must have been thinking follow on. Bowlers still reasonably fresh. 2 more quick wickets at that stage, and it would probably have been a pretty straightforward decision. But this partnership has turned that around completely.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, and that is game changing, isn't it? Then, because let's say Tom would have enforced the follow on before that point. Suddenly, that makes a massive impact in the game. The fact that these two have clung on and stopped that from happening.
Here's Bashir, and straight to the man at short extra, Sean Dixon. Aha, news on the lights is that it costs a lot to turn them on because there's a surge, so easier to leave them on. Although I still wonder when you've got sunshine as bright as this. And
they might not come back on all day. Yeah?
It looks set fair, doesn't it?
It certainly
at
does.
the moment.
I guess you don't know, but
yeah,
there we are.
I'm quibbling probably.
Yeah, it's interesting to know that. There we are. Some of the magic that goes on behind the scenes here. Start to understand why things happen. Oh, that's a big slog sweep into the stands from the bat of Felix Organ, who's hit another 6. So he now has hit 4 sixes, and that's the 300 up to another batting point. 2 batting bonus points now for Hampshire.
And Organ draws level with Abbott, 78 apiece.
Where's this wicket coming from, Somerset? Because at the moment, there's a box of balls being brought out, I think. Has that one got a bit of damage?
Or lost?
Oh, maybe it's gone. Yeah, perhaps it's...
Maybe it went into one of those apartments.
I didn't actually see where it landed. I assumed it went into the seats, but I lost sight of it. Once it was clear it was going for 6, I couldn't...
Well, if it went into an empty balcony, and there are quite a few of them behind the Somerset stand, and if the balcony was unoccupied, then there's no hope, is there?
Well, you can't... Well, unless we start breaking into people's balconies, and I don't suspect that's something that Somerset Cricket want to make a regular thing.
And might not be too popular with the residents.
No, yeah, so they've got a new ball here. Well, that might not displease Somerset, actually, given how little that one seemed to be doing. It'll be given to Shoaib Bashir, who has a look at it. Yeah, so that ball disappeared. I don't know where that's got. One of the flats residents will come back to find one on their balcony, perhaps. So Bashir will... continue here.
Yeah, will this give him any more assistance? No immediate sign. It looked pretty straightforward as Organ pushed it out on the offside. Coming up to 5 o'clock, it'll be the Taunton Rush Hour, Priory Bridge Road. Always gets busy at this time of day.
Oh yes, there's traffic on there already. Yes, this is the ebb and flow of the day here at Taunton. You get to know there's sorts of things to look out for. Also, more trains this time of day as well, so keep an eye out.
Yeah, the school children have gone, and with them, the gulls' hopes of more food. They were congregated around them earlier on, that Trade Nation stand. The herring gulls, looking for scraps.
Our camera operator, Sachin, casting quite a lonely figure in front of that big empty stand now. He's all right. He's in with all his mates over there. Here comes Ogborn then around the wicket, and it's flicked nicely through the offside for 4. Nice shot. Bit away from the body, but there was a bit of width on offer, and if you're going to flash, go hard like that, and this is the outcome. 150 runs these two have put on. It's been really damaging for Somerset, but great news for Hampshire, who are fighting their way back in after conceding 500 runs. Let's have another look at this from this angle here. Yeah, good shot.
Beautifully timed.
Ogborn on his haunches there. Somerset desperate for this wicket. Still got one to take after this as well. 304 for 8. Great work, these two, really helping their side.
Yeah, Mohammed Abbas is the next man in for Hampshire. Talking about Abbott and Abbas earlier. Be an interesting combination if it happens.
Well, they're two very different batters, I would suggest. I suspect they'll probably try and keep Abbott on strike. Can't imagine they'll be giving too much of the strike to Abbas. I expect he's quite used to being his role to come and avoid the strike as much as possible. Maybe only face one ball at the end of the over. Let's have a look at what his first-class record is with the bat.
97 is his first-class best.
Yeah.
So yeah,
approaching
15 away from that at the moment. He must be fancying his chances, given the conditions and the confidence he's developed during this innings.
Mohammed Abbas's batting average is 6.4. So,
They won't want him in. They want these two to carry on, Hampshire.
pulled, but didn't really get a lot of it, but enough to pick up a single. High score of 40, mind you.
Felix Organ back on strike. He's on 78. And has played a really important hand. 186 deliveries he's faced. But he's kept going. Won't pick up another one there. Just playing it straight to Umeed at mid-wicket.
Reminder of the follow-on target as well, which will take a decision out of Tom Abel's hands, is 351. So 46 runs away.
Sort of strong breeze blowing across the ground, not quite as vigorous as it was yesterday, but it's noticeable in the flags and in the shirts of the players. Ogborn completes another over. 2 for 47. His figures from 18. Thoroughly presentable. And he has the catch as well today. And I would imagine the conversation between the two batters in the middle, as you can see that breeze is filling out the Somerset flag at the top of St James Church, I should say. Just over to our left, sat here in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. It's one of the photogenic landmarks of Taunton, of this ground. But mid-pitch conference going on for some time between Abbott and Organ. And I would think it's quite a relaxed one, given the situation they're in.
Pretty rosy at the moment. Still a big deficit, 195 runs, but they've picked it up and made it a lot better than it was, looking at 154 for 8.
You've got a change at the river end. One off spinner making way for another. Don Bess is coming on.
So we've got a leg slip, and then the first slip where you'd expect them, and a forward short leg. Sort of back pad roll, really, once Abbott takes up his batting position, more of a short leg. So looking for those little nicks, little deflections onto the pads. Just playing that one with a bit of respect there as Bess comes in.
This is his first spell from the river end, I think. The other two have been from the Trescothick pavilion end. All the off-spin at the river end thus far has been done by Bashir until it's over.
Well, there's basically no fielders on the offside. You've got cover and mid-off, and that's it. 7-2 field here. Protecting that shorter boundary, which if Abbott decides he wants to launch one into, it won't need to be the biggest hit he's ever struck to take it for 6, because it is fairly short. That's what Bess has got to be careful about, giving him that opportunity. It's driving straight back to him there. Ogbourne largely has been bowling from the other end, so there is a bit of rough to work with, thanks to the left armour. Now that one will be fought because he's found the gap in the offside, and I did say Bess had to be a bit careful about offering that width. And it was there for Abbott to hit this time, so he takes another step towards his high score. 97 is his high score, 87 he is at the moment.
It's his 16th boundary. 1 6 and 15 fours now for the big lad, who took 4 wickets in the Somerset first innings. The first 4, arguably he took 5 because of the run out of George Bartlett.
Well, he's a tormentor of Somerset, isn't he? If it's not with the ball, it's with the bat. I mean, it's with both in this innings. 4 with the ball, 4 wickets, and now 87 not out. I'd dearly love to see the back of him, this Somerset side. But not from that ball.
Yes, they'd like to say to him after all these contributions, Kyle Abbott, just go away.
There'll be a rejoice here at Taunton when Kyle Abbott announces his retirement, won't there? There'll be probably a sort of champagne dinner they'll put on to celebrate the fact that Kyle Abbott will no longer be causing issues against Somerset. They're sticking with Ogbourne from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end.
Yeah, he was a fantastic signing from Hampshire. Cat comes from Zululand, same area as Lance Klusner. Turned 36 a few days ago.
Well, this is just looking at his record here, Kyle Abbott. He's played 11 test matches, took 39 wickets in those 11 matches with a bowling average of 22.71. That's very good figures. That's only from 11 matches, so it's someone who definitely could have had a longer career, were it not for people, I guess, like Jacques Callis, who were preferred until he retired. Oh, that's going to be 4. Nice shot.
For Organ this time.
The ball might just roll up inside. No, it does just trickle over the boundary jack books. Chasing after it. Organ to 78. 82, I beg your pardon, the scorecard just catching up.
It's very much the junior partner in terms of age, Felix Organ. He's 12 years younger than Kyle Abbott.
Spectacular rearguard action from these two. Hampshire have done a lot of the work they need to do now to save this game after conceding 500 runs in the first innings. Oh, that shot was there for the taking. Short and wide and just angled by Organ. Very well played for that 4. Takes him up to 86 now. It's the 1 run between the two batters. 86 for Organ, 87 for Abbott. And that was clever cricket from the batter.
They're really making it look easy, these two, at the moment.
very little threat from Somerset at the moment. The closest we've seen for a long time was that missed run-out chance. That was really the only threat from Somerset for a long time.
Which would have been the end of Organ. Yes, the follow-on now looks a virtual impossibility. It'll become mathematically impossible.
Well, even if it wasn't, I would be amazed if Tom Abel chose to do it. His team's been out there now for best part of 100 overs. So you think you want to get your fast bowlers putting their feet up, especially someone like Jack Brooks. James Rue as well will need a bit of a rest. He's been on the field pretty much the entire game. So if your top order can do a bit of a better job, give James a rest. But they've still got to take these 2 wickets.
And it's a question at the moment of which of these 2 batters gets to 3 figures first. They're neck and neck. They have been for most of the partnership.
This will frustrate Tom Abel, I'm sure. With 500 runs on the board, you've got such a platform to build a winning position, but just can't break through this partnership now. In comes Ogborn to Abbott, who's on the drive into the onside, but no run there. Jack Brooks fielding.
Crowd has thinned out a little bit. It's partly the departure of the school children who were adorning the Trade Nation stand earlier.
Yeah, it's a bit quieter now they've headed off.
It's pretty much empty, in fact, over there.
Yeah, I'm sure they had a nice day there. They seem to be enjoying it. Saw a few of the children with some sort of face paint across their foreheads that said just Somerset across it. Every single one of them had Somerset written across their forehead.
It's been great to see over the last 3 days. And hopefully they'll have enjoyed their day out. They've seen some good cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 318 for 8 then. 87 apiece. Abbott and Organ. Bess is going to continue. Taken out one of the close fielders. There's still a slip and a short leg. 2 men out deep to leg. Square leg and mid wicket. Mid on and mid off both set back a little. This is driven straight to the man at extra cover. Backward point in position as well for Dom Bess.
An awful lot of turn that we've seen, really. We were interested, weren't we, when Liam Dawson bowled his first delivery, and it did seem to turn quite a lot, but since then, not seen all that much. Bashir bowled well earlier on today. Best yet to take a wicket. So he fizzes that one in a bit quicker, no run.
Yeah, it hasn't really developed in terms of its spinning qualities, this wicket. And that's been known before here. We have known pitches at Taunton go to sleep, as it were. This one's never been particularly wakeful.
No, not really. We were wondering, weren't we, when it was 41 for 4 and earlier on, we were going to see a very quick game, perhaps, but no, it's going to go the distance, certainly how today's gone. Slog swept into the stands, and there's a dive out of the way from some of the spectators there, but it's got a long way back. Big shot. Well, it takes Felix Organ into the 90s. 93 he's on to now. And they're just picking off those sixes when they fancy it, really. That's the fifth six, I think, for Felix Organ. So 30 runs just from sixes. Off the spinners into the shorter boundary.
Yeah, 5 6s, 8 4s.
Here comes Bess again then. What's he going to do in response to that? Flight it this time. Well, he was out of his crease there. He'd come forwards a bit. Well spotted Bess, Tom Bess, who threw it towards his keeper. But Morgan did come back a little. The umpire just seems to have a little word with him there. Did seem to me like Morgan had to step back there a little bit to get back into his crease.
So Bess's 12th over comes to an end, 0 for 29, his figures. .324 for 8.
Going to see some spin from this end now.
This is the first time Bashir's bowled from
Change of bowling.
the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Trescothick Pavilion end, number 13, Shoaib Bashir.
Rob Scanlon confirming the switch on PA. Who are we going to have close in here? Slip and short leg. That's going to be it for the time being. Or no, possibly conversation going on between the skipper and both the spinners. We're definitely going to have a backward point and a deep extra cover. Putting some consideration into the remainder of the field. It's when you've got a partnership going like this, it's difficult to know which areas you need to plug the holes.
It's questions, isn't it, that Tom Abel's got to find answers for. It's been a long partnership, this. 58th over it was when these two came together. We're now in the 98th over, so 40 overs without a wicket.
Nice,
which is a long old time.
A nice looking drive straight to the fielder.
By far the best partnership of this innings.
Shy at the stumps, might have been struggling if that had hit.
Well, stop skipper at the other end as well, backing up. Because if he hadn't got a touch to that, that was flying away towards the boundary.
I think that was pretty close. Let's see the replay.
Hard to pick out the ball there.
That's the trouble, isn't it?
Here he comes. Would have been out, I think. Yeah, it would have been close. Here comes Bashir again. Defended.
Yeah, touch and go.
Run out the best opportunities, I think. 88 and 93 these batters are on. They've been very good for Hampshire. No, they turned down the single there, rightly. They've worked so hard to get themselves back in this match, Hampshire. Or at least stop the idea of a defeat for them being likely. Going back in his crease to fend this one off. I'm going to do a couple more balls and then I shall hand over and Harry Everett will come in and give you his thoughts on what he's been watching. Bashir in again. And attempted sweep. Big shout for LBW. Not given. Let's see what the replay says on that one. Umpire not having it, but it was a big shout and Bashir pleading.
Well, I mean, leg side maybe, but not by very much, I don't think.
I won't see too much from this angle. Well, it certainly hit his leg there. We can confirm.
And he was playing to leg.
Here we go.
Which is often a pointer.
Oh, it's a two-leg
He
sided.
got some way across,
yeah, he did
actually.
Get across. Yeah. Not a bad shout. I'm going to leave it, and I'm sure Harry Everett will give you his thoughts on. He was probably giving it out at the back of the commentary box, I suspect. We'll find out from him in a moment. But Stephen, I shall leave you with Harry.
Cheers, Charlie. Have another look at it. This may be a better angle, actually. I think that's very close.
Very close.
Outside the line, possibly. But not far away. 325 for 8 then. Bashir's 29th over complete, 2 for 84 his figures. And it's Don Best to continue. Just smothered that first delivery of the over by Kyle Abbott. Well stopped. Sprawling stop by Bess.
Always been good off his own bowling, has he, Don Bess? Always seems to have dirty whites, back to his Blundell school days, his Sidmouth cricket days, his Somerset days. Always around in the dirt, just diving everywhere, sprawling around.
Yeah, there's some there on his knees.
Yeah. He finds dirt where there isn't dirt, does Don Best, one of those schoolboys. Presume you've gone through the Sidmouth T20 scorecard, have you?
We had an update. I'm not sure of the eventual result yet, but I imagine Sidmouth would have won.
Won comfortably. Yeah, overseas Bryce Parsons with a big 100. Eclipsing Pete Trigos, who should be here with us today. Yeah, Parsons 135. Retired out, allowing Luke Best, the skipper, to come and knock off.
Polish it off.
Yeah, with aplomb. Yeah, a few spinners for Sidmouth went the distance, mind, in the first innings. Like so Jordan Fowler and Charlie Miles whacked to all parts. I think a few might have been on the beach or in the hotel up the road at Sidmouth. Good job they put that netting up by the road.
I know that ground. The beach isn't far away, is it?
Yes. Don't worry, Stephen. I've been whacked in the hotel 300 yards up the road. It felt like a few times. I've been reminded of that shot a few times.
They sometimes do a classic car rally from the hotel as well, on the other side of the ground. Not sure whether that's an annual thing, but I've certainly seen. I think I went to report on one year. Some beautiful old cars parked outside that hotel. And this is the time of year for classic car rallies.
They got that nice little, that hotel's got that nice little tiny crazy golf course. I've seen that as well. What's in the front of the hotel. I've always wanted to play that. Lovely spot for it. Yeah, we're talking about the Sidmouth Bicentenary T20 match between Somerset legends. Really, a lot of them will be playing on Saturday, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore is saving his runs for finals day. His golden duck means nothing. Will Smead retired, not out on 65, but Pete Chigo kept going. Anyway, Sherbashir is going to continue. Nice cover drive. That should go all the way for 4, in between deep cover and mid-off. Nice placement that from Felix Organ. He's going to go on to 97. Very good knock this one. Felix Organ, for me, he's an opening bat, come off spinner, come number 8 bat. And I find it bizarre that so many people in any form of cricket, they either open the batting or they bat right down the middle. They don't bat in the middle, they bat right down the bottom. Felix Organ, I bet if you look through his career, for Hampshire, he's batted top 3 or 8 to 11. I never seem to see him as a middle order player. But he's dug Hampshire out of a hole here superbly.
So the crazy golf course at Folkestone, is that at Sidmouth, is that the kind where it sort of goes down holes and comes out? And
yeah, I think so, yeah. Might come out on the beach or something. I've never played it, no.
I haven't played it either. I've done. That's why I thought of Folkestone, because I'm
sure there's one at Folkestone.
I've played that course, yeah.
Oh, wow.
On a cricket tour I used to go on, actually.
Oh, very nice.
In Kent, and
I thought that was a nice setting. Folkestone CC, is it?
It was fun. We didn't actually play Folkestone CC. We played Dover a couple of.
Oh, that's out. It's gone. 97.
That is the wicket that they desperately needed.
Isn't it funny how milestones bring wickets? Hampshire, 329 for 8 they were. Felix Organ on 97, desperate for his 4th first-class 100. High score of 118, Felix Organ, but only 97 today. He's batted superbly. The slog sweeps into the Somerset stand. He's absolutely gutted, and I don't blame him. His walk-off here might well take 2 minutes. Look at him. He's head in hand. Absolutely devastated. That was a record 9th wicket partnership for Hampshire. Superb innings.
And he wasn't attempting an aggressive shot either. He took a couple of paces down the wicket. You can see it here. Just ended up playing a defensive push and beaten possibly in the air.
I just feel for Felix Organ. I know with the Somerset stream, you've got to applaud. He's played a terrific knock. He deserved 100 on a flat pitch. He's played very well. Massively deserved 100. Poor old John Turner's run all the way out to Kyle Abbott. Kyle Abbott said, I want something else. And John Turner sprinted all the way back, What's he got this time? He's got a different layer of clothing. He's got a towel. Carl Abbott wants a towel. And John Turner, the Exeter Uni, now Hampshire seamer, who's played very well in the T20 Blast, is getting the miles in his legs. He'll be playing on finals day on Saturday, I'm sure. Mohammed Abbas, who is a genuine rabbit. I don't think that's disrespectful to say. He's as number 11-ish as number 11s go. And Carl Abbott, whose first-class best is 97 not out, he will seriously be worried here. Will Mohammed Abbas be able to stay with him?
177. The 9th wicket stand was worth in the end. Tremendous effort by Kyle Abbott and Felix Organ.
Great bit of bowling from Bashir.
Yeah, it's all credit to Bashir. It's his 3rd wicket. Took the first 2 in short order earlier on and has had to wait a while for the 3rd.
I just find cricket mental how milestones can bring chances. Even the game I was playing yesterday for Somerset Stragglers against Free Foresters, they were 180 for none, didn't give a chance. Both batters got into the 90s and suddenly they started giving chances, looking nervous, and it makes things happen just because 100 is, it's only one more than 99. It's only one more shot than 97, but suddenly the brain goes funny and something different happens. And James Rew is a stumping to add to his mammoth first innings score. But on the field for, well over 200 overs now is James Rew.
He's got a couple of catches as well.
Busy boy.
Off Nick Gubbins and Keith Barker, and a stumping of Felix Organ to add to it.
So that is Bashir's 3rd wicket, 3 for 83. Don Best still to add one in the wickets column. Big old celebration from the Somerset players and fans alike, as Alfie Ogborn's going to come over to mid-on. Don Best is going to go to short extra cover / silly point / short cover. Let's say very silly cover on that angle to Abbas, and I don't expect Abbas to last very long here. Abbott's 88 not out. As I said, his first-class best is in danger. 97 not out. Good forward stride from Abbas. Good lunge.
Charlie Taylor suggesting get the quickies on against him.
Well, that's if he lasts the next 2 balls. Ogborn's going to go back, and again they give him the 1. Very sensible here. That seagull is not fazed by Alfie Ogborn being 2 metres away from him. He ain't going to give you any chips.
That's played well enough. Defended off the front foot.
I said 2 balls. The scoreboard's the ball behind. So 1 more ball in the over that he negotiated safely. So will they go to a quick? Jack Brooks looks a little bit sore. Dare say it'll be Aldridge if they go to any. No, Don Best is going to continue.
And he'll be bowling to the man on 88 not out. And
I think, yeah, he's going to give it some. Don't you think he's going to give it some tap here?
He might do that. We also might have this situation where he doesn't take a single off the first few deliveries of the over.
Bit of a Ben Stokes, you reckon?
Comes into play now, doesn't it? When you've got an inferior batter at the other end, which Abbas unarguably is. Yeah. We have got the combination of Abbas and a bot.
Well, short leg. No catcher in front of the wicket on the offside. So they're giving him 1 on the offside, basically, letting him play against the spin.
First ball of the over is defended. Didn't quite go where Abbott was intending, I don't think. He was looking to play that straighter. Maybe a bit of inside edge about it. Well bowled Don Bess. Drive, and he's not going to take it.
Abbas wants it. It was like when Jack Leach ran 1.5 back to Headingley. Remember? Yeah. The Nathan Lyon miss at Headingley. Do you remember? Of course you remember. It was the same. I was at Lord's for day 5 the other week, and Stuart Broad ran 2 a couple of times, and Ben Stokes didn't leave the crease.
This time he is going to take it. What's the difference between ball 2 and ball 3?
I totally agree with you, Stephen. Totally agree. And Ben Stokes and Stuart Broad had the exact same conversation the other day at Lord's. And
so
I don't understand.
Abbas has potentially 3 deliveries to keep out now from Don Bess. Field coming in.
Have a guess, Stephen, at Mohammed Abbas's first-class best. Go on. What do you reckon?
30, 40, maybe.
Very good. First class best of 40. Very good, sir. Average is 6.25. In Test cricket, he's got 29 and an average of 5.5. He has hit 4 first-class sixes in his career.
Well, he's got an opportunity.
Well, the slog sweep into the Somerset stand off the off-spinners on.
Absolutely. Short boundary.
We've already seen one Kookaburra ball lost in a balcony up there for someone to collect as a morning present or whenever they return and go up the balcony next. How many catches can they put in here? I like that. Long on is quite straight, but 10 yards off. I reckon he could be a little bit wider.
We've got a leg slip in as well for him.
Yeah, Tom Abel.
I don't think he's going to give that.
Don Best will be thinking, if I can't get a wicket from Mohammed Abbas, then it's not my day, yeah? Remember, they're 21 away from the follow-on target here.
I don't think it'll be enforced, though.
No, but, we'll take the decision out of Tom Abel's mind.
Impeccable forward defensive push. So, plenty of company for the Hampshire number 11. Abel deciding to move from leg slip to silly point. And is he going to bring in another man?
No, he's sending him back. He's trying to give the one at cover.
Yeah, we've got one coming in, though, closer on the offside,
yes.
just short extra.
It's like the okey coke, isn't it? In out, it's all about. Well played, Mohammed. I love it when a number 11's on strike. I think it's brilliant. My favourite bits of cricket have been when Stokes has been back middle each or broad and trying to decide when to run and when not. Someone should make a YouTube channel or an hour's video highlights of number 11's batting with genuine batters. Well, not that Abbott is meant to be a top order bat, but when he's 89 not out, he wants to strike.
Yeah. Well, the word to him could have been, I mean, look how easy Felix Organ and Carl Abbott are making it, or they're showing how easy it is to bat. So there'll be plenty of encouragement from his teammates in that regard. Numbers 8 and 10 can make it look so good. What about number 11 joining the party?
Quite right.
Shoaib Bashir is going to continue. Over number 31, 3 for 88 he has. Can he add a fourth? And how will Abbott play the early deliveries of the over with the field spread to all parts?
Tom Bess is coming back to long on, having just bowled the previous over.
Got 3 men on the boundary on the offside.
And it's going to be defended. 3 on the leg side as well. So that's 6. Bowler keeper, 7-8.
4 if you include the seagull, which is in the ring.
Yeah, he doesn't want to move, does he? Ruffling his feathers. He will ruffle a few feathers if he gets in the way. Abbott, watchful, careful. He really wants this first class best. 97 not out. Can he beat it?
He's very close, isn't he? Just 8 away.
Talking of close, short leg's pretty close. Is he in with his shout? No. Well played by Abbott. Calm, composed. Slip, short leg are in the game, but not if Abbott does that. Into the offside. Could have got a single, but no. Bashir is round quickly. We said he's a tool.
Yeah, that was well done. Chasing that one down.
Yeah, it was a sensible turn down of the single, really, wasn't it? There was never a one there.
And this cat and mouse game starts again with the fielders, 2 of the deep fielders on the offside coming in, 1 on the leg as well. Just closing in the ring.
He was just dropping Best back to no man's land, really. That's what he wants. Abbott, oh, he's nervous. Can he pump that into the ground and over Bashir? No. So 4 dots. 5 dots. Last ball. He's got to bring everyone up, hasn't he? Make Abbott play the big shot.
Everyone except for deep extra has come up.
Deep cow corner as well. There he is, all big swing. That if it connected, it might have gone straight down deep cow corner's throat. He didn't. Hit the pad, outside leg stump. Abbott didn't get any runs. Maiden for Bashir. And Abbas will have to face up again. Abbott and Abbas are a nightmare to commentate on. They're batting or bowling.
Yeah, I mean, with Abbas on strike now, will we see pace conceivably?
I would think it would make sense, but Don Bess is ready to bowl.
Yeah, Tom Abel's having a chat with, is it Jack Brooks out there in the middle, working out what the strategy is. It's not going to be a change. Bess is going to continue. And Abel's going to don the helmet. Watchers up on one of the apartment balconies, who will be hoping to see this Hampshire innings concluded. It's 3:30 for 9 as Bess is in. Bit of bat, bit of pad there, falling safe. Quicker appeal out. That's the end of the innings. 330 all out, and it wasn't long in coming. Mohammed Abbas dismissed by Don Bess for a duck, and that is Bess's first wicket of the innings. 1 for 30 he's going to finish with in his 15th over. Now the option to enforce the follow-on is there, and I wonder what the outcome will be. Overs remaining stands at 17 at the moment. We'll lose a couple for the change of innings. So 14, 15 overs remaining today. And Tom Abel is in the position to enforce the follow-on.
None of the batters are running off. Does that mean anything?
I think it's unlikely he would enforce.
Dixon and Lammonby aren't charging off to pad up and get ready to go, though.
And there's been a lot of bowling work to do already, much more than they would have expected.
I agree with you, but would you not think the opening batters would at least be at the front of the group? They're not even at the front of the group. They've got a 10-minute turnaround, so that's 8 minutes to pad up by the time they're over. I think they're following on. They've been forced to follow on. I like that from Somerset. I really like that. I agree with you, Stephen, and I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, but 21 runs short. I think it's the overs left. What have we got? 100 odd overs tomorrow, 16 tonight. Somerset had it. They're going to toil. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be hard work for the seamers and the spinners, and Somerset will be knackered. But to win this game, I think it's the only chance, really. If they batted, they'd have wasted time.
Yeah, well, I guess they've also got the knowledge that because this is, to a degree, a makeshift attack with all the bowlers rested for next Saturday, then they can afford to give it everything over the next day and a bit, with plenty of recovery time. But it must have been much more of an open question than it was. They'd have fancied their chances. What was it, 152 for 8? At that point, it would have felt like a no-brainer enforcing the follow-on, but more questionable as that partnership developed. But anyway, we know the answer.
Yeah.
Follow-on has been enforced.
And you could tell by the body language as they walked off, couldn't you? No, that's exciting for Somerset. I like that call. Great, and it helps the game. For Hampshire, for Somerset, for the neutrals, it makes a better game than an almost pointless batting, not knowing when to stop, when to declare. So I like that a lot. Should we have an 8-minute breather for a bit of Rosie's brownie and a bit of cake?
Why not? Those brownies are very tasty.
Then we'll come back for probably 14 overs of the second innings.
Latest score from the women's Ashes. It's the first ODI at Bristol. England taking on Australia, of course. Australia from their 50 overs, 263 for 8. England's women going along well, 113 for 2 midway through the 14th over. They need a further 151 runs to win. One of the stars of England's women's side, Kate Cross, will be here next Monday, July the 17th, along with her colleague from the No Balls Cricket podcast, Ali winner, of course. They're coming to the Cooper Associates County Ground for a special audience with events. Monday, July the 17th, so not long away, is the night before the Ashes ODI in Taunton. Tickets for the event are available now. Just head to cacgsomerset.co.uk. The tickets cost just £10 for adults, £5 for juniors, and 10% of all ticket revenue goes to the fantastic Sporting Minds charity. Confirmation of the first innings bonus points for Somerset and Hampshire. Somerset finish with 7, Hampshire 5. There are 14 overs remaining in the day, and a reminder that Somerset have enforced the follow-on. Filling out your scorecard, and remember members are emailed a free copy of the scorecard for every match. Hampshire's first innings, 330 all out from 102.2 overs. Joe Weatherly bowled by Brooks without scoring. Fletcher Middleton caught Andy Amid, bowled Casey Aldridge for 24. Nick Gubbins was caught by James Rue off the bowling of Jack Brooks for 14. James Vince was caught by Tom Lammonby off the bowling of Alfie Ogborn for 16. Ben Brown was bowled by Alfie Ogborn for 39. Liam Dawson was caught. Ogborn bowled Shoaib Bashir for 8. James Fuller was bowled by Shoaib Bashir for 7. Felix Organ stumped by James Rue off the bowling of Shoaib Bashir for 97. Keith Barker was caught by James Rue off the bowling of Casey Aldridge for 12. Kyle Abbott was unbeaten on 89. Mohammed Abbas, LBW to Don Bess without scoring. There were 24 extras in total, 8 byes, 8 leg byes and 8 no balls. Bowling figures for Somerset: Jack Brooks, 20 overs, 4 maidens, 2 wickets for 66. Alfie Ogborn, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets 74. Shoaib Bashir, 31 overs, 11 maidens, 3 wickets for 88. And Don Best, 14.2 overs, 6 maidens, 1 wicket for 30 runs. Please welcome back the match umpires, James Middlebrook and Russell Warren. Led out by Captain Tom Abel. Please welcome Somerset.
Well, welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where the sun is out as Somerset have, to the great excitement of the... What's Ben pointing at here? This is worrying here. just trying to work out what's going on here. Kyle Abbott? No, you're joking. Kyle Abbott has got his pads on still. It's not Weatherly Middleton. That is ridiculous, Charlie Taylor.
Well, he's in form, isn't he? 'Cause he's just hit, what is he hit? 87?
His first
89,
best of
not
97.
out.
He wants to make over 2
He
innings.
does know it doesn't count. You know, it starts again from 0. Does he know that?
That's mental. I can't get my head around
How
that.
funny. Well,
It's not Abbas at the with him, is it? It's not Mohammed Abbas.
They've reversed the order. No, well, this is interesting stuff. So they've put the number 10 batter in, but he's in
Wow.
He's in form, isn't he?
Is this like when Surrey put Dan Worrell and Tom Laws in to open the batting for Surrey the other week in the second innings? Is this going to go down well? Is this rude? Is Weatherly happy with this? Don Best is like, oi, what are you doing here?
Well, what's
Has he got a new pair of gloves?
Weatherly's only batted 1 ball. Well, I say batted is a bit of a loose term given that he was bowled, so he didn't lay a bat on it. But he's only faced one ball in this game, so this is very interesting.
What is
stuff.
going on here?
Well, it's been one of those games, really. It's been topsy-turvy from the start. Hampshire looked like they were going to get skittled, and then they put on 330. Somerset the same. They looked like they were going to be out for 150 and made 500. Well, I think who should we have opening the bowling? I think we should have Andy Umeed at one end and George Bartlett at the other.
Oh, not George Bartlett.
Yeah. Well, this is interesting. This is very interesting.
He does like playing against Somerset, Carl Abbott, but this is taking it to extreme levels.
Which end would you like to do, Jack Brooks, or would you rather do the other?
I don't know, really.
Up to you.
Go on, you take the first one.
I'll take the first take. Okay. Well, it's going to be Fletcher Middleton on strike to Jack Brooks. Oh, I tell you what, he's not far away from getting one to land on the stumps there off the under edge of Fletcher Middleton's bat. It goes straight down onto his feet. Oh, he's caused a bit of problems there. Now, Somerset, we were talking about this. I just had a quick chat with some of the Hampshire followers, the media, and they're saying it's a bit of a funny decision. You've been in the field for over 100 overs, and you've decided you want what's probably going to be another 100 overs if Hampshire bat to their ability. Maybe not quite that much in the second innings. Does get harder, doesn't it?
I just think it's the only chance of this game having a positive result.
I totally agree. And the Somerset bowlers I think if you're talking about a lineup with Craig Overton, Matt Henry, Lewis Gregory, and you're saying no chance, go and put your feet up, and the batters will bat for another 3 sessions if they can. So partly the thinking here, I think, is these bowlers don't need to be protected because they're not going to be involved in finals day. I mean, Jack Brooks might make the squad given he played in the quarter-final, depending on Davies' fitness, but probably won't play.
He's always enforced the follow-on as captain as well, Tom Abel.
Always.
He wants to keep the 100% stat going.
Well, he can't just do it based on that, can he? He's got to look at game situation. He can't just say, well, keep the stat going. But I agree, if you want to win this game, and you should always be looking to try and win the game, shouldn't you? You shouldn't be looking to say, well, we don't need to win it. We'll just take the draw. We're a slightly understrength Somerset side, and we should take the draw. No, he said, if they have another failure at the top of the order and we can get the lower order out quicker than we managed then, we're in a chance of winning. So what have we got left? We've got 14 overs, 13.2 overs left in this session. So that's just under an hour's play, 45, 50 minutes play, something like that. So it's going to be a bit of a late finish here.
Not as late as I thought at first, to be fair. We might be done by 7:15. As the sun is shining, arguably the shiniest it's been, the sunniest it's been all match.
The shiniest.
Why
I like that. It is. I agree.
Why are the floodlights on? Is the point. Well,
we did talk about that earlier on. Stephen got a response. That's going to be 4 runs, saying that it takes a lot of energy to turn them back on, so it's easy to leave them on. But it is just an interesting situation here. Hampshire know what they've got to do. They've just got to bat and bat, which they should be able to do. This is a pitch which is offering plenty for the batter, and that it's coming on quite nicely to the bat. It's not doing an awful lot from the seam. Doesn't seem to be turning all that much. Bashir did get a couple to turn. So that's going to be the threat, isn't it? But what Somerset have given up, and Abel won the toss and chose to have a bat, what they've given up is the chance to bowl in the 4th innings here, although at this stage of the game, this far through, there's probably not going to be all that much of a 4th innings, so perhaps that's what he's thinking. But I'm sure bowling in the 4th innings would have been part of his decision to bat first.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it's because of the rain. 50 overs were lost for the first 2 days of cricket. You lose 50 overs, that takes a lot of time out of the match. Alfie Ogborn's 19, Kay Soldier's 19, Jack Brooks, yes, he's over 30, nearly 40, but he's not going to bowl that many overs. Bashir and Best are going to do a lot of the work. And if Somerset want to win this game, they can't afford to waste time batting, to be frank. So I think even if Hampshire go and score 380, 400, Somerset might have a couple of hours to knock off the 150, 200 to win the game. And there's a chance for Somerset to win, they have to enforce the follow-on, and I'm very glad they have. From the neutral perspective, to make a good game of cricket.
Yep. Well, to make it a good game of cricket, it's going to take wickets to make it interesting, or Hampshire will bat out the match. That's the other thing, which will be, although it will have a chance of being interesting, actually, that will be.
Ogborn is nearly caught a gully. First ball, he's done a little loop, he's run around, he's high-tend Sean Dixon at mid-wicket. Alfie Ogborn, lovely fella, smiling, Blonde hair bobbing in the sunshine. Nearly a spectacular grab at gully.
Kyle Abbott's been massively promoted. That could have been a disastrous promotion there. If was it Umid? I'm trying to see who that is. No, it's not. It's
not Umid. Umid's an extra cover.
Yeah, he's that there.
Tom Lammonby?
It could well be Lamby, who's going with his right hand, which is his weaker hand, although he's a very good fielder.
Well, Kyle Abbott's eyeing up 100 in the day, isn't he? To be fair. 100 off the willow in the day. He's got 4 first ball from Alfie Ogborn.
Well, yes, on the scorecard it looks like 4, and you'd say, well, he's kicked off with a 4 first ball, but actually it was very streaky. Yeah, Lammonby, who wasn't all that far away, would have been an absolute stunner. Yeah. One-handed, diving away to his right, would have really been something special, but just out of reach, and Abbott survives. And, well, this could be an interesting, entertaining last day and a bit of cricket here.
Yes, I totally agree. Yeah, spectacular grab in the gully. Full, and that's moved. Big appeal from Alfie. I don't think there's anything on that.
Oh, I think Alfie would have sent that upstairs in a test match. The way he was appealing that.
Bit of a Stuart Broad to his Celebra appeal there from Alfie.
I don't think the slips are interested.
This is pretty interesting moment now.
No, near that. That's a number 10 batting against that.
Well, this is it. Why have they? You'd think if Abbott gets out cheaply here.
But then you could say he's almost like a night watchman. With 14 overs to go, which now staffed.
But what it does is it sets Somerset up here. It
gives
them
that
first
wicket padded up. That's the point, actually. Is Keith Barker in there? Is James Fuller? Organ could come in next. Organ's the top order bat.
Do you think they're protecting Weatherly?
That's an edge for 4 from Abbott in between the slips and the gully.
You need to get more slips in here, the way this is going. I wonder if Abel's thinking that's 2 off the edge, 1 which is play and miss. Ogborn, while the ball is talking, and that might not be all that long with the kookaburra, while the ball's doing that, Abel needs to think about just loading up that slip cordon, in my opinion.
You got to sit back, Charlie. The scorers are trying to watch the replays through our screen when there's an edge for 4. This is the Hampshire scorer who's enjoying with me at lunchtime, signing a load of autographs for the kids.
You were signing autographs?
Yeah.
You were signing autographs for the kids?
Oh,
Does your ego know no bounds,
Oh, it's
Harry?
ridiculous. I was trying to walk back the quick way to get through away from the school kids, and they kept, have your autograph, and screaming at me. Couldn't say no. 2 slips in the galley for Ogborn, shorter.
What did you sign it? Did you sign it Craig Overton or something?
I started doing like proper squiggles. And I thought I better do it. And then someone wanted their bat signed, and that seemed properly wrong.
You can't sign. You can't come back and they say who's it to the parents, and they say whose signature did you get, and you say, oh, Harry Everett. Why is he signed by kid's bat?
Well, I looked at the other signatures, and you couldn't tell for the life of who they were either. So the actual players, their squiggles are so indeterminate. It's just a squiggle on a bit of paper, really. They've all gone home now. School kids not remaining, as Alfie Ogborn's back of a length and defended. Actually, no, I lie. My old school, Monkton Heathfield, are still in the house. See Mr. Chalk and Miss Patmore still enjoying the family stand. There are a few school kids just hanging on.
There's Keith Barker. So in answer to your question, we can see him just walking down the around the edge of the boundary. He's not padded up, so I don't think so. You also saw Josh Davis. There he is. There's Keith Barker. So he's not padded up, in answer to your question of whether there is a night watchman, because I'm pretty sure that that's what Kyle Abbott will see himself as. There's a long time to survive, isn't it? 14 overs of the night watchman. You know, normally think about it maybe 3 or 4 overs, but 14's quite long to survive. But then he's more than just a number 10, actually. We shouldn't just see him as a number 10, because he batted brilliantly, making 89, just 8 short of his high score. Ran out of partners. Well, he came in at number 10, so he only had 2 partners to survive with. Oh, look, our little screen's got an F/O just next to the 12 for that loss. So just to remind you, if you're just joining us, this is Hampshire's second innings. Somerset enforced the follow-on. The follow-on's a hard one to explain to non-cricket fans as well, isn't it? That's another one of the intricacies of this game. Good ball from Jack Brooks, left alone by Fletcher Middleton.
Remember, Somerset with no overseas player in this game. Very rare, going back to 2019 against Surrey when they last played without an overseas.
The umpire's got the bat in their hand just to tap in the middle stump, I think.
Yeah, why not? I'm surprised Abbott's letting go of that bat though. He had bat in hand most of the day.
Brooks past the newly tapped-in middle stump at the non-striker's end. Just turned into the leg side. They'll just come through for the one. So we're going to see Brooks against Abbott now. Abbott's one of those batters who takes his gloves off when he's at the non-striker's end, which to me seems like a lot of faff to take them off and on and off
I
and
do
on.
that even when it's not hot and every
Roland van der Merwe does it as well. Holds his gloves and bat when he's running from the
It's nice to
non-striker's
get a bit
end.
of fresh air on them.
My gloves have got nice sort of air holes down the side. Keep them cool. Do you not have that? You've got quite sweaty gloves.
I didn't think I got.
Maybe you're more of a
Oh,
maybe you're more of a sweater than I am.
I don't think I was when I'm fielding, or maybe when I'm batting.
Oh, nice shot. Just off the
Carl Abbott's genuine
Toes.
batter, Charlie.
yeah, that's a lovely
Genuine
shot.
opening bat.
Well, they could have put Organ out to bat here, couldn't they? I guess he's just made 97 and we're feeling quite down about not making those extra 3. Good shot.
Big old clap.
Well, I think it's because it's his 100th run of the day, which isn't really a thing.
That
Yeah, he's
doesn't
gone to
seem quite
12,
right.
so now, yeah, that would have taken him to 101 runs in the day, but obviously. Well, he hasn't been got out yet. That's the thing. He
Well,
was
yeah, good point.
So he's had 100 unbeaten runs today, but problem is he ran out of partners earlier on. So he's only on 12.
What I want to know is, has he asked to do this? Has he asked James Vince? Has he asked the coach?
Well, he was already padded up and it saved a bit of time, I guess.
Or was maybe Weatherly was on the toilet? Maybe Weatherly was having a net indoors. Maybe Weatherly's gone out for a coffee. Maybe it's a practicality thing.
Out for a coffee when your team's 9 down and you're about to bat. I don't
He
think
might
he's
have
out
been on
for
the
coffee.
phone. He might have something important going on.
On the phone? What do you
never
think?
know.
He's on the phone. Say, oh, sorry, he's on the phone. Couldn't possibly ask him to get off the phone to come and do his job.
Oh, there's something going on in his life. That's
Well, I guess. You never know. I would suggest, I personally don't. I mean,
just give some possibilities. We'll ask the coach after play. Don't worry.
I think at 9,
Be the
well,
first
8
question.
down. At 8 down and your opener's not around, you say, right, can you just...
But 8 down
Get
was
ready.
about 4 hours ago, Charlie.
True.
They're 8 down about 1 o'clock.
That's true. And after the 9th wicket fell, it wasn't long
How
before
long
the
do you
10th
wait
one
around
did.
for a partnership to break?
I think you should always be padded up ready.
A lot of pad rash from Mohammed
Yeah,
Abbas,
yeah.
who's not a man who spends much time padded up generally.
But I think you should be ready. And especially when you're likely to be following on or potentially going to be following on. Anyway, we don't know what Joe Weatherly is up to, why he's not there. All we know is it's Carl Abbott instead. So, and he's still unbeaten.
Ogborn is going to continue 2 slips and a gully. And that's outside the off stump, just left comfortably. No run. Keith Barker going to wander round the boundary edge. Not many in the sunshine. Plenty of... What are the fans doing there in the shaded side of the ground? Surely you want to get a bit of sunshine after the rain we've had the last few days. Still a seagull down below us. They love it in the... What was the sandy patch? Not sand anymore. I suppose maybe they could feel the sand underneath like they're on the beach. Seagull down below us. Ogborn still swinging it. Nice. In ducker. Still a gap between second slip and gully, which slightly worries me. Abbott's already had a 4 down there. Middleton watchful.
There he is. The man who thinks that the opener for Hampshire is probably out for a coffee. There he is.
Where is Joe Weatherly then? Let's get our binos out. Let's see if we can... Is he padded up? Is Felix Organ padded up? We know that Barker's not. I want to know what's going on with this Hampshire order. I'd love to see... Oh, well, Felix Organ, for my reckoning, should be in the top 4 or 5 anyway.
Sorry, Skip, I missed the opening partnerships because I was just out for a coffee.
Well, excuse me, you missed this morning's hour and a half on commentary. You were out for an appointment. Is that as acceptable as Joe Weatherly?
Yeah, because I mentioned it all at least 2 days, if not more, in advance after I booked the appointment and said, look, this is it. Is that all right?
Maybe when you're on the phone to your vet. I didn't want to interrupt you the other day.
I was on the phone to the vet. Why are you bringing this up? I was on the phone to the vet in a rain break because the vet was about to close and I needed to book a cat vaccination.
I've just never known it done in the commentary box. Made me chuckle. Ogborn's leg side. Lovely shot there. It's going to be at least 2. Middleton's going to run hard. Probably going to come back for 3. Bess has got a long chase out there. Yep. Comfortable 3 for Fletcher Middleton. The young, genuine opener for Hampshire, who's got former Loudoun, Clevedon and South Africa cricketer. I love mentioning 2 little clubs and then the international side as his former former stomping grounds.
It's responsible cat ownership is what it is, Harry.
Oh, sorry, yes, I forgot about that.
Out for a coffee. Well, the fact is, that Abbott is still there.
Well, he is indeed.
Here he is facing Ogbourne.
That's excitement from Ogbourne there. These balls are decent, but I love the animation from Alfie Ogbourne. Passionate, excited about every ball. Hopefully he'll be put up for the post-match questioning today after his couple of wickets.
I saw a bit of these two playing cricket behind that stand earlier on today, and they were
That's
both
good.
very good. Good catching, both good catches, both
Two
good
to look out
throwers.
for. They're the only three remaining, those two and Father in the Trade Nation stand.
They were looking very good, handy little cricketers. I was on a little walk around the ground at the tea break.
What can Alfie Ogbourne do here? Last ball, and that's a Carl Abbott smash over point for 4. Shoaib Bashir's got no chance. And that's the thing with a number 10 opening the batting, like a pinch hitter. He's not going to mess around. He's going to have a whack. And he's well past his 100 for the day now.
Umpire just saying to Ogbourne, don't step on this part of the pitch, please. He's showing him exactly where. And Ogbourne obviously making his first-class debut here, so perhaps the umpire just saying, look, I know you're fresh, I know you're green, but you can't come and running onto this bit. So I don't know if that's an official warning, but certainly that's what the umpire would have been saying to him there. Well, Abbott quite happy to stand and smash it. Already they're on 24 without loss here, these two. They've done a better job than they managed in the first innings this opening. Well, it's not this opening partnership, but a opening partnership for Hampshire. Jack Brooks continuing from the river end. Pulls out of that one. Looking a little bit stiff, I'd say, but trusted with the new ball. Fletcher Middleton comes back to take guard. In comes Brooks, a shorter ball. Bounce there, just ducked out of the way of there, swayed out of the way really, Middleton. Casey Aldridge. Very tall figure of Casey Aldridge at second slip, next to his captain at first slip. And the highest run scorer in the country at wicket keeping. And Tom Lammerby at gully.
Just looking at the Hampshire Twitter page, and they've been very calm, just saying Carl Abbott and Fletcher Middleton have started off in the middle. No remarkable, no adjectives, no drama, no emojis. The Hampshire fans commenting on why Abbott, I was only joking. Hampshire admin's very calm, just, yep, Carl Abbott started off. No dramas. And the next tweet is Abbott getting off his 100 runs in the day.
Well,
so maybe it was not as surprising as we find it, but...
Well, I mean, you know, I took the mickey out of you for suggesting he was having a coffee or on the phone, but what it could be, he might be unwell or something, mightn't he? But I honestly think this is just a move because Abbott will have either wanted to bat or is a night watchman. I don't think it's any more complicated than that.
Just a bit harsh on Felix Organ, I still think.
Well, it is, but I don't think Felix probably needs a moment to get his head around the fact that he got out for 97. You know, I'm not sure he's the one you want out there having just given away, and he did give it away.
Yeah,
walking out of his crease, missed one from Bashir and got stumped on 97. That's not a bad ball from Brooks, just pushing it a little wider. What are they trailing by now? Is that on our scorecard? It is 146 behind. So already now they're past what would have been the following on target, but they weren't that far away from it, is what I'm trying to say in the first innings. They nearly got there. Interesting. Andy Caddick was quite clear that they shouldn't enforce the follow-on. Vic Marks saying the same before he went off to Sidmouth, saying they don't think they should.
Yeah, there's so many different ways of looking at it. There's pros and cons of both. I think we've knocked the mat on the head, though, haven't we? The right decision to make to have a chance of winning the game for Somerset.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What would have been very hard then, you've got a decision to make. Either you make the decision to call the follow-on, or then you leave yourself a decision to declare, and then you don't get a chance to bat again. You know, you take out your... I can see both reasons. I think I prefer the follow-on.
But remember, Somerset aren't forfeiting innings there. They
No,
can still bat
that's what I
again,
mean. That's
yeah.
what I mean. But that's what, if you have to declare, then you're trying to guess how many runs you need.
Exactly.
Without the chance of batting again. Whereas here, you'll get a target. If they pass 150 runs, you'll get a target.
Yeah, I don't understand any hesitancy really in forcing the follow on. Normally, I know it's when
Only to look after the bowlers. That's
knackered.
it. Yeah.
But I think people seem to forget that you can still bat a fourth time, and if it's only 150 to chase, that should be easy on a
That's it.
enough deck.
That's it exactly. And what Somerset have got in their favour is they've got 2 spinners, so they've got plenty of cover for their fast bowlers. Just a quick look there. The Wurzels coming to the county ground.
They're at the Honiton Festival the day before. Did you know that?
Oh, well, they're on a
Little
proper
tour
tour.
of
So
South West.
Honiton on the 10th, and here at the Cooper Associates County Ground on the 11th.
So I thought I might do them 2 days in a row.
Double yourself
Double
up.
Wurzels.
Double Wurzels.
What a couple of days. Alfie Ogborn's continuing. 2 slips in the gully still. That's a hot volley. Lovely shot down the ground, but mid-off is quite straight. Tom Best does that sort of big overarm throw to the keeper that's completely unnecessary, because now the ball's going to get thrown around the ring and back to him to give back to Alfie Ogborn. Keeps everyone awake, I suppose. Craig Overton's on again at mid-on. I reckon he's fielded, well, I don't know, trying to guess how many times he's come on to the field today, but multiple times. In his fielding Nike Spike Doctor boots, not on his bowling boots, of course. He'll be glad to have seen his twin brother back bowling for Surrey in the wickets as well. And maybe I don't know if he'd rather have played here as a fielder, probably rather be involved in this than the slightly jokey game of, whoever's bowling what in the Sidmouth T20 with most of his T20 mates mucking about. We should mention, if people are slightly worried, Matt Henry didn't bowl at all in that game. Tom Banton did bowl 3 overs though.
Well, of course, the Women's Ashes come here on the 18th, and to keep it alive
Tuesday.
by that point, they need to beat Australia today in Bristol, and they are going very well indeed. Australia posted a good score, 263 for 8 from 50 overs. England women need another 112 runs, but they've got 27 overs to do it, which is more than enough time, you'd have thought. Just turning to the leg side. They've still got 7 wickets in hand, so who's getting the runs there for England? 47 for Beaumont, 40 for Alice Capsey. At the moment, it's Western Storm's Heather Knight on 14 and Nat Siverbrunt on 23. Well, if those two can hang around for a bit, then we'd be talking about England actually being level, being 6-all by the time it gets to Taunton, which would be very interesting and great for the series as well.
What's worrying there is Ash Gardner's still got 5.2 overs to bowl, and we know she likes taking wickets against England at the moment.
She's quality, absolutely quality player.
Talking of off-spinners here, but Ash Gardner wouldn't mind bowling some off-spin as Alfie Ogborn comes around the wicket.
Momentum all with England in that series, though, at the moment. Beating Australia 2-1 in the T20s, having been 1-0 down.
Yeah, that test match at Trent Bridge, they weren't far away from winning either.
No,
so
they weren't. No, they really weren't.
I think this is pivotal in the whole series. Obviously, a lovely slog sweep from Siverbrunt. She's a destructive player.
Yep, great player.
But back here, Ogborn's round the wicket, and Sean Dixon's at that catching mid-wicket. Now the gully's gone. Being round the wicket, slightly different angle. In swingers from Ogborn. That's a bit far outside the off stump there, and Rue goes across over to Slip to take that. I'll talk you through another 7 balls, and then we'll get Stephen Lamb in for the last 7 overs of the day, as Craig Overton goes through some fielding stretches, as long as he's fit for Saturday.
Yeah.
Will we see? I'm sure we'll see one of Bess or Bashir, if not both, before the close of play. But will Casey Aldridge get a go? There's so many options here. 5 bowlers, 14 overs. Can you give all 5 a go? As Ogborn gets the player miss from Middleton outside the off stump. That's the end of a decent Ogborn over. He's bowled 3 overs for 17. Brooks 3 for 10. No maidens, but no wickets.
Change of bowling at the river end. Number 13, Shoaib Bashir.
There we go. I just said they're going to give spin a go, and they are already tending to spin. Tom Abel's given 3 overs to Brooks, and now Bashir is on.
Well, we'll watch this over, and then we'll say thank you and good night to Harry. You're back here tomorrow, Harry, aren't you?
Yeah, of course.
Final
Well, you're
day?
all going on holiday, aren't you?
Oh, we're all going away.
You're off to Spain. Stephen's off to Greenland.
Yes.
Don't know where Vic's going tomorrow, but didn't fancy day 4.
Well, he's up late tonight, isn't he? In Sidmouth, probably we're getting quite drunk over
Do you
there.
think he's having a few?
He'll have 10 or 11 pints, I should think.
Well, I thought he'd get a lift with Craig Overton. Or
He'll have 10 or 11 pints and he'll spend the rest of the night on the dance floor. Something like that, I should think.
on the beach at Sidmouth.
No, I'm joking, of course. I don't know what he's up to tomorrow. Didn't say, did he? But so you're here by yourself?
I think so. Ben Warren might have to come on commentary.
Oh, he'll direct it then if you're...
Oh, he can do everything at once, can't he?
He'll be all right. He can
I'll do a
direct-
one-man
direct
band,
the
won't I?
commentate.
We'll get Carl Abbott up here. He's doing everything else.
Well, assuming they've got him out by then.
Well,
Might
yeah,
still be
good
batting
point.
this
He might
time
have done
tomorrow.
200 by then.
He's determined to get his high. He fancies this pitch, doesn't he? I think he says
Here we
this
go.
runs here.
YouTube comment. Carl Abbott, what are you?
Well, opening bowler, opening batter.
Oh, genuine. Oh, Sean Abbott. I've got not related. Australian Surrey man. Well past his Sydney Sixers career best high score. Only got 100 in the blast for Surrey a few weeks back. It's a year for Abbott getting runs with a bat.
Careful bat.
Bashir from the River End. 3 more deliveries to try and winkle out Abbott before he gets a single off the spinner.
Oh, that one did turn.
A lot of damn things. That's turned more with the new ball than it did with the older ball, what, half an hour ago, I'd have said, when they were bowling in the first innings.
Comes Bashir again from the River End. Again, causing a little bit of a problem there. It's well smothered, but I reckon there's still a bit of turn on offer. This will be interesting if this continues to turn. How many overs have we got left today? 7 after this one. Oh, that's why we're swapping.
That was the plan.
Slip in place, short leg as well. Oh, that one's come off a pad, spun away, but Ogbourne Fields, no run. 27 without loss. Still a deficit of 143 for Hampshire to make Somerset bat again. Somerset will be hoping they don't have to, I think. The difference between the two sides is James Rue, really.
Yes, well, add to his runs. A stumping.
A catch, wasn't
Couple of
there?
catches.
Yeah, a couple of catches.
Yeah, he got Barker. Got
Bringing in
Gubbins.
another close fielder here. Helmet's brought on. Where's this one going? We've got short leg. What are we going to get here? Backwards short leg? No, it's just a leg slip, but wearing a helmet.
All right, well, I could have swapped with Stephen in that delay between balls, really. That was a longer delay than there is between overs normally.
Bashir in again. Driven straight back to him. Thanks very much, Harry.
Yes, a thoroughly enjoyable day, Charlie.
Absolutely.
I'm sad you're all leaving me on my own tomorrow, but I'll be back on my Todd first thing tomorrow
Well,
morning.
I'd love to say that I'm sad as well, but I won't even cast one think to you.
One thing.
No, it won't be one moment that I think of it. I will be watching on the stream. Yeah, that's true. Thank you very much, Harry Everett. He'll be back with you tomorrow here on the live stream, unless he's, of course, having a coffee or on the phone at the start of the day, in which case I don't know what we'll do. 27 without loss. 7 overs left of the day. He's got no chance to reply to that now because he's gone. But Stephen Lamb is back alongside me to finish off the day today. What a day it's been.
I have every chance of replying as well,
Yes, you do.
because I can reveal. I've been chatting to the BBC's Hampshire commentator, Kevin James, and we were both rather surprised to see Carl Abbott go out to bat to open the innings.
He was having a coffee, wasn't he, Joe Weatherly?
Kevin is unaware of any reason why the Joe Weatherly should be indisposed. He did not suggest that he'd gone to have a coffee. He did not suggest that he was on the phone. He thinks that what's happened is that Abbott went in with his pads on and thought, said, well, why don't I just go back
I'm
out
already
again?
here, ready to
Pad
go.
it up.
Yeah. I wouldn't be. I did say that. I think it's that, isn't it? He was doing well. He wasn't out, so why stop? in mid-flow. And it's turned out to be quite a good decision. Middleton's on 11 and Abbott's on 16, and Abbott's look fairly solid. It started off a bit ropey, a few edges to Ogbourne.
As he comes in to bowl, lovely shot, but it's going to be fielded at mid-on. So there is no question from the the Hampshire camp point of view that there was no involvement of either coffee or a phone. So I think we can lay that one to rest.
I would have been surprised, Stephen, let's put it that way. As I think I made quite clear.
You did.
On the commentary.
Admirably so.
Yeah.
So
there we go.
Closing stages of what's been another intriguing day. We thought Hampshire were going to be bowled out for less than 200, and they did a lot better than that. Eventually getting to 330, thanks to Kyle Abbott and Felix Organ. Another point that Kevin made was that in a situation like that, with a partnership like that, nobody's really going to begrudge either player 100. And such a shame that it ended in the way it did for both of them.
Well, there was part of me as looking as a Somerset fan thinking, I hope we don't have to watch these two go into 100 and make big hundreds and bring the scores level. But also, kind of, for them, they've done all the hard work, especially Organ, who was out for 97. Abbott, it's harder, isn't it? Because he just ran out of partners in the end.
Yeah, he's had a difficult summer, Felix Organ, because he started off opening the batting and then lost his place. And has been brought back in as a sort of, well, they wanted his spin bowling. But regardless of the fact that he was dismissed 3 short of 3 figures, that innings must have done him and his cause some good.
Well, what's interesting is you said that they wanted his spinning. They only bowled him 4 overs in the first.
That was odd.
Innings. Yeah, funny, isn't it? And then he scored 97, so he looks like a part-time off-spinner who's come in for his batting. Full from Ogbourne.
Asking the question.
Yeah, worth an ask, I reckon. Let's have a look at the replay. Maybe bat. Maybe bat.
Might be shaping down leg, possibly.
Oh, I don't think it's bat on it. No.
Yeah, close.
Yeah, not a bad shout.
That could have been the breakthrough that Somerset were hoping for this evening.
It's a good change-up from Ogbourne, isn't it? Having brought them in on good length and then push one fuller.
Good-looking drive, 4.
That's the
from the moment it left the bat.
Proper shot, that. Yeah, really good.
Still playing hard and true, this wicket.
Yeah.
And I still feel that the Hampshire top order surely will do better than they did first time round.
Oh, they already are.
And that does sort of weigh the odds in favour of the draw.
Well, they were 88 for 6. And they're already now, what are they, 31 for none. So, yes, they've been a lot better already.
But you never know.
Well, that's the thing, and that's what the follow-on gives you, isn't it? That chance to cause a collapse somehow. Whether it's tired thinking or great bowling spell or the ball suddenly starts reversing or whatever it is, it gives you a chance to do that. Whereas when you bat, you then have to make the call as to when have you got enough runs. You take all that time out of the game. So it's an aggressive decision from Tom Abel.
Yeah.
It's the attacking option.
It's going to be Bashir to continue. Hampshire still trailing by 139. So Tom Abel still in a good position to keep an attacking field in place. Slip, and a short leg for Kyle Abbott. We've got Jack Brooks moving across. He was at backward point and he's moving across to square leg.
Did a little bit stiff there, didn't he, when he was running? Oh, no, did that take the edge? No. Great ball, though.
Bale's taken off by James Rue. And Kyle Abbott very kindly helping to knock the stumps back in. It's decent of the batter to do that.
Well, it's all in his interest to make sure they're firmly hit into the ground, not going to be dislodged by anything other than a firm delivery. In the air, gone! What a take from the bowler. Shoaib Bashir. Has he hurt himself in his celebration? Or has he got it? I think he's clutching his hamstring. Oh, that's no good for Somerset. He's just taken a great catch. I'm hoping it's just a bit of cramp. But Somerset crowd round him, and they get the breakthrough. And it's Abbott, who is finally dismissed today for 16, having made a total of 105 runs today.
Yeah, and just after that act of generosity in knocking the stumps back in.
Oh,
the
here we
stumps
go.
weren't involved in that. It looks like
Cramp to
doesn't
me,
it?
yeah.
He's lying, maybe some cramp in his right thigh, which is just being exercised.
Well, he's been bowling an awful lot today. In the first innings, he bowled 31 overs, and already in this innings into his, well, this is only his second, but that's a lot of overs in it's only his second match.
He's walking around rather gingerly at the moment, and may just have exacerbated it in taking that catch, the sudden movement.
Yeah. I tell you what, it was a good catch as well. Came to, and you'd expect him to take it, but still.
And Joe Weatherly's finished the phone call.
Finally! He's got his coffee down him, and he's managed to get off the phone. Now watch, when does he pull it? When does he get the cramp? Oh, there he is. Look, when he throws it up in the air, you can see him clutching his hamstring. Poor Shoaib. I hope he's all right. Does look like cramp though. So Joe Weatherly comes out, and the little experiment with Abbott didn't really work. I guess it meant that Weatherly's not got to face quite as much of the attack today.
And Somerset will be relieved that they haven't got to see any more of Carl Abbott with the bat.
Well, with the bat.
They may have to see some more with the ball, but it's quite conceivable.
Well, Somerset will be pleased. That what they wouldn't have wanted to do here, Somerset, is for Hampshire to end without a breakthrough. I think because that then gives Hampshire the thought that here we go, we haven't even lost our night watchman, and we're going into another day tomorrow. Whereas if they've got one, so Hampshire might now start thinking, well, we're only 9 wickets away here from being out.
And Joe Weatherly is on a king pair.
He certainly is on a king pair. As Shoaib Bashir is stretching out his hamstring, he looks a lot better than he did about 5 minutes ago.
Yes, he's
yes.
Pretty much standing up straight now. So he has the chance to bowl first delivery to Weatherly.
Get the field in, yeah. It's what Abel's doing. He's realised, I think, or he knows that there's pressure on this delivery. Weatherly's a very good batter. Very, very good.
Here it is.
Yes, forward helps Weatherly, and he survives. First ball, he survived all match. 31 for 1. As I say, he just begins to play on your mind a little bit, thinking, oh, is there a bit of turn actually? Is there a little, or is the pitch doing a bit? You just start to think. Whereas when you finish 0 down and you lose none overnight, you just think, wow, this is a dead pitch, isn't it? Oh, it's just pushing forwards there, Weatherly. Yeah, it must have been a very frustrating day for Weatherly yesterday in the field for all that time. Come out, first ball of the innings, straight back into the pavilion. So he'll fancy some time out there, I should think. He spent an awful lot of time now watching the game in the pavilion. He's now finally back out and playing it. It's his turn just past short leg. I don't think that was a catching chance.
No. It's to his left. George Bartlett there, short leg.
Last ball of this Shoaib Bashir over, which saw the back of Kyle Abbott. He's had a good day, good game actually, Kyle Abbott. And defended again. Well done, Shoaib. You'll get a round of applause there from the crowd, which has stayed and thinned out a little more as we get towards the dying parts of this match, but this game, this day, I should say. And there you go.
There is the dugout, the T20 dugout.
Craig Overton's gone for the Sam Dalling look with the gilet. Sam will be delighted with that. I wonder if he's watching the live stream. He might well be.
And that's the upper tier of the James Hildreth stand, still populated.
Yeah.
This late stage of the day, which isn't unusual.
I expect I'll get a text from Sam if he is watching.
And it's going to be spin at both ends. It's good to see Dom Bess introduced before the close, before the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
He could bowl 3 overs at this stage, 5 remaining altogether. And the field as attacking as it's been for Shoaib Bashir. 2 slips and a short leg. Just 2 run-saving fielders on the offside.
Careful how you bowl, Dom. Plenty of space out there. They trust. Oh, they're going to bring in a it's change it to a 6-3 field. I think that's probably a good idea. Bringing Bashir in towards a point area.
So Bess then to Fletcher Middleton, who's on 15. 31 for 1, Hampshire. Still trailing by 139.
Made 24 in the first innings, Fletcher Middleton.
Drives, good looking stroke, but it's going to one of those offside fielders. Extra cover. Defended this time, back to the bowler.
If we see one more wicket, likelihood is we'll see someone come out to bat who would have already batted today. Because it's Gubbins and Vince, wasn't it, overnight?
It was.
Likelihood is one of those will come out, probably Gubbins next.
Again, there won't be a run there, played to backward point. Yeah, and even if it's another night watchman, if we can call up a night watchman, given you've been batting for so long already.
Everyone else has batted today,
Yeah,
other
exactly.
than these two. Yeah.
So
another wicket, and yeah.
Well, one of these two would be quite special at this stage.
Yeah. Somerset would. Oh no, is that? No, it's not going to do it, is it?
No. There was. It was more sort of anguished.
Yeah.
Shouts from behind the stumps. Bess wasn't interested.
Let's have a look. What was this doing? Yeah, going down leg, I think. Turned a bit. Have a look at this angle as well. Perhaps pitching outside as well, is it? It's hard to tell. Coming forwards there. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a lot wrong with it actually in the end.
Yeah. Bess tries again. Off the back foot this time.
Middleton
pretty
is
comfortably.
He's going back to it though, isn't he? If it turns a bit, it leaves you a little bit short of time to deal with it. But
to adjust.
yeah. Maiden from Don Bess. 1 over, 1 maiden.
Yeah, having taken the last of the Hampshire wickets to fall in the first innings. You wouldn't say it's a particularly prized wicket, but a wicket nonetheless. That of Mohammed Abbas. Needed to be polished off.
Yeah, a wicket's a wicket. All counts in the wickets column, doesn't it, for Bess? Another first-class wicket to him, and another one in Somerset colours, which is good, lovely for the fans here. I think they did enjoy it as a large round of applause. Not just to finish off the innings. I think a lot of it was because it was Bess taking a wicket. Here's Bashir in again to Joe Weatherly. Yet to get off the mark in this game, hasn't scored a run.
Yeah, well, they'll just be intent on seeing it through these two now, won't
Well,
they?
you'd think so. Yeah, 3 overs after this one. They are two very good players. Middleton really coming up through the Hampshire ranks, proving himself to be a very good player. And Weatherly, who's been around for quite a while now, Joe Weatherly. Stalwart in Hampshire's side these days.
Got a single for that.
He will get off the mark as well there, Joe Weatherly. First run of the game for him.
So the pair is now avoided.
Yeah.
First the king pair and then the lesser version. I don't think we're going to see a Liam Dawson style shot, are we?
I don't think...
in this next few
I'd be
deliveries
amazed
we
if we did. He must be still kicking himself about that, Liam Dawson. Gave away his wicket.
Oh, it's raining as well.
Is it really?
Unexpectedly.
I can't see
the sun
anything.
was out a moment ago.
Yeah, it's bright blue sky. Must be just underneath the one cloud with a bit of rain in it. I don't think they'll go off as it is.
It may just be a...
How is our director is so switched on with the rain? I can't even see it. He's got men out there. That's the thing, isn't it? He's I guess the camera guys are probably feeding back.
We can see the edge of a pretty hefty grey cloud as well above us.
I don't think they'll come in just yet, not unless it gets a fair bit heavier.
Well, they've only got another, 20 odd deliveries to bowl in the allocated time.
Confirmation is the camera operators feeding back to Ben. Oh, that one's taken an edge past short leg. Very difficult catching chance, very low down. Here's the problem with the way this pitch is played a bit. Those are coming through quite low. But still causing problems here. Shoaib Bashir has been impressive in this match.
Another look at it.
Oh, would have needed very quick reactions, but it was a chance.
Yeah, it's one of those that either stick or...
Yeah. If your hands are just in the right position.
And
here we go. Have a look at this
interesting angle
one.
here.
Oh, it's off pad anyway.
Ah, so
yeah.
End of story.
Off the pad.
Here's the sun again. Perhaps there's a rainbow somewhere.
Yeah, are you sure your camera guys are giving you good info here, Ben? It's absolutely glorious day. Look at the shadows. See Don Best there, just grabbing the ball.
Yeah,
right,
lengthening rather now those shadows cast by the players.
Well, we've got 3 overs to go.
Here is Best then. First ball negotiated. 17 remain.
What a lovely evening.
It is beautiful,
Beautiful,
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely lovely.
Smart stop again from...
George Bartlett, I would think.
I think he's been there for most of
it is
the time.
George Bartlett.
George.
He was also on a pair in this game. Run out at the non-striker's end. Backing up.
Still a few seagulls flying around the place in the evening sunshine, adding to the picture. That's Tom Abel fielding it mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. Oh,
how is he? He's gone!
Given. And that is the wicket that Somerset would prize all the more. With just 17 deliveries remaining, they've accounted for one of the Hampshire openers, and it's a miserable end to Joe Weatherly's match. He's gone for 1, and 32 for 2 is the Hampshire total. Big breakthrough, that.
Well, that was a lovely delivery. Caused all sorts of issues. Should I come? Should I go? It's in just that area where you're not sure. Protecting his off stump, but managed to take the edge. Well, it's a very good evening session this for Somerset, who've prized out 2 wickets, including that of Weatherly, who was the out-and-out opener.
Another catch for James Rue as well. What a game he's having.
What a player. What a player.
Another look here. Oh, it's just the thinnest of edges, isn't it? He's taken the bails off as well.
Well, better be sure.
Thought for a moment it was a stumping, but...
I think it's the catch, isn't it?
It is the catch, because the square leg umpire didn't need to make the decision. It was the nick, the take, and the stumping for good measure.
Yeah, just to be absolutely sure, in case you know. I guess that's probably reflex, isn't it, for a keeper to grab and quickly whip the bails off, whether you've taken a thin edge.
There it is from the reverse angle. So
and what does Weatherly do here? Weatherly's not happy, is he?
Well, Norton won.
Well, is he? But the decision.
He doesn't think he's touched it.
No, I don't think Weatherly thinks he's touched that. Of course, he's not got any DRS. There, I wonder. Test match, he probably would have had a look. But Somerset, either way, it would have been a very, very fine edge.
It was a very concerted appeal.
It was.
I mean, it looked like they were sure, the close fielders.
And what will be good in the context of this match is that Don Best there, he hasn't just taken the wicket of the number 11, he's got what is a key wicket here, which is great for him. Very pleased for Don Best, who now has had a big impact in this game. 50 in the first innings with the bat, taken 1 wicket. Okay, it was the number 11, but he's still got to take the wicket. And now, well, the man who's come out at 3, but is really the number 1 batter here. Is Joe Weatherly.
And he's got 2 in the day, and his figures are 1 for 0.
Yeah, no, well, absolutely. Oh, it could be a wicket maiden.
Oh! Strangulated appeal there. The bails are off again, I think. But no result that time. But it is indeed a wicket maiden for Dom Bess. Nice end to the day for him. Coming on to bowl a really brief 3-over spell. And he's already got a wicket. And it's a top-order wicket as well.
Excellent work. So Felix Organ has come out. And amid all of that, I missed it. I must say that the new batter is Felix Organ, fresh from his 97. So James Vince has sent in another night watchman. If we're calling Carl Abbott a night watchman, which I think it's fair enough to call him that, number 10. They've now sent in the number 9, number 8, Felix Organ.
So presumably Keith Barker moves down to number 10 in consequence of that. And James Fuller down to number 9.
This is all. I tell you what, this Somerset. If they can get a full day's play tomorrow, I haven't looked at the forecast, but if they can, they'll fancy their chances here with the pitch turning as well.
For tomorrow, it's
pretty good forecast, Stephen.
I think the forecast is the best of the 4 days.
Well, today's been actually really nice. 2 overs left. Can they be cheeky? Pull out another wicket here? Not like that, they can't. Shoaib Bashir, who's got one, and Dom Bess the other. Well, if the pitch is turning, all they need is 8 wickets. Somerset will really fancy that they've got a chance to win, which at the beginning of this match, with this team selection against this Hampshire side, would have been almost unthinkable, really. Not to take anything away from these players, but just so many of that first team rested. Overton and Henry in particular.
Yeah, well, with 2 wickets on the board, okay, one of them is the number 10, but Hampshire's still 138 behind. Yeah. We've hardly seen a run in recent overs.
Well, batters now are careful. They don't want to be hitting out in case they...
Out! Is it?
No.
Dropped. May not quite have carried.
I would want to see if that came off pad, actually, as well there. Yeah, leg by given.
Okay.
I think it was off the pad.
End of story.
I think I had a better view than you there, Stephen. I could see the angle coming off the front leg.
Wow, suddenly got very tense again.
Well, I tell you what, this pitch is... here we go. Let's have a look at the turn here. Oh, big turn. Big turn. And the shout is for LBW there rather than the catch, but I think the impact was outside the line.
That's as much turn as we've seen in the match so far.
This is Hampshire now. This is what I mean. Take those 2 wickets and you start to play. You know, this will be in their mind saying, right, we've got a tough old day tomorrow. Oh, that one squirts off the inside edge. Dear, oh dear, this is absolutely brilliant start. I don't want it to end, really. I'm sure Hampshire are quite keen to get off the field, but it's a Somerset supporter, follower.
There's been one
run,
it to end, Charlie, off the bat in the last 4 overs.
Well, Somerset hugely on top here. Look at the fielders around the bat. A backwards and forward short leg. You've got a slip in there, appealing for everything. Oh, it's outside the line again, but it's not a bad shot. And again, Bashir getting good turn here. Well, that follow-on, the fact they managed to get Hampshire out below that follow-on target could make all the difference in this match now as Bashir's in again. And that's better played there from Felix Organ. Very good over from Shoaib Bashir, causing all sorts of problems. 1 for 1 he is from his 4 overs.
I'm quite surprised that Felix Organ has come in again this evening after the dismissal and the rather deflating feeling that you could tell from the way he walked off how disappointed he was. Yeah. And I just wonder whether it might have been better to give him a bit more time to sort of stabilise mentally after the experience, but there we go.
We just saw a quick shot for some of the Somerset players and coaches on the dugout. I think they got scared by a seagull there. Do we have the replay of it? I don't know if we can replay. There's a seagull flew across and they all jumped.
They can fly in pretty
close.
close.
Swoop in the Somerset. So anyway, we need to concentrate on this over.
Dom Bess. There's going to be runs here. First time for a while. A couple down to... Oh, no, they're turning it down. I think there may have been 2 there, but they're content to take the 1.
Well, they'll be quite happy to have the night watchman on strike, won't they, here, I think?
Yeah, it is Felix Organ. And 5 deliveries for him to negotiate, potentially. 34 for 2. Organ dismissed just, an hour or so ago for 97. Back in batting again. and defending to short leg. Fielders all around the bat now. Slip, leg slip, short leg, silly point. All out attack from Somerset. Played off the back foot, there won't be a run there because there's a man at cover.
Three balls left today.
Absolutely smothered that. It ended up on one knee.
This is great cricket, isn't it? Brilliant to watch, seeing a team attacking like this. Not so great if you're a Hampshire fan, but just as a neutral, you see a game in this sort of condition.
That's well defended. Again, almost ending up in a supplicatory position, kneeling on that right leg. Here's the last ball of the day. Yep, he's negotiated it, Felix Organ, and that will conclude proceedings with two extremely useful breakthroughs for Somerset after enforcing the follow-on here at Taunton.
4 for 2 in their second innings. Hampshire trails Somerset by.
Well, that's been an absolutely brilliant day's cricket. Once again, 3 days of completely engaging championship cricket here at Taunton. Hampshire still a long way behind Somerset. What are they
136
now?
behind.
136 behind. And do you feel that that's a long old way behind when you saw these last few overs with Bashir and with Bess, and if they can get that going again tomorrow, well, Hampshire have got it all to do. Somerset will feel like they're in a position to win this game after that long partnership between Abbott and Organ. We thought, well, maybe that win had gone out of the question and Hampshire had played well enough to get the draw, but when those last 2 wickets fell and Tom Abel decided to go for the follow-on, 2 wickets this evening, Somerset right in this match, despite naming a weakened side against a very good Hampshire team. So we'll be bringing you coverage tomorrow. It won't be me or you, Stephen, because we're lucky enough to be off on holiday tomorrow, but Harry Everett will be here talking you through it. So thank you very much.
Just give you the spinners' figures.
Oh yes, please do.
Shoaib Bashir, 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1. Dom Bess, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1.
Very, very good.
So matching stuff.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to bringing you a bit more tomorrow. It won't be us, as I said, but Harry will be here tomorrow talking you through everything that goes on, including what could be a very tense and interesting finish here as Hampshire try and defend those last 8 wickets and Somerset try and take them. Thanks so much for watching today.
Thanks also to Vic Marks.
And to Vic,
well
and to Andy Caddick.
By now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Andy Caddick for joining us as well just before tea. Good new ball spell from
it certainly was.
Andy Caddick.
Yep.
So in the meantime, from Charlie and from me, we'll be with you again later in the summer. And in the meantime, have a very good evening.